Today was opening day here in Hungary, and for the second series in a row we saw the defending champions toppled in match one of the series. We get to see United Chalad back. They're the fifth team in this series. They're first up the blinders, so settle in for a big day of cricket. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Hungary, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, it is day two here in Hungary. We're just north of the capital Budapest at the GB Oval, and I'm looking forward to 4 more T10 matches, and we're starting up with match number 5, and it's team number 5 actually in this tournament that will make their appearance for the first time. United Chalad Budapest, or UCB, they'll be here. We saw them last year. They finished third, and in fact the team that knocked them out last year, the Blinders, is who they're up against in the first match of the day. They'll play a doubleheader, so it is Budapest Blinders taking on United Chalad in the first game here. And let's go to Charles Crouch. He's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Well, yes, Steph, your call. Heads. Heads is the call, and it's a head. Okay, we're going to bowl.
So it is the Blinders that have won the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. Interesting one for me. I think maybe they just want to know how many they're chasing, and maybe they can set their order and set their strategies and their the kind of aggression level in the appropriate fashion in the second half of this game. But we will get to see UCB first up with the bat. Bit of a risk for me setting them in because they have some firepower. Two of my favourites from last year, Vinod Ravindran, he was just a machine. He's a classical batter, but he certainly doesn't like anything in the power department. Another player to watch out for is Ash Darapareddy. I think he's a pretty clever bowler and also provides a lot of aggression in their middle order as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the Blinders again though. Don't forget they split their games with the Royal Tigers yesterday. They had a 6-run win in the corresponding match yesterday morning, but then they went down quite heavily. I think they want to get back on track. It's nice to see Abbas Ghani back for them. We'll see him first up this morning. He'll have the gloves and probably open the batting for the Blinders. And look, another player to watch out for, Salman Khan. I think that he offers a lot in all departments to the Blinders organisation. So yeah, looking forward to this match 5, and I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about the weather today. Well, yesterday was quite hot. Actually, we touched 30 degrees yesterday. Today, no signs of rain or anything like that, but it will be a little bit cooler. I think we're expecting a maximum temperature of about 24 degrees, currently 20, and very pleasant. A great kind of place to play cricket and great conditions to start the day. Here's Rico Full, who is back in the commentary box, and it was great that he joined us again yesterday for the first time in a couple of weeks. Rico, I'm going to hand over to you now with the news from the toss out here in the middle, and I can tell you that in match 5, it's the Blinders that have won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Over to you. Let's get ready for day 2.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, everyone, siha. Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome to this magnificent GB Oval here in Hungary, in Budapest. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series here, and well, we're looking to get started, aren't we? But first of all, just absorb where we are. What a magnificent aerial shot that is of this ground. Absolutely beautiful. Look, I can tell you one thing I found out yesterday. What you're looking at there in the winter is all underwater. Apparently underneath this ground is a river that runs. When it comes to the winter, the water levels rise, and that is all underwater. That makes that that image there even more breathtaking. Of course, you can see the house we refer to at the back, the bikini end on the right there. That's that swimming pool. That well, Vinny's going to get into that with his speedos later today, I'm told. So keep an eye out on that. But yeah, lovely. And then the marquees there, the players. But it's a beautiful place. And as you heard Mr. Maximo say, it's going to be another lovely day. It's going to be a fine day for cricket. And certainly looking forward to this contest as well. United Chalad Budapest. And welcome to them. We saw them last year. They finished third. And they're up against the Budapest Blinders, who were the runners-up last year. Got a good start yesterday with a win over the reigning champions, the Tigers. But, well, they went 1-on-1, as you see there in the top right of your corner. They won the first, but they weren't at the best in the second. So they'll be looking to bounce back to the sort of form they showed in the first game. I think one thing that certainly did let them down, which was uncharacteristic for them, was their fielding. So they're looking to come back strong. and take those catches which eluded them yesterday. This is going to be a good contest, I think, with the UCB. Players to look out for. Certainly one man whose name I see a lot is of the batter, Vinod Rivandhan. He was right up there with 431 runs last time round. So some good players to see, and of course we saw some of the good players there for the Blinders yesterday. This is what's expected. The bat versus wall is saying that the Blinders 104 to, well, UCB 110. That's a bit of a surprise, I think, to a lot of people. They would be thinking that the Blinders would be favourite going into this. And you can see there that the last time UCB lost 1-3, and then they finished with a loss. And that loss, as you heard Maximo say, was to the Budapest Blinders. So this is going to be an interesting match. A very good morning to our umpires, the umpire James and Guri, who are out there ready to start things off. And as you saw at the coin toss video, it will be the Budapest Blinders that won the toss and elected to take the field first. It seems to be the pattern here, what teams are preferring to do. So let's see how the day begins. And yesterday was an interesting day, wasn't it? I mean, the Blinders won that first game. That was probably the closest match that we had. Match one. The second one, the Tigers were totally dominant, put plenty of runs on the board, 140, and the Blinders 71. But it has to be said, 140, the opening partnership of 94 between Safi and Zishan Cookie Hill, but they were dropped probably about 8 times before finally the Blinders got the breakthrough. And then we welcomed the Debrecen Vikings, making their debut. And again, it wasn't their best debut. 46 for 9 they were against Cobra CC. Cobra CC, the team that finished 4th last year. And they knocked them off, winning by 9 wickets. And in the second match, the team making their debut, the Vikings, did slightly better, chasing 128. They go to 73 for 5. And we'll see them a little bit later when they've got a tough match against the Tigers. So 4 more matches. European style coming your way. I'm certainly looking forward to it. And Rico Full and Vinny Sandy will be joining us slightly later as he comes back from his coin toss duties. So it looks like we're getting set to go here. Just having a quick scan around the ground to give you an idea of the field set. 2 men, of course, allowed outside the 30-yard circle to begin with the power play, the first 3 overs. And they're opting to go with long on, and well, there's a man who's hoping to put things that happened yesterday behind him, and that's Willie Gummergate. He certainly didn't have the best of times in the field. I think alone he probably put down about 4 catches, and the one thing that he was doing, he was running in too quick and finding the ball going over his head, so he's probably had a few thrown out to him. We get ready to start, and it's going to be Haris Mihraj to bowl the first. It's short, and that's pulled away up in the air. Not the cleanest of contacts, but the ball still is running towards the boundary. Good pick up and throw. And they take 2 there. Slight change on what we had on our score sheet. Looks like it's the Mars Baiji will be behind the stumps. They sort of chop and change. So Abbas Ghani may be behind the stumps the second time. Remember, these 2 teams will have back-to-back games today against each other. Down the leg side, once again, not the cleanest of pickups. He's just trying to paddle the ball as opposed to hit it. So Ravindran maybe just starting slightly cagily. Just having a quick look at his bat there. But I think that's just all about not really getting his momentum into the shot. He's getting into position okay, but he's a bit gingerly striking it. He needs to give it a bit of a belt. But he's got away with it, and that's mainly because we are in the power play, and the 2 men I was talking about out was the long on, and they did have man, and he's still there, right out on the boundary at point, which is unusual. And obviously the Blinders know something about these 2 batters. We don't. This one was one that Marzi wasn't able to take cleanly, and I think he ends up taking it on the side, almost on the side of his neck here. Just watch the bounce. Well, gets it on his chest. Big, strong lad. He won't mind that. Of course, we know Marzi. Wolfie, very well. Also, when he's not playing here in Hungary, he's part of the European Cricket Network team. Short and needed to be put away and missed out on it. So, leg byes are signalled. I was just waiting to see if there was any bat on that, but wasn't to be. So these two openers looking to make a good start, aren't they? Vinod, Ravindran, we know all about him. Jack Murrell, his partner at the moment. Leg by takes him down to the non-strikers end. Now, I wonder if they're going to make a slight change in the field here, because there's been a couple of shots played on the onside of short balls from Ravindranath. Hasn't really played them too well. This time he plays out on the off and takes a single, bit more of a confident looking shot. Very good morning to those of you on the YouTube channel and the chat already. Lovely to have you with us. I know we had a fantastic day of conversation yesterday, and looking forward to some more today. And if you are new and you're wondering what I'm talking about, you can get involved. YouTube chat, this is up in the air. It's wide of the fielders out there, but he's not going to get anywhere near this either. I think this is going all the way. Don't be shy, umpires. Early morning, put them up in the air. Have a big stretch, because this is 6 runs. Boom! Shakalaka! Nicely played. And uses his feet really well. Got to the pitch of it and give it a good old thump. And Murrell, well, shame that he's not there to hang around. That's his first scoring shot. And end of the first over, and we are 11 without loss. And good time also for the start of over 2 to welcome back into the commentary box a man who's got the golden shoes on today, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, well, maybe it's golden ball day. Who knows? How's that from Jumping Jack Flash? He's been put up top of the order. I think his previous highest score on ECN is 16. And so he's made pretty good inroads into that first up. But yeah. Obviously, I think he's there to get things moving in the power play, and that's exactly what he does off the last ball of the first over. Abasghani with the ball. Starts with a wide. Yeah, Vinod Ravindran was so good last year. He scored 338 runs in the series with a high score of 78. Just when he gets going, he just seemed untouchable. That was the thing. He hit more 4s in the series than anybody else last year.
Yeah.
And was right up there with 6s. He hit 30 4s and hit 27 6s as well, so put him third on the 6s. But you know, he's got power, but he's also got that solid technique. Not a big guy, but certainly can hit a big ball.
Wants the single, goes straight away, and that's good running. I mean, he's hit that ball, it's bubbling along to the fielder, and he knows that it's going to be very difficult for the fielder to attack this delivery or this ball coming towards him, and also pick it up cleanly and get a good throw in. So they're rotating the strike pretty well here. So it's going to be Murrell now, back on strike. Will he be looking to go big again?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. I feel like he's in there to try and blitz the power play, and they've got plenty of batting still to come as well. We've got kind of Tajendra Varma, the keeper. Ashrith Darapareddy is certainly one to watch as well. I quite like this. It's a pretty bold move from Anil Patnaik, the UCB skipper.
Good delivery, pitched up full in the block. Sort of, well,
wipe out there. There's a heat. Certainly getting himself involved. Recording being in the 11 yesterday. He was 12th man last that I saw. Let's just say, in gymnastics, he probably wouldn't get full points for the landing here on the floor routine. I think that his teammate Mirage is just happy he didn't throw that, because I think Mirage was in danger.
Yeah, Mirage was like there to sort of say, here, pass it to me, but the fielder didn't want any of it. He said, I'm going to deal with this myself.
Slip in place for Abasghani. He's a real versatile cricketer. He will slam the ball when he gets a chance with the bat as well.
This time, a call of no, and that's a good call, actually. It's a slight contrast to the one before that they took the single. This time round, he knows the ball's been hit too well. It's going to be taken on the bounce by the fielder, and he knows that the throw's going to come in pretty sharp, so sends Murrell back. Good call.
What Murrell does there well is that he's actually watching Ravindran rather than putting his head down and running, so he could see he wasn't moving, so he had time to get back.
It's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side. He's asking the question, but really, there's no hope. In fact, that's another one that's been missed out by Ravindran. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, if the leg side maybe isn't his strength, but he's missed probably about 3 opportunities to put the ball away there in that area.
I just think it's a bit of rust, blowing the dust off. First outing on Tuesday morning. If he stays in for any length of time, I think he's going to do some damage. But yeah, it should be interesting. Morel now facing up to Ghani.
Edge, and that's going to go to the boundary. 4 runs, 4 carreras, and a little bit of width. And Morel was onto it straight away. He wanted to play the shot. You see that little fake movement to begin with, and just probably that prompted the bowler just to bowl it a little bit shorter. But he was quick to get back and get back onto it, and that'll do nicely. Another boundary.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart batting by Morel. No third man. It just kind of throws the hands at it. So it shows you can still be attacking without necessarily trying to hit every ball kind of down the ground for 6. That was also a smart shot, kind of swashbuckling slash away. Educated edge, if you like. Last ball the over for Ghani.
This time it's angled into the pads of Morel and doesn't manage to get anything onto it. That is the end of the second over. It's not a bad one. A few runs flying from there as well. So 19 without loss. 2 overs gone. And just see that the captain there, Ali Farasat, just having a chat with his bowlers about the field, because I don't think he knows really whether he wants his third man up, whether he wants him in that catching position or wants him back. So I think with that boundary going that way, he's elected to have him more on the circle rather than in a catching position.
Yeah, that's a good point. Got to get your plans right. Let's have a look at the table. You can see at UCB, this is their first game. We know that Budapest Blinders split their games with the Royal Tigers yesterday. They had a narrow win, but a pretty heavy loss. And then the other team to note up the top is the Cobras, who had 2 solid wins. Solid is probably an understatement against the Vikings yesterday. Just want to say a quick hello to some people in the live chat once again. Once we get this over started from Omar Zahid in the 3rd.
Short down the leg side. This probably will be called a wide, so this would be 2 wides to go onto the score.
I think this is kind of what they want. And before I go to the live chat, I think they want Morel facing most of this power play, because that's his job. Yeah. I think his job is to be uber attacking. And Ravindran, it's just a chance for him to kind of get himself into the game, and I think that he'll kind of then turn it up a little bit during the middle overs. I think he's the one that they want to stay in longer and to have a bit more of a sighter. Morel is there just for a kind of all-out blitz first up. I like it. Slight change from UCB, but it shows their thinking.
It's this firmly, and he gets it through the gap, and this one skids across this surface for 4 runs. And you're right, Vinny, that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, Ravindran, we saw him miss out again on another leg side one, but he does take the single, gets Morel on strike, and he makes the most of it. Probably noticing there that the ball's been wiped a fair bit by the towel of that Ali Farrell seems to have, and that's because of the dew this morning. So quite a heavy dew. That will soon burn away, though. I think within half an hour it will be gone. Jeez, but that certainly skidded through, didn't it?
Beautiful, bright blue sky. Yeah, that certainly did. Friendly bounce for the batter. So a big swing and a miss. Now, I want to say hello to Sandori, of course, in the chat. A few people asking, is the boundary the same size as yesterday? Well, yes, it should stay the same all week. And yeah, it's just a matter of the outfield, I think, which is quite lush. So it's not as quick as some, but it's also not the slowest, as you saw from that. Yeah, it's not super duper slow. Still think it's kind of easy to hit 6s and 4s sometimes, though, especially with the field back.
This is hit pretty well, and this may go all the way. Yes, it does. Bolle, bolle, bolle. This is a big hit, and it takes a powerful man to hit a 6 all the way over point. And he's given this some welly, isn't it? Nice shot.
Yeah, love the approach from Morel. That's his highest score in ECN cricket now. It didn't take him too long. Before this, his high score was 16, so he hasn't taken too long. And I love the approach. He's being fearless. And considering that some of the batters they've got to come, like if it hadn't have worked out with Morel, it wouldn't have cost them too much. I mean, it's just a free pass, I think, at getting them off to a flyer. And that's exactly what he's done here.
This one Yes, well, the bowler is disappointed that the catch wasn't attempted by Abasghani there. And I think it was always going to be dipping on him a little bit.
Curtains open at the cottage today. Don't know if we'll get any lurkers there. We had one yesterday around this time.
Hey, it was nice to see the aerial shot. I think the viewers were able to see the pool that we talk about.
The bikini end. Right, Ravindran, can he warm up?
He finally gets hold of one, but it's straight down the throat of the fielder. Well, he's been missing out on those shots on the leg side, and he finally middles one, and it goes straight to the fielder, Vinny. That's disappointing.
And I tell you, well, who's unhappy and who's happy. Start with who's unhappy is the batter, Ravindran, who actually hits that one really well. First shot he's really played in anger. You know who he's picked out? The guy who I think is happy. That's Asanko Welligamage. And he's the one who dropped, I don't even know how many catches yesterday for a very, very good fielder. And he holds onto that one despite looking pretty much straight into the sun. So it wasn't a high one, but still an awkward one. And so that's a key man gone. Chance given, chance taken. So Ravindran is the man that's got to go. And the score now 32 for 1. Ravindran just going for 5 of 7. Brings Ash Darapareddy to the crease. And well, if you think the fireworks are going to stop, guess again, because he's another guy that will really be able to turn it on if he gets going. But you know, we talk about it all the time, don't we, Rico? Getting the top players.
Yeah.
Because they are going to have to be aggressive. Even though Ravindran was being a bit more conservative. I mean, he saw the ball, he hit the ball pretty well, but he just picked out the fielder.
Yeah, he's going to be very disappointed. As I said, he's missed out on a few of those. That hasn't been able to make contact, or when he made contact, hasn't he found the middle of the bat? And when he does hit it pretty well, it's straight to a fielder. He's going to think himself pretty unlucky, but the blinders will think, well, we set the trap, and it worked. So they've got a big wicket. But as you said, Vinny, it's not exactly like they're struggling with the score. The score's flowing well. They've still got other batters to come. And looking forward to watching Ashtrith bat. Heard a lot about him.
Yeah, we'll try not to put the mock on him too early. He's facing up for the first time. Last ball of the power play now for Zahid.
Oh, wow, that's unlucky. He went for the Yorker length. This finds I think it gets the bottom of the bat, or the sort of outside bottom off it, and it goes all the way down for 4 runs. There you go. You see right off the bottom. He can't believe it. He thinks he's going to get through and get under the bat. He doesn't. 4 runs. Well, it's a streaky start, but it's a good start. 4. End of the over.
Bottom corner, like a good penalty, I guess. Darapareddy gets his tournament off to a fast start, even though it wasn't probably the most convincing shot I'll ever play. 36 for 1 after 3. Also, I want to say a quick hello to Ian Coburn. He said he's watching from a cold Melbourne. Well,
a cold Melbourne?
Melbourne can be a bit cold. You know, Melbourne's famous for 4 seasons in one day. That's what they say, because it can be a bit like that. So anyway, Melbourne, I know we've got a fair few viewers there. It's certainly a hub of cricket activity as well in the Australian summer. Good morning to you, Ian. And anyone else that would like to say hello, now's a great time in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I'm here, Vinny Sandhu, alongside Rico Full, ready to answer your questions and read your comments out. So get interactive with us on our YouTube live chat. Don't forget, if you want to get involved, just subscribe to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Also, big hello to all of our FanCode viewers watching in the Indian subcontinent. Hope you're well today and hope you enjoy the matches. A couple of cracking contests first up here, I think. Now, they're going to go back to Abasghani here to bowl out in the 4th. He bowled the first over. Well, the second over, pardon me, it was. And he went for, well, 8, including a leg bye. Let's see if he can break through. I think he's here probably to have a crack at Darapareddy. I think they think he's a wicket taker. So field going back now, because at the end of the power play, you've got the ability to have up to 5 outfielders. So just sorting that out. It looks like we're going to get cracking now. And now Morel, he's still on his free pass. Bet he wasn't expecting to outlast Vinod, but he has. And here he is facing up in over number 4.
Goes for the Yorker. Ends up being more full toss, but I think Morel was already looking to hit straight. So, which is fine. It's not looking to go across the line to those. But Vinny, wasn't it lovely yesterday? I went for a nice walk into downtown Budapest.
We did.
We had a palinka as well.
My legs are still hurting, actually.
It's hard, and it's 4 more. Nice shot. He's finding a way to pierce this field. They're moving the men around to try and stop Jack Morel, but he's just finding a way to get the ball past him and get it over the boundary rope.
He's done that really well, hasn't he? The way he's kind of used his wrist to manoeuvre inside out. So he's kind of almost turning the face at the point of contact. So yeah, rather than hitting through the ball down the ground, you're using more of the pace of the bowler rather than fighting the pace of the bowler. And so now I think that's going to force a field change and an extra man coming onto the offside. So yeah, now they've got 6 on the off and 3 on the leg. I mean, yeah, Ghani, he'll be hoping to bowl offside and bowl at his field here. And now they've got the deep backward point and the third man. It's basically trying to take that shot away from Morel, or saying, okay, you can play it, but you're not going to get a boundary as easily. So Morel's now got to decide if he sticks with that plan or whether he maybe gets creative and tries to go leg side and create something. Should be interesting. And now, well, he's not going to do anything because this is full. It's at the stumps, and he tries to go in that direction again. But Ghani gets some swift revenge. It's the first wicket of the day. Morel, pretty handy 26 for him, but it'll go no further. He's the second wicket of the day. UCB are 40 for 2.
Yeah, this is what they needed. Morel was looking dangerous. And that was the one that was always going to get him, I think. Pitched right up there. He tries to give himself the room and get right under it, but gets beaten. I think it was the right shot to play, Vinny. It just, I think there's that movement. See that?
Yeah.
Just swinging in, and that was enough to elude him and get through his defences. But that's a good knock. He's given him a good start.
Yeah, he certainly has. I think he's played his role very well. Yeah, I think he just tries to go still a little bit inside out, and so he can't adjust that movement. And so, yeah, well bowled by Ghani. Goes full and straight. I mean, it's funny, if he had probably stepped across and tried to hit that leg side, which I thought maybe is a tactic that he would use, because a lot of gaps on the leg side with only 3 fielders out of the 9 available. And maybe that's one he could have worked away, but I suppose it was fairly straight. If he missed it, he was always going to be in trouble. Quick hellos. Hello to Jackson Redex, and hello also to Raja, who I think is watching from Canada. Tell me if I'm right there, Raja. To Ivan as well. He's watching from an overcast Norwich in the UK. Good morning to you, Ivan. And now I've learnt to say Ivan's name correctly. It's also good.
This is nicely played from the skipper.
Yeah, Anil Patanaik is the new batter. Nice to see him out there as well. And yeah, off the mark straight away. Also, want to say hello to Minas Khan, the smoking gun from Cyprus. Hello to you, Minas. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, hello, Minas. It's very nice to hear from you.
He's a real character, isn't he?
How's the barrel? Hope you cleaned it. Is it ready to fire again?
He's always firing. Can't stop that guy. I want to also have a special hello to Nate, Master Nater in Tennessee. And Nate, hope you and the family are well. Nate's been with us for a year and a half now. I know he's been pretty busy with family commitments. That's what a new baby will do to you. Probably not so easy to feed the baby and get on the chat with the other hand, but appreciate that, Nate.
Nicely bowled. It's a good call, wasn't it, for the captain? I mean, he probably had a long think about who he wanted to bowl this over. He could have gone with a number of options, but decided that he was going to go back to Abas Ghani, and Ghani has produced what he wanted, gets the wicket.
Yeah, he's brought back to take a wicket, and he has. And I do think this becomes a key partnership now as far as the health of this UCB innings. Last ball of the over.
This one's going to be work to do for the man who's at third, but he can't do it. This has gone too far, and he was pretty wide. But we've seen quite a few boundaries, particularly that have gone down behind the stumps, that end of the ground behind the keeper. And this is another one. And you see the fielder just coming into play there. There's nothing that Anup Gupta could do about this. 4 more runs, valuable runs.
Yeah, so it is the end of the over. The score is 46 for 2 for UCB on return to the European Cricket Series against the side, Rico, that actually knocked them out last year. But it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico 4, looking pretty nice in your little banana outfit today. I'm going to say, you got the kind of the white trousers, looking
well,
kind of like a banana split.
A banana split.
But anyway, look, I want to say
nice
big
hello
to Andy, hello to Keanu, who's joining us. Hello to you as well. And yeah, everyone, thanks for joining us for what should be a really entertaining day, Rico.
Yep.
And yeah, yesterday was great. And, you know, we did go for a little walk into town, didn't we?
We did. It was a great walk. It's a lovely city. It's a lovely place, isn't it, Budapest? And it was a real buzz about it. The architecture that you walk past and you see is absolutely phenomenal. Some of those old buildings. Reminds me very much of the younger days when I was in the UK, living near the centre of London and all the Victorian type buildings.
I thought I'm going to have a run out for nothing there. It's Goyal who's coming in with some spin in the 5th. Yeah,
we had some nice food, bit of Hungarian goulash, and well, we said we were going to have a palinka, and we did.
I told you not to get me a palinka because I had it last year. And if I ever run out of petrol in my car, if I have a bottle of palinka, then I feel like that'll get it going again. Because that's the thing. Like, we had the plum one, which I think is quite the traditional. It's it's basically like it's a liqueur. It's a spirit.
Yes.
Palanca. And it comes in all these different flavors, plum, cherry, all these things. But they all taste like fire. So now you know that after one. And the fact that I think we went to one of those tourist places where I'm pretty sure one of those cost more than my meal.
Yeah.
Rico saw Rico coming a mile away.
Your friend is on the boat, Raul Goyal.
Yeah.
You'll be pleased to know he seems to get his GPS okay on,
Let's just say
on the bowling.
his direction was a little bit off with his first delivery as well. Anyway, a lot better now though. Now Rahul's a lovely guy, and we appreciate a lot of the players going over and above, obviously, to make Blue Crew feel welcome and getting us around, getting us to the ground. There's a bit of a drive to the ground from the centre.
Oh, not again, surely. It looks like there's going to be 4 more in that area. And that poor man there, well, and if Gupta, he doesn't know where to go. Look, there he is. And every time the ball gets past him, goes to the boundary. Well, this one, you wouldn't think there'd be enough pace on this to go all the way. It wasn't a real big swing.
Yeah, it was a kind of pushed through ball, though, from Rahul Goyal. And yeah, Anup's definitely getting his steps in today, isn't he? He's had to chase a few little edges to the boundary. Also brings up the 50 for UCB.
Take a single here. Yeah, Rahul Goyal was... Oh, they're taking 2. Well, this is really... If that hits, he's gone.
Oof.
And if he wasn't on his backside, he may have thought about going back for the 3rd. Well, this was a bit risky, I thought. At first, the fielders, they're leaving it for each other, and I think that's what prompted the batters to take on the 2nd.
Yeah.
It was dicey, but they got there.
Yeah, very, very good running. I mean, it's good running because they get away with it. Daraperetti spots it straight away, and he's always facing the ball. He turns correctly, see? For a left-hander. He has his bat in his right hand. Yeah, smart cricket. Next ball swing and a miss. But, obviously, UCB, they're a bit of a seasoned T10 team now in a way. I mean, they ended up finishing 4th last year after the group stage, 4-4 record. Only 1 win behind the top 3, who all had 5 wins. But then they knocked off the Cobras in a pretty close game, pretty high scoring game actually in the eliminator. So ended up in 3rd place. And the Blinders, the team that finished in the top 2, lost the qualifier number 1 to the Royal Tigers. That means they played the winner of the 3 and 4 game, which was UCB, and the Blinders ultimately were successful in that and went on to meet the Tigers in the final last year. Halfway through the first innings of the day, it's 54 for 2. Not a bad over from Goyal, really. Just that one boundary that wasn't really his fault, I suppose. And look, 4 wides in the first half, not too bad. I think the story for me so far is Morel just giving them a bit of life in the power play, and his 26 has got them off to a pretty good start. And they're in a position to launch essentially to something 100 plus.
Yeah, I think sometimes a captain makes a gamble and it pays off, and certainly it did with Jack Morel. I think he batted really well. Got the runs on the board and quickly, especially when the likes of Vinoth didn't really get firing, so he sort of played that role pretty well. This is going to be interesting.
If they can win games that Vinoth isn't scoring runs, then they're going to be really, really happy, UCB. I'm not saying they're a one-man team because they certainly aren't, but, it's always kind of a confidence booster for the rest of the team if one of your stars doesn't really fire, but you can still get the job done. I want to say a quick hello to Abdullah Mamun in the chat, and I also want to acknowledge everyone that's messages so far. A few people saying a few lucky edges. That's true, but I mean, you rarely have a 3rd man back to a spinner.
Yeah.
You normally have him somewhere else, so cause, it's got to be a decent, fast edge to get past the keeper and go for 4, but that's exactly what we saw last over.
Interesting field this to the left-hander. You would have thought they'd have somebody on the boundary on sort of square leg as well on 45. They left it open. They're almost like tempting him to play the shot, and that was the one that should have been played. He misses out on it. That was a gift, really. It'd get a wide, but interesting field set.
Yeah. So we've seen this quite a lot lately. We saw it in Czech Republic a lot. Teams just going without a fine leg at all. But it is risky. I mean, if he hit anything there, you see that big gap just to the left of the pitch. There's about, I guess, a very wide 45. I suppose that's a 60-degree 45. That's the risk, isn't it, Rico? You caught it, and you caught it well. I think that as a batter, and a left-hander especially, Daraperetti knows anything that's on the pads or outside. He just has to get a little bit of bat on it, and that one flies away. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the match, I think you've got to have that one more man across. I think whether you have him on the 45 behind square or final, like you say, you need to have another man protecting the leg side. But I want to just give another shout out to Ishanka Marawatha. He's another one like Gori that's been really helping out with getting the crew backwards and forwards from base. So we really appreciate all
and
the
I'll
help.
even give him some free advice. Get outside the off stump. Do it quickly. Here we go. He does slightly in. So dot ball next. Yeah, the 6-3 field. Left-handed right-handed left-hander. You've got to get probably not. Even this is probably a bit too straight. Gets away with it a little bit wider, I think. Also, I want to say quick hello to Reyes Schick, who said that he's enjoying the commentary. Well, that's very nice, Reyes. I'm enjoying that you're watching.
Hit firmly. Gooch comes across to do the fielding. And, quick pick up and throw. Takes the single.
Lots of chat happening this morning. I like this. And I know there were a few interruptions yesterday. Should be no issues with the YouTube stream today, so I'm told. Also, Nate just saying that he's going for the blinders. So maybe let us know why you like the blinders, Nate. Picking your teams early. I know you like those colours.
Big swing and oh well, it could be in trouble. Oh, he's going to pick himself up and get there. Well, the captain there, unlike, he starts going and then just slips.
Well, this reminds me of trying to walk home after a few palenkas last night, because sometimes it's just a bit difficult staying on your feet. And anyway, he has time to recover and gets away with it. Marawatha pretty good over this so far. Despite going for the one boundary, he's just gone for 6. And a leg by, last ball of it coming up.
Firmly struck, and this will be 4 more. And like I say, you got to give a bit of protection out there. I mean, you got a left-hander. This field hasn't been set well to the lefty. I think they're a man short on that onside. I mean, having said that, it's pretty well hit. Whether a player would have stopped it or not, I don't know. But he's got the freedom to play the shot. And what was looking like being a decent over goes for 10. Still not bad for this point of the game, but that's exactly what UCB needed there. They need to just accelerate here now. If they can go for it at 10 from here on in, they'll get a good score. They'll certainly put the 100 on the board. 65 on the board and 2 wickets down at the 6 over mark.
Yeah, so I mean, once again, it was probably just Marawatha getting a bit too straight. Look at last year. I mean, just have a look at Ravindran, 457. That's not just last year, actually. That's all time. But he scored a lot of runs in this form of game. And look at that strike rate. Pretty much 2 a ball. Dara Peretti is in there as well, featuring prominently. There's going to be a 1 bouncer, I think, and fielded. And, with the bowling. And so you see that Dara Peretti also features in their top 3 wicket takers, so he's a pretty important player. Abbas Ghani in the lineup, I think that's a good one. And Mars Baiji, who scored over 200 runs in ECN cricket, he didn't really get going yesterday, Mars. But we know that he could click at any time.
Yeah, I think the same with the captain, isn't it? Ali Fasarat as well.
Yeah, that's
opportunity
true
for them to get going today.
Yeah, he's another one that didn't quite find his touch yesterday. And look, that's the thing with this series, and what makes it so exciting is that particularly the 4 teams that have played before, anybody can beat anybody in any particular game. They all have match winners. Yeah, and the Hungarian series last year was probably the most closely contested 1-week series that we had. This is going to take some stopping, and it will be. You can see the blinders, it kind of got their mojo back a little bit. I know there's been a lot of balls that haven't been hit at fielders, but most of the ones that have been, they're back to the kind of form that we saw in the first game yesterday before they kind of lost the plot a bit in game 2.
Yeah. This is good from Goyal. Been impressed with what he's done so far. It's up in the air. Has it got the legs to go all the way? I think it does. And it goes over Gucci there and Walagame. That's a nice hit. 6 runs. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras.
Now, Superman was hunting it, wasn't he? And he didn't just realise that even if he put in the big fly, he just wasn't going to be able to reach it, and definitely couldn't have got it back in the field in time. So I told you, watch out for Dara Peretti. Because, he looks ready to go. 3rd of the innings remains.
This is well, trying to find the gap this time, and he does. That's a cracking shot shot of the day for me. He knows where the fielders are, uses his feet well, and he puts this right through the gap. This is top draw. This is classy.
Yeah, really, really beautiful shot. I mean, inside out, we see kind of some batters trying to pull across everything to the leg side. When you've got that power, it just gives you so many more options. And now he's going to go a ridiculous option, and this is absolutely smoked. It's a reverse from Dara Peretti, left-handed, right-handed. That has to be the shot of the tournament so far. Big Maximo, and 6 more for UCB.
Oh, wow, look at this. This is something else. It's a little bit of showtime here at the GB Oval. What a shot this is. Well, you know what I like to say about this. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Oh, this is, what a shot that is. That was immense.
When I saw that, I said, well, this is unnecessary, and maybe it was, but who cares? Because that was one of the best shots of the year. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up in the FanCode European Cricket Series. We're in Hungary this week, loving our time here. Also, I'm sure we'll have a great time in Austria next week for a 1-week series. And then we'll pack your swimming trunks, Rico, because we're going to Italy for the summer, 5 weeks, starting in Milan, then Brescia, Bologna, Rome, and then staying in Rome for the Super Series, which will be the best performing sides from the first 4 weeks. The winner of that Super Series goes to ECL next year. Then we spend August in Germany. Looking forward to that. Stay tuned for more action on the European Cricket Network. Okay, so now we move ahead in the game to over number 8. And it looks like this is Harris Mirage that's bowling. But, I mean, how about that shot from Dara Peretti? I said he's got all the shots in the book and some that aren't. I think I said that last year. He's certainly showing it so far in his first innings of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, lovely shot. And that was clever from the captain there, Patanaik, just getting the single and just saying to Peretti, there you go, keep going. And this one takes a bit of the pad. I don't think they're going to be able to get back for the second. Good bit of work there. Man coming across pretty sharply. Keeps it to 1. That's important. You want to keep Peretti off strike for as long as you can.
I think sometimes you just got to tip your hat to the batter. I mean, a lot of people talking about where the bowler's bowling, and it didn't do too much wrong that last over. I mean, got whacked over cover. That was the ball was fine, and then the reverse. I mean, that's a fairly straight ball. Just tip your hat to the good batting.
So, once again, we'll take the single and give the strike back to Dara Peretti. Yeah, I mean, look, if he got it wrong, you know, we would have been all over him saying, what did he do that for? He's hitting ball so well. But it just goes to show, that moment of magic like that, and all of a sudden we're all talking about it. And the question is, will he do it again?
To the fast bowler? Well, that'll be something to behold if he does.
And he goes down the ground. This is an opportunity. Gooch getting under it and takes a clean catch. And that is the end of Dara Peretti. It's a good time to get him out. He goes for 32 off the 14th ball that he faces. And you just get the feeling that getting him out here now with, just over 2 overs to go, that could be a difference of around 30 runs, Vinny.
Yeah, well, exactly right. It's the runs you save down the stretch with a quarter of the innings remaining. And Gooch, he sums that one up very, very quickly. Safe pair of hands. That's why he's in that position. And that little fist bump to Ash on the way past, saying well batted. So, I mean, these players know each other very well, but a very good contribution of 32 or 14. But Dara Peretti will feel like he's gone too soon. I don't think there's anything wrong with that shot. I mean, he takes it on down the ground. It's a drivable sort of length. He just doesn't quite get it in the middle of the bat. And I think that the blinders are pretty relieved that he didn't, because as soon as I saw him lining up for that, I had a feeling it might have been 6 more. Instead, doesn't quite get it. 87 for 3. And so this will bring another name featured prominently on those key players list that you saw just a few minutes ago. It's Amit Parahar, who's coming in. He'll be facing up, 2 to come in the 8th.
Big swing at this.
So just one down the ground. Parahar off the mark. So, yeah, the blinders, they'll be kind of fairly okay with where they are in the game. Yeah, we have seen some big chases here at the moment, kind of on track for 112. I think the blinders will fancy chasing that. Let's see if there's any fireworks in the last couple of overs.
He's trying. It's very good running. Well, he's got to... Does he get there? I think he probably does. Well,
you tell what he doesn't do is ground his bat.
He's relying on his feet, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think a foot lands first.
Let's have a look here. Keep an eye on the line. Where's the... He's not there at the moment.
Gone here, He's going to be gone.
He's gone. That's
poor
running.
cricket, really, isn't it?
That's poor running. I mean, you see the bat in the air. If he just all he had to do was be sliding that bat in, and he would have been in. You can see there he's got the bat in the air. Keep an eye on the bat here. Look, that bat should be slid in. So, boys and girls, if you're watching, I know that coaches are always telling you when you're running. Look, he's running very upright. Lean forward, slide the bat in, and he doesn't. Bat's in the air. Bails come off, and I think he's out.
That's a clear one for me.
So they're still having a look here.
I mean,
I haven't seen any indication or signal from the umpires yet. I think there's still discussions.
It's unclear here. I mean,
I think we're seeing that coming through here now. Let's just wait for it. And, well,
I think he's going to get away with this.
No, I don't think so. Do you really think so? I think they're still on the old buzzer.
See, that's the one that says to me, but because the guys
see for the other angle, you can see the bats in the air, can't you?
Because the bowl is in the way that's throwing the ball, he might get the benefit of the doubt here. But he won't. I think we're talking ourselves out of it, but I think that's a good decision.
Yeah, it's a
I mean,
decision.
for me, we could also see that he plonked the bat live over the line. He'd never kind of slid his bat in. So I think that is the right decision. Again, credit to the officials. I mean, they had to look at that and took a couple of angles, but I think they get it right. So nice bit of fielding from Mirage off his own bowling. That will create the wicket, and is the end of the over. 88 for 4. And, well, there's a score at 88. We're going to see number 88 coming onto the field. Here's a ruler, Cocky Kill. Cocky Hill is going to have 12 balls to do his work. So the blinders have done well. Their fielding's been a lot better than yesterday, and that wouldn't be hard after the second game yesterday, but they're a team that put a lot of effort into their fielding. They know, especially in these short forms, it can often be the difference. Ninth over. It all happens in the ninth and starts with another catching opportunity for Gooch, and he will take another. So again, he's been solid down there and the long off position. And so 2 wickets falling in consecutive deliveries means we've got two new players at the crease. And this time is the captain, Patanayak, who falls for 15. Good comeback from the blinders after it looked like this innings might get away from them. Now it's 88 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is good. Getting the wickets at the right time. And again, it's Gooch, who makes no mistakes, keeps his eyes on the ball, and just to comfort the ball, if you like, gets the little dive in and says, yeah, you're mine, baby. You're going nowhere. This is good. And all of a sudden, that score, which was looking probably at one stage being around 110, is, well, the blinders are back in this. If they can keep this to under 100, they'll be very, very satisfied.
Well, I would have said they were heading for 120. They're on target for that after 7 overs. They were going at 12 and over, but since then, it's been taking a dive, and no coincidence. We've had 3 wickets in the last 4 balls that have slowed things down. This is Marc Desfontaine, who is a player we did see playing for Hungary, in fact, in the ECC last year, coming at number 7. He starts with a chopped one. Yeah, so what I liked about that catch from Stefan Gooch is that he gets off his feet and it's not a full length dive, but he like plans his dive. So he works out, he can take it with 2 hands, and then he has a bit of time to kind of roll slightly and make sure the ball isn't, or his hands or his arms aren't hitting the ground. So he kind of takes it and cushions the impact. So I talk about sometimes planning your dive. Sometimes when you're running flat out, you can't plan, you just have to kind of throw yourself at it. A bit like Dylan Staines' effort last week, where he had one hand and it kind of bounced out. That's because he was right at full stretch. That was just smart outfielding. Yeah,
it's all about having your key fielders in the right places, isn't it? That's what it's about. And when you do that, if you bowl a good line and batters make a mistake, well, you're going to get the wickets, and that's exactly what we saw there. It's well bowled, Yorker length delivery, not short, and Gooch it is once more. That comes in and does the fielding.
So he's been pretty good so far. 2 for 19. Okay, a little bit expensive, but some of those were earlier on. His first over did go for 17, but much better performance here in the 9th. It's calling to Desfontaine.
This one, this is going to be 5, I think, Vinny. Yeah, that's not what you need at this point. It's down the leg side. Mars Bargy, well, there's not too much I think he could do about it. He probably didn't see it till very late. Not a good delivery at all. It's a Gundy ball.
Yeah,
that's
is.
5.
And it, misses the stump by a couple, you see. Baiji doesn't really get a good look at it because the bat is in the way. And yeah, doesn't have too long to see it and react, so 5 bonus runs.
This one gets a bit of bat, and that's why there's no appeal. Well, look at this for a throw. Well, I tell you what, we always encourage batters to wear helmets, and not just from the balls that come from the bowler, or this one from the Wolfie, the man beyond the stumps, Marzi. Well, this was pretty close to the old batter as well.
Yeah, this one was almost lights out, I think, for Cockerhill.
Oh, this one will probably be a wide again. It's a good take there from Mars Barji, the man we were just talking about a moment ago. Have a look at this. Well, this is the wide, so yeah, it's a good take.
Yeah.
It's nicely played. It's nice and straight. They'll take one. They're not thinking about the second here at the moment.
Could say big hello to our officials while we're here, to James Lloyd and Kiri Takach. Kiri's a very, very friendly character. Nice to see him again, as it is, of course, James.
Oh dear, well, he's going to have to be quick, and is he going to get here or not? They might be going upstairs one more time.
I think he's home here.
Well, the wide has been signalled. The umpire has not signalled anything at all. Let's have a look. I mean he has to get the dive
really quickly if he has. I mean, I might be completely wrong. Let's have a look on the replay.
I'll tell you who might have it is Diana. We can ask her if you want.
Where is he? He's nowhere yet. There he is, creeping in.
Ooh, Vinny. Vinny. That one, it's another one they've got away with. I mean, the umpire's not called for it, so hang on a minute. What's going on here? They're having a discussion here now. I think, yeah, they're coming together now. I think this, if they're talking about that, this will be out. Because look, yeah, the bat doesn't go over the line.
The very first moment that it hits the stumps, and I've got a feeling I'm agreeing with you here, because it seems like that ball's winning the race. And for me, one more frame, I don't see him making it. He's gone. Yeah, really good camera work there to get that.
Yeah, that's good work and good work there from...
And I think this is going to be gone. I think got a pretty clear shot of that. So well done to Baiji. I mean, I thought it was actually a pretty good dive. In fact, it was a pretty good dive.
Yeah.
And we'll wait for the decision. I think it's going to be one that's going to go to the blinders, although my record on these lately is terrible, but I'm right this time because he is just gone. And so, yeah, just a bit unlucky with the bat bounce maybe. But, yeah, Baiji is the man that's got to go. And Cockerhill saying, well, maybe I should have gone for the extra long bat. I might have been fine. As it is, it will be the end of the over as well. So the score now will be 99 for 6, and it is a wide, so it will be rebowled. Yeah. So it won't be the end of the over.
99 or 98? Did they put the 2 up or the 1 up?
I think originally they had it 100 for 5 because it included the run.
Yeah, well done to the keeper there. That was good work. And Marzi, I mean, I think that's probably the first dismissal that he's been involved in as well. So to do his fantasy points, some good as well. Yeah.
Well, Spain for Sport saying great work by production and by Marzi. I mean, that's an ultra slow-mo to get that exactly right. Not easy. But, yeah, that's the thing. With those ones, you've got to get the money shot. The money shot is the very first moment that the ball hits the stumps. Because if you then roll forward a frame or two, it's actually less helpful because then the batter's in and you're having to, like, was there a moment he's out? You're just trying to capture any evidence that there is a moment that the stumps are broken and the bat's out or in the air or there's nothing in, essentially. And that's exactly what we found on that occasion, unfortunately, for Cockerhill, who has to leave after being run out for 2.
Yeah, Tajindra Varma is the new batter. He's got this one ball to face.
I thought Varma would bat a lot higher, to be honest, but he's getting an opportunity here. He gets the last ball of the 9th from Zahid.
Oh, this is, well, I thought it was going to be pretty high, but it dips viciously.
Yeah.
And if that's straight, you're out, but I think it might just maybe be missing. Yeah,
probably just missing. Just.
Really close.
But also, I mean, he's lucky to get away with it. So we do get to the end of the 9th, and it's 99 for 6. I always said I think that the blinders probably be satisfied chasing 110. They feel they got the batting to do that. And we saw it. Talked you through that very high-scoring finals day we had last year. The thing is, on this ground, when batters get in, they can score pretty quickly with normal cricket shots and don't have to take too many risks. And they're just so hard to stop. You almost have to wait for a mistake, which is what we saw from Dara Paretti earlier. You know, he was batting beautifully. It wasn't, when I say mistake, it wasn't a mental mistake. I think the shot was on, but it was just a slight mishit. You're kind of banking on that, and you're kind of at the mercy of the cricket gods until then. So, yeah, game right in the balance at the moment. Desfontaine will face up. As it's going to be Shankar Marawata to start over number 10. Buckle up, everybody. Last overtime.
Yeah, interesting. They brought mid-wicket in, so they've got nobody in the boundary on the leg side. She's going to miss. It's well bowled from Marawata.
Question from PK about Salman Khan not bowling today, and that's true. I mean, they've got a lot of options. I think, you know, it could be a case that they are kind of rotating the bowling a little bit just to keep their options open. And also, I mean, I suppose they haven't really gotten away. It's not out of hand. So Marawata gets his second.
It could be 3 in a row for Gucci, and it is. No mistakes there. That one is straight down his throat. And Marawata picks up his first wicket. And that's all. It's all in the planning, isn't it? Like you said earlier. Well, a new batter. He's in a hurry to get out there. He charges out there, does Metha. He says, okay, let me at him, let me at him. Well, he's keen to get out there and try and get, first of all, the main thing is to get the first one, get 100 on the board. But only got 5 balls left now. But well done to the bowler there. Ishankar Marawata picks up his first wicket.
Good stuff there by Gooch. I've had many meals with him. He never turns down a third course. And now he's had 3 catches. And this one will just be a single to the ball magnet. And Luke's just tuned in saying, how's the time going? I think the issue here, we had a few reviews and stuff that have slowed things down. So I feel like they're actually going to be okay with the allowances for time.
Yeah, I mean, if there was any issues, we would have had that by now already.
Yeah, we would have known
over.
that. So, yeah, of course, now 7 wickets, you get some extra time for wickets after 4, I think. So I don't think there'll be any issue with time. Oh, here, you want a 4th? You got to jump, though. Oh, he doesn't have to jump. So a 4th catch. Now Gooch, he's within 1 of tying the record, you know. I thought for a second that was over his head, but he knew exactly where he was. And Varma got a fair piece of that, but he's going to have to go. So the wickets keep tumbling. Marawata will get another one.
Yes, he's hit this pretty well, hasn't he? I'm like you. I thought, well, maybe he's just good enough to go all the way. But that's a good catch, isn't it? And he's been spot on, isn't he? And Stefan Gooch. Oh, Leslie there. Shane how he's done. And remember, we're watching the same team that yesterday. Well, we don't know really how many catches they dropped. I mean, I think
the accountants are still working out how many catches they dropped yesterday. But it was a lot. But, well, we put Gucci in the key position, and he says enough of that. Takes a lot to kind of tickle him out of slips. He wants to stay there for 6 or 7 overs and maybe kind of creep around. But good to see they've got him moving. All right, deep in the crease. Here we go. 2 to come. New batter out there is Velu Rapali.
It's well bowled, isn't it? Really well bowled. And, well, the batters needed to be alert to this. It wasn't the best of throwbacks from Marzi. I think if they were alert, there's a single there. That's an opportunity being missed. Maybe it's the striker, though, who wants to have the hit.
Yeah. So let's get ready for the last ball.
Well, they're going to try and go for 2 here, I'm sure. They turn. In comes the throw, and it should be easily done by Marzi, and it is. So they'll get the 1. It'll finish on 101 for 9.
Yeah, so very, very good comeback from the Blinders. The way they were able to work themselves back into that game. Again, once Dara Peretti went, and there wasn't a lot to calm. They were staring down the barrel, but look, 84 after 7 overs. The last 3 overs, just going for 4, 11, and 2. So that is a brilliant effort. So particularly that last over of Marawata. Just remember that if this game gets close, the fact they were only able to get 2 runs off the last couple of catches down there that were given up as well. So, look, what I will say, though, it still is a 100-plus score. UCB, they got the runs on the board. The Blinders have to get them. We saw they weren't quite able to crack the triple digits this time yesterday. Let's see what happens, as it was always great to see UCB back into the thick of the action in match 5. And early on, they sent Morel to the top of the order, and he was in a hurry.
Yeah, Morel, he placed some lovely shots, didn't he? He used the long handle And had a bit of luck. I know one or two of our viewers said there was a few edges that went to the boundary. But I think if you go out there with a positive mindset and you look to attack, you will get a bit of luck go your way. And he certainly was finding the middle of his bat quite regularly. I mean, that was a big shot. Well, that man there, well, he wasn't having all the luck. Vinod Ravindran, the first one that he really did hit at the middle of his bat, well, it went to Willie Gumagay, who took the catch, and he's back to taking catches. Well, another man who was in the mood of taking catches was Stefan Gooch, and we'll see all 4 of his catches here today. But that was important. That was a really good delivery, and that was the one that got Jack Morrell for 26 of just 13 deliveries, and a nice bit of swing on that. And it's another one that went to the boundary. And, man out there certainly got his steps in, didn't he? And we'll see him again, Anup Gupta. And at this point, he's saying, I don't know where you want me to go. And the boundaries at this stage, I think they were getting about a couple of boundaries and over. And talking about over, that was the captain going down and over the mic, but he was able to get there because the fielder wasn't able to take the ball cleanly. This was a cracking shot. Hits it hard. And at that point, that's when the 120 looked on if they kept on going at that pace. But this one was able to get over the top of those 2 fielders. But I think we're getting to a point here. This was the point where we saw that magnificent shot. How about that? What a highlight that is. That was the old switch hit, hitting the ball for 6. That was amazing. But he was the danger man. If 120 was going to be on, it was he that was going to get it. But that's when Stefan Gooch said, okay, you're mine. It's time for showtime for Stefan Gooch. And certainly showed us an array of good catches there in the deep. And this one was lazy. That's all you can say about that. And getting out in that way doesn't help your team. And here's Stefan M. This time, that was a good one. Just needed to get his balance as he takes the catch. Smiles. Well, that was 2. But, we normally say in Spain that there's no hay dos sin tres. And basically, that was another very close, but almost got missed by the umpires. But Diane Horrow's got that one. Here we go. No hay dos sin tres, and this was tres. Straight down the throat of Stefan Gooch. But the final one, I think, was a good one. It was hit pretty hard. At one moment, we thought maybe it was going to go all the way to the boundary. Well, it would have done if it weren't for that man there, Stefan Gooch. So he's certainly done his job for his captain, Ali Farasad, who would have been very disappointed with their fielding performance yesterday. And Mars Baji, not only was he involved in one run out, gets another one there, getting himself in the right position. So he's coming into his own as well. So, well, as you heard Maxie say, 100 is on the board, and I think that's always key to get to the 100. And they did that pretty well, but it was all down to the top order, really. Jack Morrell did very well, 26 of 13, and Ashrith Durpareddy, 32 of 14. I like the way he batted, and he played some stunning shots, didn't he? The captain, he made a steady 15 of 14, but that's when it started to fall apart, didn't it? Nobody else then could come in there and make any real hefty contribution, but some of the running had a lot to be desired, and that's one thing that they will need to work on, is the basics sometimes get you out of trouble. And with the bowling, well, 5 bowlers used. A number of people said they were surprised Salman Khan didn't have a bowl. Maybe they're relying on him to more with the bat. But well bowled there from Ishanka Madawatha. I think he bowled brilliantly well, especially that last over. Only came for a couple of runs as well. 2 for 12 for him. 2 for 28 for Umar Zahid. I think he made a valuable contribution, and a wickets apiece for Maharaj and Ghani. And Rahul, well, he continues to be the unlucky bowler, Rahul Goyal, but I'm sure his time will come. So midway through the match number 5 here at the DB Oval, it is 101 for 9. That is what UCB put on the board. So can the Budapest Blinders go out there and knock this off? But they will need a good start, and I think it's time to see some of the key batters make some inroads in this series, and I think the openers will be really key, and which is a way to see. But I think one man to watch out for in this one, particularly for me, would be Maz Bahaji. I think he's going to come good and come into his own here, and I think maybe somebody like Stefan Gooch will play quite a good structured role in this as well. So join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 5. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Idvu Ira, welcome back. And this is the GB Oval, the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Budapest. And we're halfway through the first match of the day, match number 5. And United Jasalad Budapest, they put 101 on the board. At one point, it looked like it was going to be a few more than that. But credit to the blinders and their bowlers. They came back well and they came back strong. But still, the score is on the board. It's past 100. They need a good start. And I think the key thing for them is for the captain, certainly, who's out there in the non-striker's end at the moment, Ali Farasat. I think he knows that it's time for him to score a few runs and give them a good start in the power play. Try to keep those wickets in hand in the sort of first part of their innings, first 5 overs, and then also trying to keep the rate no more than what it is at the moment, around about 10, and then have a push on later on. They've certainly got some good hitters of the ball. We saw examples of that yesterday from Abazghani, who's out there opening batting, and also from the likes of Salman Khan as well. And you've got Marzbaji in as well. So big hitters, long hitters. They just need to get a good steady start. And here we go, first ball. And it's going to be a wide delivery. Disappointed with the call is the bowler, Francis Farah. And yeah, that's a good call for me. I think the umpires have been very consistent with that. And welcome to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from. And also, World Blood Donor Day today. It's well bowled, good comeback. And the batters a bit indecisive whether they want to go there or not. Yeah, World Blood Day, so it's an event that raises awareness to the importance of blood and how important blood is to the health industry and the number of ranges of uses that it has. So, well, if you're able to, why don't you think about giving some blood? So just keeps this one inside that guideline there for the umpires. That's well bowled. It's a good time to welcome back into the ice cube. I guess it's getting a little warmer. It's good to be in an ice cube. Really sandy.
It's good to be back. This one's called away. Yeah, well, this is Frankie. And he was a really exciting player to watch last year. Just his enthusiasm for the game. Looks like he's bowling with a bit more rhythm this year. Been given the new ball, given that responsibility. And I was a big fan of Frankie Goes to Hollywood. But now we've got Frankie Goes to Budapest. Here's, comes in searching for an early wicket.
Up in the air, this is well hit. There's a man out there, but he's pretty fine. Nice shot to play, I think, inside the power play. You know that the majority of those fielders with the offside inside the circle. So it's a bit of an up and over.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the worst hit. Well hit might have been in a bit of an exaggeration. Hit well enough to get over the infielder, at least. Marc Desfontaine, he was hunting a catch. So now Farasat, top of the order. Let's see what he can do.
Well, he's... I think this one sort of turns him inside out. You know, he looked initially like he wanted to play this down the leg side. Just have a look at this. He's shaping up to play it down the leg, and then all of a sudden, it just leaves the bat hanging there. Yeah, that could have gone anywhere. I also think he was looking leg side, and then he kind of realised the ball wasn't there for it, so he kind of changes his shot. I don't think that did a whole lot, but still, pretty good first over. When you're defending 101, you just don't want a disastrous power play. You want to try and keep these batters quiet, because the blinders have a really aggressive approach, especially early. Up in the air. Well, it's half a chance, and it's been... Oh, well, that's so unlucky. I mean, he does actually take this, but I think his hand, does it bang into his leg and the ball escapes?
Yeah, I think it just slips out before he hits the ground. That's Darryl Peretti. He's already done some fairly superhuman things in this game, and he judges it really well. He gets 2 hands to it. Let's have a look. When does it fall out? Yeah, I think it just falls out before he hits the ground. So, yeah, tough chance missed.
Well, could be another. This is more straightforward, and it's taken. And, well, the persistent pays off, and well done to Francis Farrell. He gets the wicket, and the field placement seems to be right. I mean, the ball before, I mean, that was a tremendous effort. Did all the hard work, did Peretti, but just couldn't take the catch. But this one, well, it's more straightforward. Yeah, and he wasn't going to drop this. Probably could have caught this behind his back, blindfolded, Darryl Peretti. And, well, Frankie, he's excited. 360 degrees of emotion from Frankie, and he takes a wicket with his last ball
of this first over, and the Blinders lose an early one. As Farasat has to go for just one, and it's 5 for 1 after the first over.
Yeah, good work, and that's exactly what United need to do here. And just basically keep the squeeze on and try and make the batters make the mistake. And as we keep saying, I think this is certainly a good pitch to bat on, but you need to get yourself in. I really do not think it's one of those pitches you can just go out there and start smashing the ball from the word go. You need a couple just to get used to it, and then you can start making your charge. And I just think there that the captain, Ali Farasat, he just thought that his role was to try and hit over the top early on and get them a good start. He loses his wicket though, and that means that the new batter has to come out there. And looks like they've gone for, it looks like a Sanka, Willingham Harjit. New bowler gets ready to come into the attack, and it's Cocky Hill.
Yeah, so let's see what he can do in over number 2. Pretty quiet first one for the Blinders.
A little bit too short, and it gets past the fielder, and also will get over the rope. 4 runs, and not a good start from the left-hander. He's got a slingy action there, but doesn't get the line right in terms of the length, and gets put away. So a boundary that would just take some of the tension off.
Yeah, that'll help. He does have 5 wickets in ECN cricket in 4 innings that he's bowled.
It's nicely played, gets it past the inner fielder, but there is protection out there. I'll take the single.
Yeah, he's kind of funny customer though, you're right, because he slings from pretty low, and this pitch already there's not a lot of bounce in it. So, yeah, that first one barely got the stump high. The Blinders, they still got a bit of time on their side. I just don't think they want that to creep out to more than 2 a ball. I still think they're going to attack this power play. And Wally Gumagate, he's been injected at number 3, and he's going to start with the boundary. It's not a good ball. There's a Gundy ball, Rico, and that's just what you want when you first come out in the middle. It was short outside the leg stump. Nasanka wasn't going to miss out. 4 runs to start his innings.
Yeah, well, this has just helped along the way, isn't it? You said it wasn't a good delivery. It's too short, and it's also going down the leg side. It just helped along the way. It doesn't have to hit this too hard. So after a good first over from UCB, just letting themselves down slightly here in the second. He's got to be getting this right outside the off stump. I mean, that's better, isn't it? That's a better delivery. And you can see the difference it makes straight away. You get your line right, you get it outside the off stump, and you cause problems.
That's literally, in 2 balls, how not to do it and how to do it.
Yeah.
You know, so you need more of the second and less of the first if you're Cocky Hill. 2 to come in this over. Oh. Guess which one that was, Rico?
Well, that was a Gundy one, and you can hear the applause and the screams from the Budapest Blinders. Not a good delivery again, and it's not helping his cause at all. They're just bowling too short. He's got to get that right up there. I suppose it's quite difficult when you've got a slingy action, because normally, I mean, if you're bowling really with a high arm action, it's easier to get the ball further up there. With the slingy one, it's, well, if you start short, it's probably very difficult to get it right. It's short again, and this is Gundy. Oh, no, this is going to be 5. Oh, dear, what a terrible over this is turning out to be. And it looks like it could even go magical here, Vinny.
Yeah, well, bonus 5. And look, to be fair to the keeper, he did whatever he could do to get over there, but it just shoots along the ground. I mentioned not so much bounce in this pitch. This one really keeps low. Yeah, just goes around his leg, trying to get the barrier down. 2 to come. Last ball, I should say. And this one's going to disappear as well. And this one has gone all the way. Maximo! Cocky Hill with a real bag of mixed lollies in the second. In the end, it does go magical. 24 come off that second over. And the Blinders, well, just like that, they've stormed back into the leadership. I think in this game, it's 29 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, all smiles there. And, well, there's a man who took 4 catches. He's still smiling from that. And that over there will make them all smile, the Blinders. It was a tight first over. They lost their captain on the 6th ball of the first over, bowled by Farrell. I think they probably will go back to Farrell here and hope he can do the same again, because that one, like I said, it does go magical. 24 coming from Cookie Hill's over, and that puts the Blinders right back in the driving seat.
Yeah, well, it sure does. How quick a game can change. Now Farrell, Seems a long time ago. He took that wicket now. It was only 6 balls ago. Here he is bowling the third.
Up in the air, another half a chance. He's backpedaling. This is, oh, it would have been such a good catch. He's done all the hard work. He's done everything right here, and the only thing that lets him down is his hands. And
he did all the hard work. You're exactly right. That's 3 catches in 3 balls that Farrell's created, but only one's been taken. That's kind of like a hat trick that might have been. Instead, we're back to live action.
Yeah. Well bowled. And those little things there, that was Amit there dropping that catch. But you take a catch like that, especially after you've just seen an over go for 24, all of a sudden, the balance of the match can swing back in your favour.
Yeah. As quick as it swung against them, it can swing back. That could have been the moment to do it, though. Instead, let's look at this next ball. When they come again on strike.
Well, that's not where to bowl to him. He's already shown you that. Anything that's short, anything that's down the leg side is going to get put away. And this one has been 4 carreras más. Mano izquierda, derecha, 4 carreras.
I think I heard a big no from Farrell when he let go of that, because the first one he's gotten wrong. That's one thing that's really impressed me this morning is his control. Probably last year, I think we're still getting back into it. And yeah, probably was a bit more inconsistent, but this morning he's been excellent so far. But that one let him down. Let's see if he can get back on track this delivery.
A good bit of bounce, but unfortunately he goes too wide, so it's another wide delivery. See if I'll just shaking his head a little bit there. It's a good ball in the sense of what he's doing, and he's done well to get this amount of height on it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But just losing his direction slightly. The radar just gone off for a moment from Farrell.
There.
Oh, this one's, well, that's so unfortunate. And the field, that's going to be 4. The feet have touched the rope. That's going to be 4 runs. I'm sure they'll have a look at this again. And, yeah, the umpires are on the walkie-talkies. I mean, the keeper's got to do better. He's not bending at all, is he? Needs to bend his knees and stop that. And then the fielder, good sliding effort, but you can see he's touching the rope at the same time as his body is touching the ball. And I think this will be signal 4. Yes, it has been good work once again from our production team from Swing Productions. That's Andres, Martins and Richards. Great job, boys.
Yeah, wasteful, I suppose. Not an easy bounce to deal with, though. That's the thing. I mean, they're not dissimilar lengths, but one's rolled and one's gone a bit higher. I mean, I think a little bit of variable bounce in the pitch is a good thing. I think that one thing I've noticed on this pitch is that if you get too short, like that one earlier in the over, it kind of sits up most of the time. Middle length, not so bad, because it can be a bit more unpredictable. Like that.
Well, they decide, well, eventually we'll get fielded by somebody, but no run. So it's a good finish from Farrell. He's actually bowled very well, and he's been slightly unlucky as well. I mean,
2 catches dropped.
1 for 11, but of course in that over was also the buys, 4 buys. So that's what caused a 39 for 1 at the end of the power play. But it was all to do with that second over, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. 5, 24 and 10, the 3 power play overs. That's the thing about the blinders, though. If they lose wickets, they won't care. They will continue to just kind of throw the bat. I think they know they've got a long batting order. In that over, it went for 10, including the 4 buys. And so it started with a drop catch, though. And, you know, we talked about the fielding kind of falling off a cliff yesterday for the blinders, but they fielded really well today. Had to say they held their chances.
They did,
and they had a lot of enthusiasm out there fielding. So far, I know there's been a couple of tough ones, but a couple have gone down for UCB. And let's see if that ends up costing them in this match. We're going to have a new bowler now. Jayant Valurupalli will be bowling over number 4. And so let's see if he can keep things quiet. 5 outfielders now in play as we have reached the end of the power play. Let's go.
Hits the pad, and is there a bit of bat on this? That's what my first impression was. Yeah, there you go. The umpire just saying.
That's not a little baby crocodile impression. That's just a little acknowledgement to score. It's kind of an unofficial signal, if you like, just saying that. Just letting you know that's off the bat.
Yeah.
So I haven't forgotten to signal or anything like that. Let's keep the game rolling.
Well, he's taking the pace off. I like this move. I mean, you've got to try it. It's a good time to try it. The power play's over. You can get the fielders back. So, Valurupalli.
Yeah. Just saying, going about that little mini signal. I mean, a lot of the things that make these games flow so well is these little bits of communication between the scorers, umpires, players, for example. Full toss. This one probably should be cut off, and it is. That's Ravindran who does the job down there. Yeah, but that's what I suppose makes this such a well-oiled machine, if you like.
Yeah.
Rarely we're running overtime. I mean, we're running a little bit behind because of the amount of wickets and the reviews we had in the first half of this game, but that's a bit of a rarity nowadays in ECN cricket. But I think all the umpires do really well to get up to speed so quickly.
This is a full toss and it's being punished. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, Mitro. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, knee-high full toss. And he says, thank you very much. That was a free hit, really. Free hit that wasn't a free hit. But he whacked that behind square. Maximo time. And after they were feeling pretty good after 1 over, the UCB guys, I think since then there hasn't been a lot to shout about. Blind is now in the box seat in this match.
Well, good luck. He's gone a long way up in the air, but it is an opportunity. And it's actually been very well taken. Well, that is a really, really good catch indeed from the young man. And he's getting all the celebrations. And well, look, he's even picking him up and saying, I'll pick you up for that. That's a really good catch. Well done to the young man.
Yeah, that's Mark Desfontaine. He's a pretty good fielder, but even so, I got to say, I was pretty nervous for him because this is one of the highest balls I think I've seen in ECN cricket. I think it might have even used some of the moon's gravitational pull to come back to earth a little bit quicker. But he took it in a probably difficult way to take a ball that high. He took it kind of fingers down, and he took it very, very well. So just as it seemed like the game was getting away from them, they do get the wicket of Welly Gamage for 25. Well done to Villarupali as well, who gets his wickets 48 for 2. But I mean, yeah, this one was miles in there, Rico.
Oh, it's gone a long way.
He knew it was his. He keeps his head pretty still. And a little bit of give with the ball. I think a little bit of luck as well.
I think there's a bit of luck there.
A little bit of luck. Because it doesn't hit the middle of the hands, hits him more towards the kind of thumb, that bit of your hand under your thumb, a bit of padding there, and it sticks. And so, yeah, great catch from Desfontaine, who I said has played some international cricket for Hungary. Now Mars Banerjee comes in and faces up, last ball, the 4th over to Villarupali. Would have been a wide, I think, but instead it'll be a dot. Marzi, you're not going anywhere. So it will be a dot to finish the over. And 4 overs down now, 49 for 2.
Yeah, that's well bowled, isn't it? I mean, he gets a wicket there. Only 9 runs come off it. And that's the sort of way it's been at the moment. We've seen a decent over, an expensive and a good. And that's maybe the way this match is going to go.
Momentum swings.
Get a feeling, if they pick up a couple of wickets here, I think this match is still wide open again. But that rate, I mean, it's still around 9.
Yeah.
So it's still going to take some doing.
The rate's not really a problem. I think the blinders have a kind of high risk, high return approach to this form of the game. Not many of them are going out there and just padding it around and being too conservative. I think what they've decided is that our best chance is to keep attacking, and some games it'll work, some games it may not. So they're not going to be too conservative chasing this, I think. But I think credit to UCB. Every time it looks like the game's been getting away from them, they've kind of come back, and credit to the blinders as well. If you think about the fact that they held this to 101 because of a really good finish, including just 2 off the last over, so it could have been a lot more. But yeah, big hello to you guys out there. Thanks for joining us in the commentary ice cube today. Beautiful day. A little bit cooler than yesterday. Yesterday got up to 30. Currently it's 21. And yeah, this is a big moment in the game for me again, because now we're going to get the spin of Ashrith Darapareddy, who certainly has showed us a few tricks so far with the bat. Here he is now with the ball in over number 5.
Well, gives it a bit of flight. I can see that. It's going to be interesting to see how the batters deal with this. Is now Nagani. He's sort of had to run a ball 10. So with the Welly Gamage gone, I think he's the one who's got to now take over. This will be a wide, I think. Yeah, it's good work there from the keeper this time, Tajindra Varma.
Yeah, you can see that Darapareddy is pretty keen on keeping away from the batter. That one's taking it to extremes, but I don't think he's going to bowl too much at the stumps because he's scared he's going to get banged. He's going to try and go just inside that blue tram line.
That's a well bowled. Good delivery. That's where he needs to be. And he's got his 2 men straight waiting. The only thing is, I think that the man who's standing at 3rd is probably standing just a little bit too wide. I think he needs to be a bit finer.
Yeah, maybe. Let's just see how attacking the blinders are to Dara Peretti. Because if you know that that's where he's trying to bowl, you can do things. You can get over there and maybe try and whack it straight still, so you're not having to reach so far.
In the air, and he gets enough of this. This will go. Oh, that's a fantastic stop. What a brilliant bit of fielding that is. And well, oh my word, I think he could be gone here.
Wow, no way.
He's trying to put. Oh, I think his bat's in the air, Vinny. Have a look.
Oh, I think he's gone here. Oh, what an amazing piece of cricket. That might be one of the best pieces of fielding I've ever seen. And probably coupled with some poor running. He's gone.
He's gone. Well, this is sensational. I mean, that deserved the fielding. The stop on the boundary deserved the wicket. It was so good. But the batter here, what you don't see in that is that he's put his hand out to try and see where the ball is, I think, to try and protect himself from the sun. And the next thing you know, he realises he's not going to make it back. Well, we're still waiting to see what the decision is there. But I think the batter's going to have to go. Amazing. Well, after this, if we can have a look at the work in the outfield as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sure we will, but I think
it's a sensational stop.
To me, he's going to be gone, and he is. So what an amazing piece of cricket. This is the kind of thing you'll probably only see it here on the European Cricket Network. Hey, that is an amazing stop. It was 4 for all money. And in the end, Abbas Ghani is going to have to go. He's a real key player. But yeah, he's just out. But I mean, how did he stop this in the first place, Rico?
Look at this. This is sensational. This is absolutely top draw. That is brilliant. And the thing about it is, I've lost my glasses. You better throw it. And Fontaine, what a throw. What a great bit of cricket.
Des Fontaine, that's 2 fantastic pieces of fielding. But I mean, look, credit to everyone involved in that, because that was just an unbelievable piece of fielding. And, well, I think I want to see it a bit more.
What a stop. Vinny,
I mean,
this is
also
class.
Des Fontaine is anticipating, because he can see that the fielder is just stuck on the ground. That's Parahar, who was the first man to touch it. And then, you've got to say, it's a little bit lazy running. I mean, it's the last thing he expected. Abbas Ghani was a bullet back to the keeper's end. He was still wondering how he didn't get 4 for it.
Wow.
So 50 for 3. Here's Gooch coming in at number 5. Yeah. Gooch and Banerjee batting together again.
He wants the single. He will get one.
Momentum swings. Rico. Yeah. That's the one thing. I mean, we've been doing this. Well, I know I've been doing T10 cricket for probably 3 years now. And
you got to. I mean, look, Fontaine needs to have his name up there and the keeper. But I mean, how Amit Parahar can't get his name there either. I mean, he's the man who created that. That ball was actually past him, and he balled it back into play.
You're right.
Incredible.
I was going to say, but I was going to say, ever since I've been doing T10, I'm surprised how many times a game can change for such a short game. Pitched up and so going to be just knocked down.
Good stop.
I think he's got a little bit of the. It's like, you know, when a dog's chasing a ball around the yard about him in the field, but I think it's good. Yeah, but I agree with you. Technically, the run-out credit goes to the last to be able to touch the ball, but that is certainly one that Parahar. I mean, I'd be gifting some of my points to him for creating the opportunity in the first place. But I mean, when it comes down to it, he saved 3 runs and taken a wicket of a very important player. Now, I think there's a little bit of bat on this, you know. It will be stopped. Wait for the signal. I don't think there is one.
Yeah,
Ledge taking it away from the keeper.
I think he sort of bangs this into the ground. Here we go. Oh, yeah, it's actually catchable, isn't it?
It's not really a chance because the edge is so thick it gets away from the gloves of the keeper. So even though it flicks on the outside of his knee, and as keeper, I don't really put that down as a chance at all. It will be the end of the over. 53 for 3 after 5 overs. Again, it's a good test of the blinders' depth of their batting, and we know they kind of bat all the way down to 8, 9. Maybe not looking quite as long today with Ramon Mahundis in their lineup. He's a guy that offers a lot with the ball in the field and also with the bat for some lower order hitting. But it's a key partnership now. These are 2 that have immense potential but didn't quite hit their straps on day 1. And now they come in with the game in the balance. And here's the man with the golden hand. It's Amit Parahar, who's going to come in to bowl over number 6. And I mentioned that he's got more wickets in ECN cricket than any one of these UCB players. Let's go.
out on that. And a few appeals, but won't be out. Yeah, interesting contest there. Gooch, I mean, from what we saw of him yesterday, he's one that likes to stroke the ball around. He's very good, very quick running in between the stumps. And he knows he's got somebody like Mars Bargy there as well. And I think he'd be looking to try and get the singles and getting Bargy on strike. And hopefully that Bargy can get going. Struck really well and put the field under pressure. They will take two here, I think. But Bargy was not the quickest going. He could be in trouble. And, well, the umpire is right there, and they're calling for this. Well, first impression, I think he gets there. And, well, Stefan Gooch wanted it straight away. Look, he turns and goes. Bargy.
I don't think Marzi's made this instinctively. I reckon he could just be gone. Let's have a look.
Well, let's see who's right, you and me. I thought he just gets there.
Let's see.
And I think he's...
Hold the phone, Rico.
Whoa.
Oh, this next one's probably going to be the shot that tells us.
He's there.
I think maybe just makes it. Yeah. Good call. Well, Marzi, he's quicker than I thought. Like he didn't have that extra dessert at dinner last night. I think he probably would have been gone. But, yeah, I guess that's good running because they make it. Otherwise, it would have been known as bad running.
Yeah.
But I suppose it's a calculated risk that they do to get the extra run. Also gets Gooch back on strike. Let's see what his approach is. Got a short mid-wicket into him. Pretty close at the moment.
Bit of swing into the left-hander, but he plays this quite well. And, this is probably what I'm expecting. I mean, we've said yesterday that Mars Bargy, one thing that Wolfie can do, he can hit the ball pretty well. We didn't see too much of it yesterday. He hit one Super 6 where it was just all timing. But that's what Gooch is relying on here, that he just can feed the strike to Mars there. Mars can play some of those strong, aggressive shots that we know he can, and he's capable of. Bowler just moving the field around here slightly.
So Paraha, who started that run-out chain of events, I mean, Nate has said it. He said, shout out to everyone that's always having out the fielding. So he said, I hope you enjoy that play of the year. And it was. Yeah. That was as good as anything you'll see on a cricket field.
Nicely timed. Just touch.
Oh, now they might get two.
They should get two here. Yeah, I don't think the dive here was necessary. And the bowler, you can see the bowler just saying there, Paraha, just the man we're talking about, who made that magnificent stop. He's just saying to some of the fielders, look, calm down.
I think he is trying to get everything behind it. He kind of just overdoes it, doesn't he? When he misses with his whole body.
Yeah.
Got to say, everything about that run out was fantastic.
That's superb.
Except for the running between the wickets.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing you don't see.
They also needed a mental mistake from the batter to cash in, but that's what happened.
But it goes back to one thing we say, and that's when you are running, and they're going to try and sneak a two here, not this time, but when you are running, your focus should be on getting from A to B. It shouldn't be about trying to find where the ball is or whatever. You've got to try and get there, and it's that lack in concentration from the batter which resulted in him being run out.
That can happen. When you hit a ball that you're pretty sure is four, the last thing you're thinking about is sprinting. All right? And that's why. I mean, I didn't really get a good look at Ghani's first run, but I'm guessing it wasn't, Usain Bolt kind of pace. And then when he comes back, he's probably still thinking, well, there's an easy two there, isn't there? Well, there wasn't. It was a two there, but it wasn't easy. And Paraha hasn't gone to the boundary just yet. Last ball of his first over.
Well, I think this, oh dear, it's going to be another one of those. It's been the extras could be the thing that really eats them up here. That's going to be 5 wides again. It gets a bit of glove onto it, the keeper, but it's a little bit slow moving across, but a difficult one because, again, he sees it really late.
Yeah, you're right, and sees it late. End of the finger job at the moment. Yeah, Varma just struggling. It's always difficult when you can't see the ball in the batter's body, but the blinders needed that. That's the boundary they need for the over, and it kind of gets them close to that rate, which is about 10 and over. The 5 wides really helping them out in that over. It ends up going for 11 in the end. So 63 for 3 off 6. A humdinger of a game here in match number 5, Rico.
You know what the blinders were? Not what the blinders were. What the blinders had the UCB at this stage was 65.
65 for 2 versus, 64 for 3. So neck and neck, Rico. And, these two, they haven't really been able to they haven't scored any boundaries off the bat as yet. And they have just kind of kept it ticking at the rate required. This is a big over for me because it's going to be Dara Peretti is going to bowl his second. His first over was really good. Only conceded 5, basically 4 singles and a wide. They haven't been able to get hold of him yet. Maybe they're not actually going to bowl Dara Peretti. Okay, it was just him hovering around. It looks like they're going to bowl Vinoth Ravindran for the first time here.
Ravindran, we know him for his batting. Didn't quite click today. But let's see if he can be the hero with the ball. This is where the blinders came back into the match in the first innings. This is where they took control. Can UCB do the same? Well, not with that line. This is well played, but there is a fielder there. It's good contact. I'm going to say, Vinny, doesn't that bat sound a bit hollow to you? He's played a few and it's got a strange sound. It's almost like he's got a...
I don't know. I haven't got my tuning fork with me today.
You haven't got your fork with you?
Probably
No,
can't tell you.
It just doesn't sound right, Vinny. But anyway, Gooch, what's his approach going to be?
I mean, Ravindran's not a guy we've seen bowl a lot, if I'm honest. I don't think we saw him bowling at all last year.
Well, that's probably why.
Oh, dear. Well, keeper, you can say what you like, but I don't know how you meant to stop this one. And so, yeah, this will be a free hit. This might be just what they need as well. Ravindran coming in as the 5th bowler. This one's in the rough, boof, and off the edge of the pitch. But the reason, it's no ball anyway for height. So, yeah, free hit coming out. I think Mars is probably the one to face the free hit as well.
Yeah, he's got the license here
That
to
one
go
would
to
hit
the
Mars
full.
right between the eyes if he was facing it. Anyway, here we go. Everyone, settle down. The free hit horn will sound shortly. It'll be Baiji donning the immunity cloak and trying to smack it out of the ground. First, Jimmy's just going to mention it to Ravindran. That's the first warning. But
being made to wait.
Friendly warning.
Marzi's just bowl it to me.
He's jumping outside off stump and he's trying to whack it over mid-wicket for 6. I can close my eyes and commentate this ball. Here we go. Yep, all right, here we go. I'm wrong, but doesn't matter.
Won't be out. They don't decide to go for the... You can open your eyes now.
I got it the whacking for 6 part, right? You don't have to be...
Oh, well, what's going on here?
That's all right. You don't have to be Nostradamus to work out that's what he's going to try to be doing. I would have liked him to make more of it a conscious step outside the off stump there. It was a tentative footwork.
Yeah, I think, I mean, okay.
That's your one chance you can do something kind of semi-crazy and you're not at risk of being out. Anyway, Gooch back on strike now, left-hander.
It's going to be another wide. And just hasn't bowled well, has he, to the lefty.
15 runs in wides and a no ball and 5 byes. That's 21 avoidables in just to tick over 6 overs.
Yeah, it's too many. It's too many, and I think that's what's going to end up hurting them. I think they're trying the bowler here, Ravindran, because maybe of that the over from Cookie Hill, they probably don't want to bring him back. That's better. That's a better line, better areas. That's the corridor that he wants to be bowling here.
I think Ravindran, he bowled 2 overs back in 2020. Didn't bowl any overs in 2021.
Yeah.
To be fair, his 2 overs, he took 2 for 8. I think it might have been against Tuna Bogdani Cricket Club back a couple of years back.
And, well, this is going to be a long chase for the man, and he's not going to get there. I mean, it's always a gamble when you don't have a fine leg. There's nobody there at all, and that's going to be runs. A bit of the bat on this. Look, nobody down that part of the ground. Third man is running, scarping across, but he's not going to get there.
The blinders will probably say, well, we conceded a lot of runs in that area as well. They're a bit lucky. So maybe the Cosmos
but I am
kind of evening out a little bit.
I'm bamboozled by both captains having this field to a left-hander. I really am. Look at the open space there.
Yeah.
And when you've got a bowler that's struggling to get the ball outside the off stump, it's not good for me. Look, here we go again. See? Look.
Yeah, you caught it. And that one's not going to be found that easily either. And it's a bit like my golf. That one's in the real heavy stuff. So Gooch getting a gift and cashing in. Ravindran trying his hands, the 5th bowler. And right now, got to feel this partnership is growing and perhaps the game slipping away from UCB. That was the first one. Probably wasn't as convincing. But yeah, the second one was asking for trouble. Now they do put back the deep fine leg. Bit of the after the horses bolted though about that. Now 25 runs required off 19. Last ball of the over here for Ravindran.
As he played, probably retained the strike, taking the 1.
Yeah, and if they do go down here, UCB, as we get to the end of the 7th over, 78 for 3. So I think they will look back at these these extras they've conceded, and they'll rue that, although there were a few in the first half of this game as well, to be fair. Just a reminder, these two teams will be playing again in match 6. It's the second game of the day, and it's starting in about 20 minutes' time right here on the European Cricket Network. And we are scheduled to start on time, but we'll let you know if there's a minor delay, because we have been running a little bit behind this morning, just with some of the action we've had and some of the reviews and some of the wickets we've had. But anyway, I can tell you the news from the toss is that UCB have won the toss in match 6. They've decided that they want to bowl first, so the blinders will get to keep the bats, and they'll start with probably Abascali at the top of the order, you'd imagine. Listed Welly Gumagay up there, and Gooch at 3, so maybe a few changes, but we'll see how it goes. Probably depends as well on what we see in the next 3 overs. Dara Peretti is going to come back now, and well, he has to really put in a good effort here to keep this game in touch for UCB.
Yeah, they've done away with the fine leg again, Vinny. And that's something which I know that Gucci would have seen straight away. Let's see if he tries to negotiate the ball in that area once more. Well, he's not going to knock when he's that wide. And the wicket keeper, well, he has a little backward flick at this. First of all, keep an eye on the umpire, because this was pretty wide. No signal as by, so I'd like to see this again, because there's a little cheeky backward flick. If he hits, well, how does he miss? How does he
doesn't
miss?
have it in the middle of his glove, or
I don't think he had to flick it though, did he?
He probably could have reached.
He could have reached, and I mean that. Oh, I
think it is wide.
I thought that was wide when it first came out, but how he misses that, I don't know. Tajinder Varma could have had Gucci. They do get
unlucky to not get the wide, but lucky to survive is how I would describe that. It'll go down as a bye and a single, and Baiji on strike now.
Baiji is to the fielder, and he's going to have to scarper again, and couldn't get any power in the throw. It's interesting. Look, when I've seen Baiji bat, he hits the ball very well straight. I don't know why he seems to be going across the line a lot here for me. I think he should take those stops and be hitting clean, straight.
Yeah.
He's really he's dragging across to the onside. Nice shot, and Gucci's an experienced, classy player. He knows where there's no fielder, and he's he's toying with the captain to say, well, if you want to leave it open, that's what I'm going to go for.
Just observing him running between the wickets of Gooch. I think he's 30% faster when he hits the ball. He really got through quickly for that too. But yeah, I mean, they're all counting out at this stage.
Hang on, this is a no ball being signalled here.
Must have been for the field.
Yeah.
Must have been for 6 outfielders, that ball. And yeah, well, that's a bonus now. And now Gooch gets a free hit. And I think this is a good matchup. Left arm spinner to left-hander. Gucci, if he wants to go leg side, can hit with a spin, and straight, he can charge, he can do what he wants here. So yeah, an error from UCB. And, I'm just kind of pointing, saying, you didn't have enough people inside the circle.
Yeah, well, the extra columns just go. And the other thing, of course, about all these extras is that balls have to be bowled again as well.
Yeah, well, here we go. Free hit again. Can Gooch cash in?
Hits it pretty well. If you're looking to go back again, he will do pretty easily. Here comes the throw. Well, I'll tell you what, Marzi, he's may not be hitting the ball very well, but he's certainly getting his workout. I know Marzi likes to.
Isn't he?
He likes to go to the gym, does Marzi, and he spends a lot of time on the old treadmill.
Probably won't skip the gym tonight.
He's done enough running here today, and the Gucci's making him run as well.
Yeah, so still 19 required. Still think this game's in the balance, 19 off 16. Dara Peretti, especially with a bowler like that, he's very capable of taking the wicket they need. And also, it's been tough to get away for the most part in this innings.
Dara Peretti, they need a breakthrough. If they've got any chance here at the moment, they need wickets and they need them quickly. Can they break this partnership? 17 or 15 balls.
Now I think you're concentrating mostly, especially the way these guys are hitting them, on avoiding dots. Avoiding dots at this stage. And if you get a bad ball, then try and put it away.
Use his feet well, and I think in this situation, I mean, Stefan Gooch is the ideal batter to have out there. He's solid. He's not looking just to hit big shots. He knows the match situation. Singles are a win for them at the moment. So I think he's gonna, he's cool head. He showed that already, didn't he, when he was in the field, took 4 catches, and now he's doing it there with the bat.
What do you think Mars is thinking right now? Is he thinking to go big, or is he happy just to take one?
He wants to hear a balle, 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 I reckon, so he wants to go big. And I know his dad's watching. And say hello to Marzi's dad. I know he's He's been on well of late, but he's feeling a lot better now. So hello to Marzi's dad.
Yeah, hope you're going well.
Here we go. And it's up in the air. And how far is this going to go? It drops kindly for the fielder. And he'll get 2. So Marzi, he still has to run, even when he hits it. He's going to need some oxygen in a minute.
Yeah, I tell you what, get the oxygen masks. But yeah, I mean, he aims at a spot that has no outfielder. I think dead square, there was no one there. So if you mishit it, he was probably going to get away with it. There's a huge gap. I don't know how much that is. Probably 50 metres gap between deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. So that gave him a little bit of insurance that if he didn't middle it, like he didn't, then he wouldn't be caught. And he did have to leg him out. Last ball of the over.
Firmly struck once more to a fielder. And here comes the throw. Probably wasn't necessary to ping it in so much. That's the end of the over. And Marzi, looks like he's needing a change of gloves here.
Change of lungs, maybe.
There's the oxygen.
And we see Meta just running out. A change of gloves to him. He's spent a lot of time on the ground, hasn't he, Mars, with some dives. And yeah, he was just in a close run out earlier in this inning. So, yeah, 2 overs remaining, 13 required. I mean, it was a pretty good over from Dara Peretti. Didn't go to the boundary, but still they got 11 off it with that no ball. He bowled very well, I thought. So, none for 15. I'd say Farrell bowled really well up front as well. Frankie Farrell, 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. And yeah, looks like they're going to go back to Paraha. So a very good bowler to bowl the 9th. And yeah, this is right in the balance. I mean, I think that the Blinders, they are kind of in the driver's seat, but 1 wicket, 2 wickets, and an over which has 5 or less here. And yeah, this game could still turn either way. It's had plenty of momentum swings so far. Haven't we had some good first games of the day so far in Hungary? So it all happens in the 9th, and it all starts right now. Here's Paraha.
Well, he goes down the ground, but this is an opportunity. And it's been really well taken. That is a good catch. And it couldn't come at a better moment. But, no issues at all on the fielder. It gets down, gets himself in a really good position and takes the catch. So game back on here, Vinny.
Yeah, well, just lacking a bit of length on this one. 2 more metres and 6, and it's probably icing the game. And Mars did try to go down the ground. But he did find the very safe hands of Dara Peretti. So he wasn't ever going to drop that. Salman Khan, he's also a very, very talented batter, but it's a pressure situation. 13 off 11 now, new batter at the crease. Also, yeah, I think Salman Khan, he's a guy that likes to attack, I'd say. Now, without being too crazy, still playing a natural game. It's there to hit. If you think you hit the boundary, then do it. Don't kind of go over conservative, just because that rate is tick over run a ball. At the moment, 13 off 11.
Yeah, now. Just looking at the field now here on the leg side, so they're not opting to bring 1 more across, which surprises me slightly.
Yeah, go on.
He does like to hit big, and they're leaving mid-wicket open for him. So they're basically saying to him, look, there it is. If you want it, go for it.
Partnership was worth 39. Really important partnership between those 2. But now it's over to Khan. He gets a full toss, and this will just be nudged to the 3rd man first up. Yeah, they just needed a partnership to kind of move the game along. And yeah, although they didn't necessarily hit a bunch of boundaries, they hustled hard between the wickets. I think there weren't too many dot balls. They also, the recipients of a few extras. It has put them in the box seat to win this, the Blinders, but still a dozen to get, an awkward little dozen, if you ask me, especially with someone like Paraha, who's been statistically the leading bowler for UCB in this form of cricket. He's still got 4 balls left.
Gooch taking his time. Let's have a look. No dot ball is what he'll be thinking. No dot balls. And that's exactly what he does. It's very quick, like you say, Vinny. Gets bad onto ball and he's away straight away. And I think that's one thing he would have said to Salman Khan as soon as Salman came in. They had a bit of a chat, and I think he said, right, we're running everything here.
I think so. So, yeah, Salman Khan, this could be exciting.
Oh, has this missed, Vinny? This is, I think this is given it stroked the off stump, but the bars have stayed on. This is so close. Wow, this could have been curtains.
Well, that is the old coat of varnish job. How did that miss? And, yeah, I don't know what someone was trying to do with it. Trying to find a way to carve it onto the leg side. Parahart so close to taking his wicket.
Back onto this. And they try for 2. They think about it, and they will. Oh, that's a bad mistake. And a good dive there from Gucci to get himself in. I think they're asking the question. They're going to go upstairs, but I'm going to say once more he gets in.
Seemed like a good dive.
Yeah.
He dives. Talk about planning your dive. He knows he has to go. And I did feel the ground shaking a little bit. Let's have a look. I think. Wow. Yeah, he's just in.
He's in. He
And
needed the dive.
The dive saves you. I mean, well, remember we did some tests in indoor cricket about diving like this. That style, we call it the Superman dive because you kind of look like Superman when you're doing it. And it can get you about an extra metre, and he needed it there. So fantastic work from Gooch. Gets him another valuable run.
Misfield was crucial, though. It was crucial. Just letting the ball go through was always a 1, but just the pressure of the situation. Hits this well, and it stopped. They'll keep an eye on this ball before they decide. Well, there you go.
Into the
now,
over.
look, this is going to be exciting for me. That's 8 now, I believe, required off 6. Vinny, have you got that tingle?
Yeah, pretty good over from Parahurt, firstly. They only take 5 off it, which is what I said. You know, wicket and a handful of runs. Going to set us up for a blockbuster finish. And, the score is 94 for 4 after 9 overs.
Who's going to bowl this one?
I was going to say, though, just coming at that dive quickly, I talk about planning the dive. Often we see dives that are kind of a bit of a ravel. It's more of just a fall or a lunge. We see Stefan actually kind of sets that dive up 3 or 4 steps out and kind of launches himself. So he's actually diving forward with some momentum. So when he hits the ground, he's still travelling at a good speed. It's less of a downward thump.
Well, this was a late change here. Cookie Hill was given the ball. He's marked up his run. I'm thinking, well, is he going to go from villain to being the hero? And then all of a sudden, there's been a quick change. And we're not going to take that gamble here. And they're giving the ball to Devalapulali instead. So, well.
Yes, well, I'm putting it here because I think we're a real shot with this golden ball. We've been waiting for a golden ball 30 for quite a long time. The last one was on the 31st of March. Here we go. Last over, 8 for victory.
Not a good ball.
Oh, no. Rico. Put that golden ball away. That's a 5-er. And that one's a 5. The chance of a UCB taking a dive in just 10 seconds as he gets it wrong to the left-hander. And unfortunately, that's going to be really tough now for UCB. Now only 3 more required. Still that full over remaining.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good, is it? And there was a late change to give the ball to Valipurali. Well, maybe they should have started with Cookie Hill. In the air, shouts to catch it, but it will bounce. Oh, it's a tricky bounce. They think about it. Good recovery from the fielder, but the ball is still moving. Somebody's got to stop it. And in the end, the wicketkeeper comes across to Jindravama and does.
I think if they needed more runs there, then Gooch would have come back for a second. But because it was a fumble, I think you've seen enough cricket to know it might have been worth the risk. But with only 3 required, then I think there's no need for panic. I think there's no need for an unnecessary risk. Now, just 2 required.
Oh, this should be run out. And once again, the bowler decides to have a little throw at this, but I don't suppose he could have missed from there. But they do get the run out, but more importantly, it's a dot ball.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose this is also the benefit of having wickets to play with, that Salman Khan can get really aggressive with the backing up. Probably looking to come back for a 2 if the ball's hit to the outfield, but it's just one of those things because it did go straight back to the bowler. He was a dead duck, wasn't he? And so there will be a wicket there. The score now is 100 for 5. The 2 runs required off 4 balls. I think Gooch is the man on strike that you're pretty confident that he'll be able to get the job done. I'm a bit surprised they have so many outfielders here. I would have thought...
Have a few more in, yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe try and stop the single. So 2 required off 4.
Oh, this will be close, you know. This will be really close.
He'll be run out, though.
Well, I think the run out is there. And they definitely is 1 wicket. But the LB, well, that was a close call for me as well.
I reckon that was out, the LB. We'll come back to that in a second. First, I think they might have had a look at this, but I'm sure he's gone here, Goyal. I think he's very slow to go. Steph just takes off. And after the appeal, making sure that they're not broken. Yeah, there's no problem there. I think they were just checking to see that the keeper doesn't break the bails, but he doesn't. So he's going to be gone. And, well, is there a twist in this game yet? I don't think this is missing, Rico, got to say.
That's very close for me.
It's, well, at best, it's umpire's call. But, smart work by the bowler. How often do we see bowlers kind of appealing and totally forgetting the ball? And what do you think
The only thing I'm thinking is the bowler may have got in the way of the umpire. Because I think if we watch the follow-through from the bowler here, watch about just here. You see, that may have been enough for the umpire to say, well, look, I was thinking about it, but now you're on my way.
Really good observation. You're right. He's getting in the umpire. Even if he's not directly in the eye line of the ball, he's certainly getting his peripheral vision distracting him. So,
whoa.
Wow. Okay.
New batter on strike.
Oh, get that golden ball graphic back up because I thought it was dead. I mean, how much would they love the 5 runs back now that they leaked? Now I think you can afford to attack. I think you need the mid wicket in a bit closer. Yeah, all right, there it is. It's come back. So what have we got? 2 off 3. Misses out.
Oh, he's bowled wide. Oh, would you? I mean, he started with 5 wides and now bowls a wide head. He's given 6 runs away. And look, I want to have a look at these extras. It's a correct call. But the extras, well, that's costing the match.
Score's tied. You've got to bring everyone up now because they can't even afford 1 run.
Vinny, so 27 in it, 28 in extras, 29 extras.
I'm guessing that's top score.
It's going up all the time.
All right, any score wins it for the Blinders. They got 3 chances. Oh, no, he says no. He's going to be run out. Oh, wow. That's 1 out of 3. And obviously Zahid decided he wanted to run on anything.
What is going on here?
Yeah, Gooch at the wrong end. He'd probably never get back to the right end again unless there's maybe a run out and the other guy's out. We'll just make sure this is all above board. Once again, the keeper comes in and he knocks one bail off, but he then hits the other bail, so it's going to be out.
Let's have a look.
See, look, there's one, but he knocks the other one off. And anyway, he knocks the stumps over, which means it doesn't matter. It's moot. But I just spotted that. So he's got to be a little bit careful with that. Verma, but he will get away with it. And so, said 3 chances. Well, there's one of them.
Well, right now
down the drain.
Well, right now we are sitting on a golden ball right now. But there's still a run required for victory. 2 balls to go. New batter would go and strike. Well, the Budapest Blinders, they are doing this the hard way. And the decision will stand. So the batter was that new batter that comes in. Is going to the strikers. Then is Gupta. And Stephen Gooch is having a long chat to him, saying, look, I reckon, Vinny, whatever happens here, I reckon they're going for this one.
You reckon?
Because Gooch has probably decided, look, we don't want to leave it to the last ball.
Just take off.
Yeah, they're going to go here.
Oh, I tell you what, Gupta's heart rate would be about 380 at the moment.
Don't bowl it wide. Please don't bowl it wide. Don't finish on a wide.
Score's tied. 2 to come. Any score wins it for the Budapest Blinders.
And they'll do it here. Well, it's the slowest throw ever. And the bowler's not able to pick it up. They get through. It is done with a ball to go. The Budapest Blinders have won their 2nd match. And like they did yesterday, they start the day with a win. Well, what about this? It was a slow. He rolls his back. If he just picked it up and threw it, there could have been another run out.
Yeah, it was straight to him. And you're right, just kind of offloads it. But it's a roll. And, so Stephen Gooch did take off. So, well, Gupta's a hero. Put him in for player of the match if you like, because he did a lot of chasing at 3rd man. He does hit the winning run. And look, Gooch is going to finish 20 out off 18. But what an exciting game of cricket. And look, this is why, sometimes things can look easy on paper, Rico. But you grab a bat, you put yourself in the middle of the GB Oval. It's anything but easy. They had to scramble everything to get across the line, Budapest Blinders, but they do win with just 1 ball to spare. 102 off 9.5 overs, defeating UCB 101. We said these 2 teams were evenly matched. We saw momentum swings galore in the opener of today. I can't wait to see these 2 teams go it again, but Shrug saying the field are playing 10-pin bowling rather than cricket. Yeah, well, unfortunately for UCB, they weren't able to take it to the very last ball. But having said that, I think they've only got themselves to blame. 29 runs in extras, and they're all avoidables. Yeah. 21 wides, 2 no balls, and 6 byes.
Too many. You can't win matches
with
like
that. It's the top scorer for the Blinders. Because apart from that, I think Willagamagi ended up with 25, Gooch with 20 not out. But we'll see all these players again in match 6, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rematch, that's for sure. Blinders will be batting first, so probably slightly different approach. They won't have that encumbrance of the target or that restriction, if you like. I think they'll go out there, they'll attack. They like to go hard early. I've got to say for United Chalard as well, I liked the move of Morel up to the opening spot, and I think he'll probably stay there in the chase because it did get them off to an aggressive start and got their ball rolling. But, well, the game would finish with some ball rolling, Rico. But let's have a look at some of the highlights. They were chasing 102 for victory. In the end, they get there with not much to spare. Early on, Dara Peretti almost created that catch. And Farrell actually created 3 chances in 3 deliveries at one point. That was the only one that was taken. It was the early wicket of Farasat. But, geez, we saw plenty of highlights. The good, the bad, and the hard to describe. They all form part of second half of match 6 today. Yeah, but it's all it was all happening out there. Well, this second over, that's when it all happened. Cookie Hill, he just went for too many. Went for 24. The first over was 5 from Farrow. It was a really good one. But, and look, that's what we're talking about there. These sort of extras. That was 5 wides, and there's quite a few of them. There was too many balls down the leg side, and, well, they would love to have that over back. But, look, sometimes this happens. I'm not going to put this down to the bowler. I think this was down to the extras. Some catches that went down. But, look, that man there, though he did drop that catch, we saw something brilliant from him later on.
Yeah.
Very hard. I mean, watch out for it. And that alone maybe was enough to change this match. But little things like that, they would love to have those back. Yeah, plenty of teams made mistakes in this game. I think it's also what the pressure of the format does, the pressure of the big stage as well. And, well, you'll see this is a very good catch from Mark Desfontaine. And look, they did a lot of good things. I think there's no doubt about that. There were some moments of brilliance from UCB. And this is the one, Rico. I've never quite seen a run out like it. That was so good. It's absolutely fantastic. You won't see, look, no matter what level of cricket you watch, you won't see anything better than that. And the best thing about it, but not for the blinders, of course, was it also resulted in a wicket. That was absolutely fantastic. And, yeah, when it came down to it, that was another close call. There were so many of them that could have gone the other way. Again, wasteful with 5 wides. I mean, I never really want to be too critical, but it's always frustrating. I mean, it's one thing to get hit for runs by good shots. Like, you know, sometimes we saw Dara Peretti, putting the bowling away in the first half of this game. I mean, this is another one. I mean, that could have been a wide. It probably should have been stumped. Yeah. It was neither. And then Mars down the stretch, trying to go the Marsamo. Didn't quite have the distance on that. That was Dara Peretti that took the catch. And Salman Khan came and... yeah, he was being attacking. Slight fumble there. Again, this is a great over. How important is that in the end when you consider that they kind of scrape in by the barest of margins? Yeah, I mean, last over the 5 runs. They love those 5 runs back. The very first ball, Vinny, was the 5. And then, of course, there was a bit of kamikaze running, you have to say, from the blinders, but they did get there in the end. I mean, this one, well, it was the LB was close, but I think I suspect the bowler got in the way, but there was no doubt about this. Yeah. That's another one. How many wickets went in the last over? Was it 3? Okay, well, there were, in the last over, a lot. And that's another one. 3 wickets in the last over, all run-outs. And when it came down to it, well, speaking of getting the ball rolling, that's what Farrell tried to do, and he did. But he just didn't get it to the end quick enough. Anup Gupta hits the winning run for the Blinders, who start with a win, just like they did yesterday against the Royal Tigers. Again, a close match. And... I mean, yesterday we had a very close match first game of the day. The second one was a bit of a blowout. The UCB will be hoping to do the same thing that happened yesterday. The Blinders, they'll be pretty desperate to avoid fielding follies that marred their second match yesterday. You can see that bit of chaos at the end. The top scorer was extras with 29, including 21 wides. 6 byes and 2 no balls. But Welly Gamagay was important. 25 for him. Gooch just kind of was a cool-headed, a bit of a crisis at the end. 20 not out off 18. I think his partnership with Mars Baiji was pretty important as well. Again, you saw the wickets tumbling towards the end. I actually think Farrell was the best of the bowlers for me. 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. He had created 3 chances. Only 1 was taken. I think Dara Peretti was pretty important as well. Didn't take a wicket. Only went for 15. Valarupali with 1 for 17. He was the man that got them within a skerrick of a victory. But again, some of those extras coming back to haunt UCB. I think in this one, the other wicket went to Amit Parihar. I think he also bowled very, very well. 1 for 16 of his 2. Well, Rico, exciting stuff, and you wouldn't expect anything less. We're going to have a slightly later start
to the next game because we're already over when we should have started. So I'll just give you some confirmation. We'll start at 10:40 local time. So about 7 minutes away from a start here in the second match of the day. Match 6 coming up. It'll be the Blinders who will be opening up with the bats, and I hope you enjoyed that. Plenty more action coming your way today from Hungary. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more action on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Budapest in Hungary. With one game out of the way today on day 2, we head into match 6, and it's a rematch between UCB and the Budapest Blinders. Let's see who wins the toss. Charles Croucher is with the two captains for the toss for the second match of the day.
Okay, and then your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
Red ball first.
So this time it is United Chalad that win the toss, and their captain Anil Patanayak has decided that he wants to bowl first. So both captains winning a toss this morning, both electing to field. This time they will have to chase. Be interested to see how their batting goes about it. I know that Ravindran missed out a little bit in the last game, but I did really like the injection of Jack Morrell at the top of the order for them. He certainly had a job to do in the power play to get things moving. That's exactly what he did. Also, what can you say about the performance of Ash Darapareddy in that first game as well? He's got all the shots in the book and some that aren't. You'll have to look right up the back to see that reverse anyway that he hit for 6. So that was exciting. The Blinders and UCB, I do think they're two evenly matched sides. We didn't see Salman Khan bowling in the first game. Let's see if he gets a couple of overs this time. He's a really important player, I think, for the Blinders. Let's go over to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box. The news from the toss here in match 6 is that UCB, they've won the toss. They're going to field first. Over to you. Let's get ready for some more cricket.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there. And, well, I hope you're ready, because these two teams are going to do it all over again. And we always say the FanCode European Cricket Series is all about action, entertainment, excitement, and a little bit of drama as well. It's a frenzy of cricket, and it's all happening there at the GB Oval here in Budapest in Hungary. Well, we had another terrific start to the day. Day 2 here, and victory went to the Blinders as it did here yesterday. But can United Chalad Budapest, can they come back strong like the Royal Tigers did against the Blinders yesterday and register their first victory? The two sides were very evenly matched, but one thing that, of course, United will be looking to do here is try to eliminate all the extra runs that they gave away. That's what cost them, especially those 21 wides and 21 runs in wides, I should say. And I think, if my memory serves me right, probably 15 of those were 5 wides, and they came at crucial moments as well. But this is what the bat versus ball wall has to say. It reckons that the UCB 111 to 105 on the Blinders. So, well, keep an eye on that. Certainly the sort of scores that we have sort of been seeing here at the moment. Average runs for 115 for the United to 109 for the Blinders. But the Blinders, I think they'll be key, and that's one thing that their captain, Ali Passarat, will be saying to the guys. Look, yesterday in our second game we did let ourselves down, but we don't want to make the same mistakes again. But they're going to start with the bat. And interesting field. Just having a quick look here. Certainly a lot of these blue turquoise shirts out on the offside. They were very close, but they've spread out slightly here now. No change in the batting. It's going with what kind of worked for the Blinders to start off with Abbas Ghani and Ali Rasat opening up. And it looks like there's going to be no change there on the bowling front as well. Francis Farrell bowled very well. In fact, he certainly was to pick the bowlers. And he's be hoping that he can pick up early wickets again here and help his team bounce back. Here we go, first ball off match 2 on day 2. Well, this could be close. I think this could be plumb. It is plumb. And he goes. Well, the least favourite fruit there of Ghani, we know what that is plum. This was full, it was straight. I mean, we'll see it again, but my first impression was this was going on to hit the stumps. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, that's gone. There is no doubt about it. And that is a perfect start. It's a dream start for Farrell. And the batter, he wasn't in a hurry to go. He didn't want to go. I can understand it. But he needs to be gone, and he does. Ghani can't believe it. He's shaking his head, but I think when he has a look again, he'll understand just why the umpire says, sorry, you got to go. And it's the case of bye-bye, Mr. Batter, you're out. It was full, it was straight, it was knocking him out, it certainly was. And we have to say adios. And new batter comes in, a man who batted very well. Well, there you go. You see it there. Yeah, I don't think there can be too much doubt there for the umpire. Has a long, hard look at it. I like that from our men in black. They look at it long and hard. They play through it. There's a scenario in their mind before giving the decision, but that was probably not a very difficult one. Finger goes up from Steve Anthony. And James Lloyd are the men in black for this one. So, Willie Gumagate had a good first match. He's in to face his first ball. He just guides this away. And the first runs on the board as well. Oh, what a day that young man is having. Farrell. Remember, they made a good start, didn't they? In the first match as well. The first over went for 5. They picked up a wicket. It was Farrell himself. Picked up the wicket off the final ball in the over, but the second over is where it all went wrong. I'm just wondering. Well, this maybe is down the leg. No, he's been given, and the batter doesn't want to go. I think he's trying to indicate he's got a bit of bat on this, but he's going over the square leg umpire. But the decision has been given. Well, look, they're picking him up and everything. Have a look. Look, he shuffles across. The ball, well, there's no bat involved there at all. That for me is out. It's a straight full toss. I was wondering whether it was going down leg and sort of moved in a bit, but there may be a slight bit of movement, but that is as plumb as you get. And I can sing it again for you if you want. Bye-bye, Mr. Batter, you're out. It was full, it was straight. It was knocking them out. Another one bites the dust. 2 wickets down. Just a 1 run on the board. And, well, Miles Baji was hoping that he was going to have maybe a little bit of a breather before he has to go out. That is not the case. He has to go in here pretty early in the first over. Well, one good thing is an opportunity for him to build an innings. And he's still got a very good batter out there with him in Walligamagay. But Miles Baji, if he needed an opportunity to get out there and bat deep, he's got it now. Nice shot there off the new flags that have come up there off the different teams and the federation. Lovely touch. Nice looking shot. He finds the gap and he times this beautifully. That is 4 runs. And well fielded there as well from Maradalb. Nicely done. Just showing us that she's more than capable of doing a spot of fielding as well. And she's been learning from Barry. That's a long barrier there. So, the boundary, a good start from Miles Baji. He's been a bit scratchy, hasn't he? And that'll make him feel good hitting the boundary for his first delivery. It's a good delivery. And where's this one gone? Well, has this taken anything on the way through? No, it's buys. And the extras, well, have a look at this. How is this? I mean, a lot of movement. And the keeper just let himself down again, hasn't he? Just needs to be in line here. Too much movement. And, well, that's disappointment. But in the Varma, he's had an up and down day, hasn't he? But that one, the bowler's going to be very disappointed to see that go through. It was a really good delivery. The keeper needs to do better. In the air. Is he going to carry? Oh! Get out of here! Shaba! What a sensational catch that is. Sridhar Harkup comes in and takes a brilliant catch. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, I didn't know if anybody was going to get here. He's charging through, but Ajith says, it's mine. He takes it. Sensational. And Farrell gets another, the 3rd wicket in the over. And what a big wicket that is. Oh, it's all happening out there. And Mr. Maximo, well, he comes into the ice cube. Well, he comes in the ice cube. It might be icy in here, but it's pretty hot and spicy out there in the middle.
You can't make this stuff up. And that's Ajith Sridhar that has come in. And he's straight into the action. And he just couldn't quite work out how to get there. Instead of diving, he kind of just stretches and he plucks it out of the air. It did hang in there a long time. It's like leading edge there from Baji. I was going to say, I thought it wasn't a bad thing that he was coming in so early, because I think sometimes he's been trying to force the issue too much. But you saw from that first ball that he faced that he doesn't need to slog. I mean, it's a beautiful back foot drive. Yeah. So that over had everything. Had 2 plum LBWs, and they were plum even with one eye closed. And also 9 runs in the over. 3 wickets, though. 9 for 3 off 1. And that is just a scoreline.
Wow.
I feel like you'll only see that here in the European Cricket Series.
What a comeback.
The 4 buys. Not about that as well.
Yeah, don't forget the buys.
Making my heart bleed watching so many buys. But, yeah, they'll trade it for the 3 wickets. Now the next over begins, and it's going to begin with a Maximo. As this was absolutely slammed. They've gone for Darren Peretti in the power play, but a rare bad ball. He drags it down, and that one is out of here. And I don't even know who's winning this game yet. We've seen 3 wickets, but still 15 runs. And they're going at better than 2 a ball through the first phases of this match. Yeah, what entertainment.
What a start. Where to go again? We know that he plays one way, doesn't he? He likes to play shots, and he shows that even with the score at the 9 for 3. He says, I don't care. It's short, it's there, it's mine, I'm going to hammer it, and he does. 6 runs.
Yeah, Darren Peretti doesn't miss too many by that much. I mean, the thing is, it's slightly different bowling with a new ball to maybe one in the middle of the innings. I suppose they do stay pretty hard all the way through, but when new ball's normally got a bit more of a glossy sheen to it. This one's much better. It's interesting to see how this ball doesn't actually spin right to left the way that you'd think, the way that we're watching. It actually just comes in, and it comes in quite a bit off probably the seam. But yeah, it's a good variation, a bit natural variation maybe. Next one, it's going to be called a wide. Darryl Peretti can believe this one.
Yeah, he's a little surprised when he looks back and sees that the umpire has spread his wings. And
That's wide.
yeah, that's all right. Good call. They've been very, very consistent. If it touches the line, the arms go up.
Yeah, pitches up, goes for it. Stop needs to be made, and it is. That's Parahart. He did put down a chance early in that last game, but geez, he came up with some fantastic bits of fielding. Also held his nerve with the ball, keeping them in the game late on. So Gooch, no rest for the wicket. He was out there scrambling the winning run only about, what was it? About 15 minutes ago.
15 minutes of that, yeah.
He's sucking in the big ones, and he's out there. There's a lot of time to go in this innings. I like this pairing, actually, Welly Gumagate and Gooch. Let's see if he can get going. Watch this one. A lot of respect for Darryl Peretti, who's a very good bowler. You can just tell he's a good cricketer. You saw him with the bat,
Yeah.
Ash, and even with his fielding. Again, he put down a tough one, but took 2 very solid catches. And his bowling is a handful. I think most left-arm spinners are in this form of the game. Gooch wants to get off the mark, despite it going straight back to the bowler. And, well, better throw could have had him in trouble there, you know.
He's done well, though, and he's got a lot to do, the bowler, Darryl Peretti. I think he's done very well to get there and get the throw in straight away. But, yeah,
Throws
just have
off
a look.
balance.
Direct hit, and he's gone, I think.
I think even if the keeper, I mean, that throw pulls the keeper really wide. I think a better throw next to the stumps. I think the keeper might have still been able to take the bails and get him. But last ball of the over then. The Blinders just want to put 100 plus on the board. They won't care how. Big swing from Welly Gumagate and a miss. So Darryl Peretti goes for 9 in his over. Pretty good recovery since the first one disappeared out of the ground. 2 overs down. The score is 18 for 3. So 9 and 9 off the first 2 overs. The first over had 3 wickets though. The second one didn't have any. And you can see that Budapest Blinders with that win put some level on points with the Cobras, who we won't see today. Tigers we'll see later on today. The UCB guys, I'll be hoping they can pick up some points out of this morning's play. And they certainly have made a good start with 3 wickets in the first over. And the man that did that is Frankie Farrell. And we've got some bit of work in the background in the house. What's going on there? Is that a little pooch, is it?
Yeah, a little pooch there as well.
To go
We've
and
got some activity there.
Yeah. We can keep an eye on this. It's kind of like cricket mixed with Big Brother that we're watching, isn't it? Yeah, you want, for all you peeping Toms out there, you'll be getting a little bit of something for free out of our broadcast this week. Gotta love this ground though. Anyway, the classy peeping Toms. Here's the next one, and it's Farrell who gets cut away. And well, once
what
again,
a terrible throw.
better throw. Maybe had him in trouble.
Yeah.
Because it's a very good pickup. But
It's good
as good
bit
as
of
the pickup
fielding.
was, the throw was about as bad.
Yeah, look.
See, he's not in the picture there when the ball sails past the stumps.
A decent throw, and it would have been another wicket, and it would have been another one that comes off the over Farrell. Well, he's been absolutely amazing. 3 wickets, just 6 runs so far. Has he got something more? Is there more in the tank? Well, let's have a look. Just batter taking his time. He's still going to try and play his shots, Gumagate. And, well, this is up in the air. Is it going to be called a no ball? And, well, first of all, I'm looking for the umpire. I can't find him. The umpire's at the other side. There you go.
Got called straight away. I think it's a good call. I mean, he's deep in his crease there. He steps to the ball. Is this waist high or is it below waist high?
Yeah,
it's
gotta be
borderline.
called,
I think it's a good call. If you're in doubt, I think those got to go to the batter.
Yeah, I think he does go for the slower delivery. He's not very happy about it, Farrell. Probably more disappointed that he's bowled the no ball than it being called, actually.
Yeah.
But gives Stefan Gooch the opportunity to go big. Let's see how he deals with this. Just again, it's those extra. They're just not learning, are they?
Yeah.
The wides, the buys, no ball. Here we go.
Free hit coming up then, and Gooch elevates. He gets away from the fielder enough to get 2. And that's good running as well. So again, Steph hasn't really nailed too many in the middle of the bat, but he's got enough on them, I suppose, to be getting these 1s and 2s.
Yeah, one thing they haven't changed. Well, let's talk about this
Quick
first.
look at this. I mean, last year you could see that it was significantly higher scoring than the year before, 10.9. So 109 per 10 overs was par last year. I'm starting a bit low on that yesterday. But of course, the Vikings, they struggled a bit in their first day in ECS cricket. But I end up at that kind of 110 mark. About 105, 110, I think, is par on this field on these conditions. But I think we're going to see more variance. We're going to see some 140-plus scores.
Yeah,
No doubt about it, because when these players get going, they're very, very hard to stop.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think we're going to see. I mean, I think you were saying 144 was the highest score so far.
144. I'm surprised it's not higher than that. Yeah, I was surprised. Because I remember a lot of scores in that 130 to 140 zone. So I'm a bit surprised that we never had a 150 here. But I think it's also a sign that typically the game's been very competitive. And so you don't get teams getting whacked for that many. Someone will stand up and bowl a cheap couple of overs. So Farrell letting that one get away. It's amazing how quickly the game can change, hey? And Farrell, seems like forever ago, but it was probably about 10 minutes ago that he was cleaning up those wickets. Now he's just lost the handle a bit. He's frustrated. I just like the way Frankie approaches his cricket, his attitude. He probably would admit, growing up, he probably didn't do too much with his cricket back in Australia where he grew up, but he's really enjoyed the opportunity to play here and try and develop his game. I think that's what it's all about. He's certainly looking an improved bowler to me this year compared to what I saw last year.
He played. This time he's thrown at the bowler's end. I don't think Farrell was expecting it. I don't think the batter was expecting it either. When he come again.
So I mean, we got within reaching distance of a golden ball last game. The golden ball drought continues. I might have to look up how many games that's been now, but it's a lot. There's a lot of games since we've had a golden ball. I'm going to get you a figure in a minute. This one played
nice
away.
looking shot. Yeah. Good stop. Really good stop.
Oh.
And wow, we've seen some magical stuff in the field. And, well, they're still running. And, well, it could have been a runner at both ends, but what a good stop this is. Excellent bit of cricket. And the ground fielding has been sensational at times. Look at this. That's fantastic. And then gets the throw in. Hey, this is out. If it hits us, well, what does that hit? That was hitting.
Hit the edge of the pitch.
That was in line to hit the stumps. That's so unlucky.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it looked like almost looked like hit the base of the stumps, but didn't, because it would have smashed them everywhere. It hit the edge of the pitch just on line. All right, Farrell. Well, it's not a good ball. It's a Gundy ball, and it's going to go. And that one could be a no ball as well. It's just been called 6 at the moment. Welly Gumagay. Yeah, it's probably just below the waist. And it's probably a good call, but Maximo time. Frankie just losing the handle. That one was slammed out of the ground. And so not the finish to his spell that he wanted. The score at the end of 3 is 34 for 3.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And it means he's gone for 21 of his 2 overs. He did pick up those 3 wickets, but he just couldn't replicate what he did in the first over. Just couldn't get the line right. Well, there you go. That tells you a story. Those 3 wickets all coming in that first over from Farrell. Interesting who they go for here. The other thing I'm being intrigued to see is whether they will go for Cookie Hill to bowl at some point in this match. Remember, it was his second over that went for 24 in the first match, and that's where things really changed around. But again, I'm just going to have a quick scan once more at the extras, and already we're at 8, 3 wides. And it's those 4 byes as well, and the 1 no ball. That's one thing they've got to improve on, because that's what hurts them.
All right, do you want to know how many matches we've gone without a golden ball?
Come on, give me the number.
Okay, I have to do a quick bit of mathematics, but I should be able to do this. Okay, it's 257 matches without a golden ball.
Really?
257.
So when was the last one?
The last one was on the 31st of March in ECS Portugal, match number 13. So 257 is now our longest streak without a golden ball ever. And that beats the previous, which was 254. So that's what we've gone past just in the last day. The longest golden ball drought we've ever had on ECN. And that previous drought, I'll tell you when it was, as this one is worked away nicely by Gooch, but just for a single. Valarapali into the attack. Yeah, so the last drought of that many matches it wasn't so much in time, but it was in matches, because there was a lot of cricket going on back then. And it was during the ECC last year. So we didn't have one between the ECS and the Netherlands on the 2nd of September 2021. And our next one was in Spain in Sporting Alphas on the 27th of October. As we see a big swing and a miss from Wally Gumagate. But in that time, we had 80 ECS games, 96 ECC games, and we had 78 night series games during that time as well. So how about that? So a bit of news from the news desk.
Well, there you go.
The longest golden ball streak ever. When will it fall? Well, this one's not going to fall in the field of play. Maximo! Wally Gumagate. He's been a bit swing and miss. But this one's swing and hit, and he cracks that. It's just a straight pull shot off a good length delivery, and he clears the flags easily. And that's the power that Asanka brings to the table.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it? He missed out on the ball before, but, well, you know, if he misses one, he's going to latch on to the next one. That was a big hit. And he goes again. This is up in the air. It's an opportunity. And it's been well taken. And that's a very good catch. And it's a good call there as well from the fielder. He goes up in the air, he says it's mine, I want it, and he takes it. Really well done, no mistakes there. And that's Vinoth Ravindran. He's obviously looking to make a good mark in this match as well for himself when he comes to the bat.
Excellent communication. This catch was all about the communication. And I've often said this, but no one ever seems to listen. I think the outfielder should have priority on those kind of balls. They've got a better look at it. They've got a better angle on the ball. As long as they can get there comfortably. And Ravindran could there. It was going to be a really awkward one for Farrell if he was going to back. But what I liked is that, firstly, the call needs to be made, but then the call needs to be respected. And Farrell just kind of exits the stage quietly, and Ravindran holds on. So, yeah, it's a big play to get as well as Gumagi goes 6 and out. And that also is the 4th wicket, breaks a little mini partnership. 41 for 4. Valarapali, the successful bowler.
Yeah, well done to Valarapali. Trying to make amends, isn't he? I mean, he was the one that almost got them that victory, but started, remember, the last over with 5 wides, which didn't help the cause. But he's up for it. He's got a wicket to his name now. 1 for 7, 2 balls to go in the over. He wants to finish well, doesn't want to let himself down, as this is the new batter. And he does let himself down. He bowls down the leg side. You've got to make the batter play. He acknowledges that. I think it is Ravindran. He's having a chat with him. Come on, you know we need to beat. Up in the air, and he gets this over the fielder. He's going to chase after it and not get there. Well, fielding the काफी कोशिश की जैक मुरल ने काफी भज्जिया बॉल दे पिछे पर चौका लग गया for more.
Yeah, well, going to take the lucky ones too. This seems to be one of the faster parts of the ground in there, doesn't it? But it will be the end of the over. So 50's up now, but we've had a lot of action through the first 4 overs of this game. Very, very good morning to you, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the Giant Ice Cube. Beautiful day once again here in Hungary. It's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with you, alongside me, Rico Full. And let's get back into the action. And look, Rico, I mean, we know that these two teams, we said that they're evenly matched. And just to correct the score there, 46 for 4 after 4 in the end. But, you know, what we saw in this morning's games, a lot of momentum changes. And you just never really know which way this game's going to turn. Even late on, you felt the blinders had the game on toast. But then we saw a fair bit of panic set in for both teams, I think.
It was action stage, wasn't it? 3 run-outs in that last over.
Yeah.
Everything was happening, and it came really close to the wire. This one will be the same, you know. I think it will. I mean, interesting, or the important thing for me is how deep they bat. I think, again, Stefan Gooch is going to be key. This, again, I said this in the first match, this innings is geared up for a player of his capability.
I feel that Stefan is slightly
stay there and bat all the way through.
He's a slightly different character to the rest of the batters they've got. He's kind of the glue that holds them together. Otherwise, they'd just be a bit too explosive. Bit of bat in this. I was going to say, though, I was trying to work it out. You know, sometimes you have real explosive substances and you've got to keep them. They put some other substance on it to stop it like exploding and keeping away from other explosive substances. Stefan is that. He just stops the whole thing from imploding. Otherwise, it's just a bit too crazy in their order. You can't bat anywhere. Yeah, you kind of can bat reasonably risk-free, and you won't have too many dot balls. That's the thing.
Yeah, Cookie Hill does get on to bowl. This was the question that was playing in my mind. Do they use him again? When do they? They were going to use him to bowl the last over in the last match. Remember, he went for 24 off his very first over, and the only over he's bowled so far in the series, and that was in the first match against the Blinders, which gave Blinders the upper hand. Well, can he make amends? So he was just bowling a little bit too short for me to the right-hander. Aziz, if he gets an opportunity, I'd like to get after him. Better line, that's where he needs to be. Outside the off. And, he's got a smile on his face. And that's the way to go about it. Forget what happened in the last match. It's another opportunity. They're desperate to bounce back and get a victory here. Well struck, good pickup, and early release as well. Good bit of fielding once more. And it's Francis Farrell this time. Ground fielding has been so good. So now he's got to adjust and get his line right. Quick heel to the left-hander, Gooch. This time they do have, their left fine leg open a lot of the time too. And they've got a man out there very wide, up in the air, opportunity, big moment in the match. And taken. And that man makes no mistakes at all. And it's all about Francis Farrell here at the moment. Took 3 wickets in the very first over. His second wasn't his best, but then he shows he's got safe hands as well when he takes a catch. So Gooch has to depart.
Yeah, well, that is the Australian style of catching. Well, I think that Frankie might have been in Europe too long because he's gone the proper crocodile style here. Look at that. And, well, they say sometimes the crocodiles leap fingers, but Frankie gets that one just right. And, yeah, well, the glue's come up duck, hasn't it? And a bit of the old second game blues as well for the Blinders at the moment. Or seeming that way as they lose Gooch. Pretty much the halfway point now. It's 48 for 5.
Yeah, well done to Cookie Hill as well. Bouncing back. He wants to and needs to put that first match behind him. Over number 2, which went for 24. And he does. He gets a wicket. And that'll give him a lot of confidence as well. Here we go. Crocodile Dundee. Thank you very much.
All's well that ends well. Yeah, that hurts, doesn't it? Now, Rahul Goyal. Let's see if he can get something going. But you do worry. 1 or 2 quick wickets here. This could be a bit ugly. But the Blinders, they are capable of the spectacular. And they do back the fact that they have a very long batting order. So let's see what they can do with over half the balls remaining still.
Hill comes in to the new batter, and that's a good delivery. Nice start, the Yorker length ball, and the batter was up to it as well. Rahul Goyal. I think still I'm calling Rahul Goyal probably the most luckiest man in Budapest because he's bowled pretty well, but still wicketless.
I thought you meant because he got to the ground on time. But anyway,
well,
49 for 5.
I think Barry was giving him directions, isn't he?
Pat Rowe was giving him some instructions, I think. Anyway, yeah, so Rahul gave us a lift to the ground this morning. But, you know, these pesky back streets of Budapest, they'll get you. Anyway, so the run rate's not terrible at all. That 10 and over is acceptable, but you just wonder if they can sustain it. When you consider that they have lost five wickets at this stage.
Yeah, they've got to stay focused here, don't they? The UCP. Just got to keep doing what they're doing here right, get the ball right up there, make the batters play, and not bowl too many bad balls.
Amjad Aziz is out there now. He didn't play the first game today as well, so it's his first hit of the day. Guess we'll see what he can do. He's not facing at the moment. This is Goyal on strike.
He played, and Parihar is the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got some good bowlers to come back, including Dara Peretti, who's got one. I think he could be a handful for some of the lower order. They haven't bowled Parihar until now either, so he's got 2 overs up his sleeve.
Firmly struck, but will be fielded there by Ravindran. Gets a gentle throw in. Hey, Vinny, this is your day today, because you know I like to tell people what international days it is. It is International Bath Day. Now,
Bath Day, yeah.
I know you love a bath, but whenever you have a bath, you need a few extra towels. Is that right?
This is in the air, and first I've got to call this boundary. Well, got to like the effort out there as well. from Valerupali, but he's not going to get there. Flung himself with that ball. This is pretty well struck, and if this is what Amjad Aziz is bringing to the table, maybe the run rate's not in any trouble. Gets that one past pretty quickly. Are you referring to the time that I almost flooded my hotel room by leaving a bath running?
Not almost. You did flood it.
Wow.
That's
for the courts to decide, and I don't think you should be bringing up in a public forum. I think that we should...
We won't say where.
In fact, we should edit this out of the broadcast. All right. That was a bit of a... That was a year ago now. But luckily everything was cleaned up. I found that just in time. I'm quite distractible.
Yeah. But look, you were saying that I always have this moment of the day where I have a little whinge. My whinge is going to be why are they doing away with baths now in all hotels? I like a bath.
Yeah, space. But yeah, I got to say
talking about space. There's not much space to sit on the loos in the hotels.
That's the other one. Knees knocking against the wall, don't you? Parahat. Gets this one past the bat.
Yeah, nice bath, lovely bath, a little bit of bubble bath. You can't beat a nice bubble bath, and a lot of people think that the bath is just for like the cold days. But I think on a day like yesterday, going back to the hotel,
yeah,
the
I had a
with
cool
some
bath,
cold
coolish.
Lovely.
Yeah.
What do you mean you had a cool bath? You got a bath?
Do you not have a bath? Really, you don't have one? Hey, yeah, the tinge of jealousy in your eye was good, because I know that sometimes we get different rooms and it's luck of the draw. I know that our scorer Michael has something. I think he's got a butler and everything.
He's got everything. What's the story behind that?
I don't know.
I thought I'm the senior.
It's 55 for 5. It was 55 for 5 off 5.5, but now it's 55 for 5 off 6.
I'm the senior here. I should be getting all the luxuries.
Well, you need to go on
the fridge.
So this is actually true. I'm not lying here.
What?
Rico often gets the ground floor because they see his age and they say, well, here's a guy that, we're not going to take any chances with. We're not going to give him any stairs. We're not going to, make things too tough for him. He might not be able to work out the buttons in the lift or whatever. Probably a bit scared of technology. That's why you often get the ground floor.
Is that right?
Okay. Sweden, that was the story, wasn't it? It was start of a new over. And this will be Koki Hill to starts with a good one. You never know what you're going to get from Israel. Yeah, so, bath day. Getting the temps right is so important in a bath. Just going to wait for this ball. But wait, are you the kind of a guy that kind of sets the temperature early and tries to get it right early, or do you sometimes go a little bit cooler? No, you can add more hot water. Like, what's your strategy?
My strategy is to start slightly cooler, get in before it's full up, and then pump it with the hot stuff.
Yeah.
So you're already in there, because if it's too hot as this one, well, this is hot and spicy as well. And this is out of here. Manos arriba, balle. Well, I'm liking this. And, talking about hot baths, well, that was a hot shot. It was sizzling. That's out of here.
Yeah, it was absolutely cracked, wasn't it? And he's been strong in that area a couple of times. This one was hit for the best of any we've seen from Goyal yet. Maybe he's coming in, but maybe he'll be going out as well. And this is dropped. And you wouldn't read about it. Dara Peretti, that was an absolute sitter. And Goyal, who just cracked to 6. I thought that was going to be the end of him. Let's just remember that moment in the game, because I think a 6 wicket here would have really, really toppled things. Goyal shown he can give it a crunch. Dara Peretti, good fielder, puts down a soda. And next one, almost another opportunity. Hey, when we're going back to talking about baths, tell you one type of bath that I never really enjoyed was ice baths, because they were coming in. Have you ever had an ice bath?
Nah.
It says towards the end, they said for recovery, especially when playing these tournaments where you play a lot of days in a row.
That's true, yeah.
Go and apparently it's good for your muscles and recovery and gets the lactic acid out and all this kind of stuff. All this science behind it. We did it for years. So we see another one that's pushed away. This will be the end of the over. The score is 65 for 5 after 7. So, yeah, they're continuing to be aggressive. I like that, the Blinders. Hey, before I go back to Bath Chat, hashtag Bath Chat, I want to talk to you about a tournament. And so one thing that we do want to talk about is the European Cricket Championship, because Hungary will be represented. Don't forget, it's an international T10 tournament. We had it last year for the first time. And I know that Hungary are pretty quietly confident about their chances, despite being drawn with teams like the Netherlands and Denmark. But we know that Netherlands, they they sometimes struggle with the shorter format. They don't play a lot of it. Also, they may have a few players that are away on kind of higher duty. Denmark, again, some good players, but they haven't played a lot of T10. Sweden's probably a threat there. And Finland, they're kind of the sleeping giants of the north because they have some explosive players. But that should be an interesting tournament. We're less than 3 months away from the start of ECC 22. So we start a new over. And it will be a single. Darren Peretti, after dropping the catch, he can take his mind off that because he's going to have to bowl the 8th. Yeah, so bath chat, ice baths.
Yeah.
So there's all this science behind it. We have to have this, a certain amount of minutes, and then you have to go in a hot shower and then get back in the ice baths, which is even worse. Has to be this temperature. All this science. But you know how science changes all the time? After about 4 years, they said, oh, we see some more science. Actually doesn't do anything at all. This is after freezing. So they have a look at this one.
Well, they're asking. There's no reaction from the umpire, so I think the foot does stay planted on the ground. Yeah, it doesn't come out at all. No, you talk about ice bath. When we went on tour about 3-4 years ago, and we said, I believe it was Denmark, and the place where we stayed there, the hotel where we stayed, had actually like you know, you have a sauna or a steam room.
Yeah.
It was an ice room.
Ah.
So you literally, it was like walking into a big freezer, but everything was ice. So instead of rocks, everything was all made of, and it was the same strategy there. It was like,
and what are you meant to wear in there? Just not a lot.
Well,
is it in water, or is it just like a big freezer?
No, it's just a big freezer, but it's literally there's chunks of ice everywhere.
Really?
The idea is you go in there.
Are you wearing a swimwear in there, or are you wearing clothes?
No. Then you come out of there, you have a quick shower, and then you go into your sort of hot and cold strategy.
Yeah,
so
hot
you go
cold. I don't mind hot and
in
cold.
between the steam room and the ice. But again, you could only spend so much time in there because too much time you get a bit lightheaded.
Yeah.
But that again, it was supposed
to Encino Man. Remember that movie?
Encino Man.
There's one. There's a blast from the past. Yeah, I've heard of the steam room in the kind of cold pool, but I've never heard of an ice room.
Yeah, ice room.
How about that? Well, it's going to be stumped. Oh, no, you're not going to be stumped.
Oh,
They're probably going to get a bye or a wide, probably 2 wides. And we almost
They're
have
going to
another
keep
one.
going. They
He's
keep
thrown it away.
going. He's saying, come on, you got to go.
Goyal saying, I don't want it anymore.
Oh, what is happened here? Well, he's not having the best of days. There's his arm up behind the stumps. And, well, he's practicing there now. I think he went to do what he went to do, but the ball said, I want to do something else. Have a look at this.
He had an eternity to just grab that. He didn't have to rush. Almost gets in front of the stumps there as well. So this will be 2 wides. Probably should have been 3. How about James having to get the leg over there as well to stop the ball hitting him? Goyal.
Yep, I was having a chat. Let's see this side on again. Where does he take the... I mean, he doesn't go...
There's 0% chance he's held this. Actually, maybe less than 0.
Maybe they're looking at the gloves. I want to see where the gloves were when he maybe takes... Maybe he's encroached, perhaps, but there's a long chat here. And... well, the batter, I don't think he needs to be worried. He doesn't need to be worried there at all. I think he just totally... The ball's not taken here. Maybe the umpires are just getting that together and making sure. They're probably having a chat with the third umpire, Charles Croucher, also the tournament referee. So a bit of a conversation between Steve Anthony and James Lloyd. They're probably talking about having a cold shower or a cold bath afterwards as well, because it's pretty hot out there for the men in black, in their blacks. But doing a great job. And there you go. They're calling here a no ball. So a no ball is being called. And I'm not 100% sure what that's about. We may find out for you. It may be that, to what I suspected, that perhaps the keeper has taken the ball in front of the stumps. That could have been the reason there for the discussion. But no ball coming up. So this will be a free hit. And you can see the umpire just clarifying that the last one was a bye. So, yeah, the batter he's saying, you're going to give me a free hit, Goyal? And saying, yeah, well, Rahul Goyal is saying, thank you very much, umpire. Well, he now has the license to go the full Monty. Let's see what he can do with it. Hits it pretty well, and it's well fielded by Ravindran. So takes a single. Vinny, tell us what happened.
Yeah, so, I mean, they were asking about the hands in front of the stumps, and I think it was marginally in front of the stumps is what they looked at. I mean, it depends whether you think it's conclusive or not. I think probably was a good call. I didn't think it cost them too many in the end, I suppose. Well, good luck catching this. This is going to be a real steepler for Ravindran, who goes back and he takes it. Oh, he's got a good pair of hands under the high ball. And And once again, that's another one that kisses the cloud on the way up, and on the way down it falls safely into the hands of Ravindran. Tara Peretti gets the wicket as a challenge kind of delivery. It was drivable, and he ends up driving it straight into the sky. And yeah, good technique there. Blinders losing another wicket. There's plenty happening still. That is now 6 wickets down. Score is 71 for 6. It's also the end of the over, so 8 overs down. Tara Peretti will finish with 1 for 14 off 2 overs. And once again, he's normally pretty reliable, isn't he? So I'm sure he'll maybe have a bit of a role to play with the bat as well in the second half of this game. As we head into the ninth, Rico, your favourite over coming up right here in match 6.
Yeah, Umar Zahid is the new batter that has come out. Remember, he was run out without facing a ball last time, so he'll be hoping to do better here. And he's got Rahul Goyal out there, who's with him.
One thing I will say about wicket keeping is it's a lot easier to do it when you're just watching. You know, there's a lot of little things, the things that the TV doesn't pick up as much, where the ball kind of moves around a little bit, maybe half ball or 1 ball width, just little swings and stuff like that. It's a tough job. And, obviously, it doesn't always go the way you want. Pretty good first ball of the ninth with a wide kind of Yorker delivery. But still think, they're in a pretty good position in this game. The UCB team, who are winless so far, just played the 1 game previous to this. But Paraha, a very, very capable bowler to bowl the ninth. Once again, gets it on the off stump and outside, but this one's disappeared. Well, how's he carved this away? Maximo Goyal. Well, he was a man who you thought should have been caught down the ground, but he has lived on. He's a dead man walking, but he smokes a Maximo over backward point.
Goyal ne goli mari. That's a big shot. Shaka Lagyan. He just stands and admires his work. And probably having a look to see if Diana Oroz is around to take that picture as well. And he's not messing around, is he? And super shot.
Brilliant shot. Now it goes a little bit shorter. Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic shot, but I think Paraha will be a bit upset that he bowled a length that allowed it, even though it takes a lot of skill to be able to crack the ball sideways for 6 that way. But if he gets it full at bouncing on the popping crease, then there's no way Goyal can do that. Or that time he decides to go a bit shorter. But that's also got its own risks, because then he could cut it away and maybe get a top edge. That's the length I think he needs to be at this stage. And I think of a second, but there won't be a second there. Goyal's been a revelation here. Just moves to 20, providing a few late innings fireworks for the Blinders. He can use it.
I told you, he's coming good. I'm saying that he's probably being the most unluckiest player. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. They've kept dropping catches of him. He's going to come good at some point. He's doing his job with the bat here at the moment. Charge down, well.
Yeah, I mean, it does well, Goyal, to get back there. Because he's got to make a split-second decision. If this is going over the bowler, they're probably going through for a run. But he knows, okay, I'm going to try and scramble back just in case the bowler fields it, which he does. So the score now 78 for 6 off 8.5. This is driven, and I think they'll just get a single here. So it will be... Oh, hold the phone on that one.
I love the way as the ball is being thrown in, this 10 players shouting back up because it's going to Varma.
Distracted everyone. It spooked him.
And it still went through Varma.
79 for 6 after 9 overs. And look, the Budapest Blinders, they'll feel maybe this score's a bit light on, but they defended a score in the 80s, 87 to be exact, yesterday against the Royal Tigers. So they'll feel that they've got the ability to do this against UCB, but I mean, UCB will also be identifying an opportunity to get their first points of the series, especially with some of the batters that they've got. Ravindran, I know he wouldn't want to miss out with the bat again. I did like Morel at the top of the order. I thought he was a really good move up there, and of course we saw what Tara Peretti could do as well. So last over coming up, 79 for 6.
Lupali.
Guess who to bowl the last? Probably. And this one is slightly misfielded. It'll allow it to, I think. Ravindra will come clean up, but won't prevent the double. And, well, I think the bat made it in before getting dropped. Yeah, Goyal, a little bit surprised. He's so keen for the 2 there.
Yeah.
He's the man that's really shown the ability to clear the boundaries.
Yeah, well, maybe he's got that confidence in Zahid, who's on 3 at the moment from 3 balls he's had.
Geez, we've had some exciting cricket this morning, haven't we?
So we are in the 80s now.
Goes for it. Zahid, pretty good shot, but, well, he was out of hands this time, wasn't he? That's Sridhara Karup, who took a ridiculous catch earlier with the hand, and maybe thinks he's so good that he can catch it with his foot now. I mean, he did do something quite remarkable before. How tight's that hat on?
I suppose he stops the boundary. I mean, this is not the way to do it.
It's a half volley. He kicks the half volley away.
It's like,
How many did they run there?
I think they took just the
one.
one. Yeah, just the one.
Good field. They file that under good fielding, I guess.
I hope Corey's
You
not
won't
watching.
find that in the coaching manual. All right, 4 to come. And he goes the same direction, and he tries to, but instead this time he's going to hole out Goyal, who, has been really good, kind of slicing away over point. This time it's more of an edge, and the catch is taken. It's Anil Patnaik, the captain, in that area. So he's kind of de facto slip at this stage. And takes it well. Wasn't an easy catch. It was up and above his head. Good technique there from Anil. So Goyal, good knock from him though. He becomes the 7th wicket to fall. As they're scrambling for every run they can in the last. It's 82 for 7. 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, 3 balls. I mean, they would love to if they can get to the 90 mark. And it's up to our drive now. Shankar Madhawath. Thank you very much to Shankar. He's been taking us backwards and forwards to the ground and
one
back
driver
to base.
replaces another.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this would be the first time, I think, that Ishanka Madhawath would have arrived after Goyal. Is that Goyal departing the scene?
I'm with you.
How let it rumble. All right, here we go. 3 to come. Bad looking drive. We should just get the 1 here. Zahid, 2 balls to play with. Scores up to 83.
Yeah, watch out. I mean, he's going to do the same thing again. And well, I say watch out. I think that Sridhara Karup needs to be ready because it's going to be coming his way. Looking to launch this over mid-wicket.
Wow.
Well, talk about crawling back inside your crease. And well, he did the cockaracha.
Have you heard of swinging yourself off your feet?
Oh,
I mean, I don't think you'll leave me on the picture anymore. Whoa. And he gets back there. Probably not the most beautiful shot we've ever seen on a cricket field, but you're going to get that. So 83, we're in a Grady 80s contest here in match 6. Last ball is hit and it should be caught. Darapreddy won't drop 2 and he will take the catch. So that's what he normally does, and he does it on the last ball, so that could be important as well. And I don't know what Sridhara Karup said when he came in, saying, why didn't you try to use your foot? And I think that Darapreddy said, no, this is how to do it. He camps himself under there, got the distinctive red shoes on. So it wasn't a terrible shot from Zahid, just didn't quite get it out of the middle and didn't get enough to get it over the boundary. 83 for 8. Blinders, they'll feel this is a bit light on, probably 20 to 25 light on, but we know they defended a similar score yesterday against the Royal Tigers, the champion club of Hungary. So they'll have some confidence that they can get the wickets they need to keep things quiet and maybe sneak a win here. But early on, it was the Frankie show. Frankie goes to Budapest and he starts with 3 wickets in the first over.
Yeah, it was absolutely sensational from Faral. He was on fire, wasn't he? But that was the first. And if he didn't like it, well, look, he did the same thing again. That was the first one again. We've just seen a replay of that. He went all the way down onto his ground. He's saying, come on, that's got to be out. And the umpire says, yeah, it's full and straight. And it's knocking them out. And then this one, well, there was no arguments here. I mean, you can see the batter. He's trying to outfox the umpire, saying, I hit it. Well, that hit nothing. That was plumb. And then there was this one. This was a nice shot from Mars Baiji. Gets off the mark. But then he... well, not before the wicketkeeper, who's had an interesting day, Varma, sees that one go for 4 bars, but this was the 3rd wicket in the over, and what a catch that was. That was our man, Ajith Sridhara Karup, comes in, takes a one-hand catch, and he's just saying Vinny there. He's saying, I can catch him as well, but I prefer to do it one-handedly. And we see him in action again, making the nice stop, but then there came the response, and Willie Gummagay, I think he batted really well once again in the quick fire 22 from him. But, well, he didn't get the support that he wanted. He was hoping that that the likes of Gooch was going to stay there with him. It wasn't to be, but this was a really good catch. Calls it early, doesn't he? Ravindra, and takes it. And, well, the boundaries kept on coming. This one only just made it through to it. But this was also, well, I like the fact that Cookie Hill, after all his problems in the first match, he came back and took a wicket. He actually bowled pretty well. We'll have a look at the bowling figures a little bit later. Well, this was a brave effort. But Farrell's second over wasn't his best. But he had a couple of boundaries that come off it. That was a lovely shot, big hit. And this was, well, he went for the big one. And it was a catch that got put down. That was a bit of a surprise. We weren't expecting to see Delapuretti put that one down. And it was all happening out there for a moment. Could have been two. They decided not to go for two. And it was certainly an action-packed, entertaining innings. And talk about taking catches with that man. He's got very, very good, safe hands. And not for the first time we see him taking the ball that goes a long way up in the air. Well, this one was a good catch right there towards the end as well. That was the captain, Knight, getting in the action. And, well, he did drop one earlier, didn't he? But he finishes it off. Delapuretti taking a catch and all smiles. Well, it's all smiles at the moment, but look, may not be a big score on the board. 83, so 84 is going to be the target. But as you heard Mr. Maximus say that the Budapest Blinders, I mean, their bowling attack is pretty nifty. And when they're on fire in the field, they take all their chances. So this is still not going to be easy. Good contributions there from Wally Gamagay once more, 22 of 11. But I did like the batting there of Rahul Goyal there towards the end. That was a very, very valuable contribution from him. 20 of 16. He made some really nice shots there. Extras, a lot better. I mean, early on inside the power play, those extras were already around about 8 extras on the board, so they certainly did so much better towards the end of the innings there as well. And we have a look at the bowling figures. We see two bowlers picking up 3 wickets. Francis Farrell, well, he picked up 3 in the first over, and it was 9 for 3 at the end of the first, and 3 wickets there as well for Delapuretti. Did very well there, 3 for 16, and then good support also from that already, but also on Cookie Hill, I think he bowled really well. 13 of his 2 overs, and he picked up that 1 wicket as well. And though Pereira didn't pick up a wicket, he did bowl well. He bowled tidily, didn't give too much away, and I think he complemented the other bowlers really well. Did Amit Pathia. No wickets, but just 14 runs. So this is going to be, well, I think, very similar to the very first match that we saw between these two, match number 5. I think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be one that's going to be one-sided. There's going to be a few twists. There's going to be a bit of drama. Which way is it going to go? Well, to find out, stay tuned and join me, Rico Full, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sander. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in the beautiful city of Budapest. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 6. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. The umpires Steve Anthony and James Lloyd have led the teams out as we get ready for what I think is going to be an interesting conclusion to the match here. Match number 6 is the second one between UCB and the Budapest Blinders. The Blinders batting first in this one. 83 on the board, so 84 is going to be the target. It's going to be one in the grady 80s, and you would have heard myself and also Eddie Sanders say that we think this one, though it's not a big score, will still be a battle. I don't think it's going to be an easy one. And one man, though, I think that's could play a big part is the man that's taking his guard at the moment, Ravindran. He wasn't able to get going in the first match. I think the first ball he really hit in anger was caught. He needs to get some runs on the board. We know he's got the ability. He's the top player. And he joined out there by Jack Murrell again. And Jack, well, in the absence of Vinod hitting the big shots, he played a very important part in the innings. But what happened is that halfway through, after about 6 overs, they lost too many wickets and they couldn't keep up the pace in the first match that they played. They did finish on 100, but 101 it was, but they knew it was sort of about 120 they were on. Looking for a better start here. Well, that's a run on the board without having to do too much. So Miraj just not getting his way to right with the first one. Ravindran is determined to make a bigger and better impact in this match, in this series. And well, this one has gone down, and this was a big opportunity. And Mars Baji has to pick himself up and brush himself down. And there's the edge, look, and he'll be disappointed. And he knows it as well. You see the cap slightly comes off the head as well, as if to hide him, so nobody can see who it is. But we know it's you, Marzi. And I'm just wondering if he just lost his footing there, so he gets off balance, but a big opportunity. That's one man that you do not want to give a chance to. So Ravindran, will he make this count? Unlucky for the bowler, Haris Mihraj. He's done everything right there. Slower delivery, well bowled. Gets the dot ball. Raj once more. This time is short. There is a man out there, and slight misfield, but not enough to allow the batters to come through for the second. And this time, Ravindran, that's where he was out last time, putting a lot of focus and effort on keeping the ball along the ground. Hello to everybody on the chat, and thank you for all your contributions today. For the chat to do with cricket and baths and anything else that you want to talk about, it's always lovely to have you there. We've got the best viewers in the world, and we certainly do love the conversation with you as well. Jack Murrell getting ready to face his first delivery. It's well bowled, Yorker delivery, and all he can do is fend this one off. Good bit of cricket all round there. Raj back to his mark. He knows he could have had a wicket already. Would have thought it was a fairly routine catch there from Mars Baji, not able to hold on to it. This is hit pretty well. Oh, this one. If it was a good throw, he'd be in trouble. And manages to get back. And if this is over the stumps, you can see the wicketkeeper had to go a long way to try and retrieve the ball. And cleverly tries to sort of punch the ball back onto the stumps. But that could have been disaster. I mean, he goes straight away, doesn't he? Doesn't listen to the call. Here's the throw. And you can see it just wasn't a good one. Anything over the stumps, and he would have had his man. And then you see the bat plug there as well, and leaving a bit of a divot in the ground. That was the end of the over as well. So there was no wickets that came off it. There was only 2 runs as well from Haris Miraj's over. So that will certainly help increase the rate required. It's going to be a wide to start off with. So both the openers starting with a wide ball. Basgani coming into the attack. Pretty quiet out there at the moment. No real team. There's a real buzz about them, and I suppose that's just how evenly poised this match is at the moment. It's a nice looking shot, but once again to the fielder. A nice pickup. Well, it was a nice pickup, but not a clean pickup, and you can tell that from the way the fielder's reaction was afterwards once he stops this. Stops it there, and then he says, ouch, that stings a little. I think everybody else is saying, throw the ball in first. He said, all right, I will do it next time. Yeah, मेरा हाथ बज गया है मेरे पीछे मेरे दुआरे हो गया. Big swing of the bat, and this one is not the best bit of fielding, and that's a foot fail. And he knows Ishanka Marawatha, he should have done better here. And, had to get down, had to get something behind this. There's not too much power in the shot because it was not timed, but yeah, he's going to be disappointed there. Needed to get down and dirty for his team. He doesn't. The first boundary, and it's a valuable runs. So Datmur is often running. Chance. Oh, wow, this was a caught and bowled opportunity. And I think that maybe the bowler here, Ghani, thinks this is coming quicker than it is at him. And he sort of takes himself away from it first before he then tries to get back into it. See here, it just doesn't have any balance. They're not easy when you're following through to try and take those. And calls the wide. Once again, another one that doesn't quite come up. It's got to be, I think, quite a difficult ground to keep wicket on, actually, because once the ball comes off the pitch, it doesn't normally get a lot of bounce on, and then you know when it's going to go and hit the ground as well, the grass, once more. Bounce can be pretty unpredictable. That's a good delivery, and good calling there from Mural. Takes a single. So Ravindran, once again, still not looking too comfortable out there. Probably just a matter of spending time out there in the middle. Well bowled. Nice to see the change there. Rather than going full, just bangs this one in a little bit shorter. You know that Jack's looking to drive on this. Tries to give himself a bit of space, but it was in no real position to be playing any shot there. Needed to be just rocking back and trying to cut that ball. Well, this one really takes off the pitch. Wow. Bangs this one into the deck, and yes. If you think there's no life in this pitch at all, well, think again. There is a little. And this one really does climb up, and that was the opportunity for the bowler, Abasghani, to say to the batter, Jack, well, there you go. Have a sniff of this. End of the over. And better over, 9 of it. 11 without loss. Just falling slightly behind where they would like to be as we have a quick look at the standing so far. So Korba, who are having a well-earned break after their 2 victories. They're sitting at the top, joint with the Budapest Blinders. The Blinders, a victory here, mean that they finished the day on top. And then you've got the Tigers, who we're going to see in action later. So still very evenly poised, everything to play for. Miraj to continue. This one is being snicked away and goes for 4. And let's have a look at this. How, yeah, little tickle just bouncing there just before Mars Baji. Once again, it's one of those that the batter's body gets in the way, so he sees it late, but doesn't seem to be moving very freely there. And he tries to, you see there, just the last minute, tries to put a foot onto that, but it gets past him. So 4 runs, clever little shot, little tickle. Down to the boundary. Reaching for this one, Ravindran. Good pickup, but good backing up as well. Chapman is very quick. And these two just starting to get this partnership together. They're starting to understand each other as well. You can see that with the running. There was that miscommunication quite early, wasn't there, between them, which could have resulted in a run out. But since then, they seem to have got their airwaves sorted. It's a good delivery. It's really well bowled. Clever bowler is Mihraj. He likes to do things different. He uses his crease really well. Sometimes he goes wide, sometimes he gets close to the stumps. So we've already seen a very good Yorker length delivery from him. But what he's not allowing Jack to do at the moment is drive. But this one was one that I think if he'd stayed still, he could have got a fair bit of bat onto this, but tries to give himself space by going down towards the leg side, and in the process of doing so, loses his balance and his shape. And, getting a bit of advice there from Ravindran. Probably saying to him, look, just try and stay straight. Don't move too early. And that's what he does there. Not too much movement from him early on, and won't mind that. A single. I mean, look, if you can get through this power play and certainly get through the 2 overs from Mihraj, who's probably one of the main bowlers for the Budapest Blinders, and still have your wickets intact. That's not a bad thing at all, but of course that does mean that they need to accelerate at some point. Edge, 4 runs, and this time it's too quick and too fast and out of the reach of the wicketkeeper, Mars Baji, as this flies away to the boundary. And that's an unfortunate end to what has been a very good spell from Mihraj. He will go for 12 of his 2 overs. Still very, very economical indeed. Just have a very quick scan of the 2 teams, where they were in their power plays. So we finished in 21 of 3 compared to 34. But the only thing here is though the runs are not on the board as they'd like them to be, they've still got all their wickets intact. And one of the key ones, of course, is Ravindran. He could have gone for a duck. Remember, he was dropped behind by the wicketkeeper, Mars. No real team, really. I mean, you're looking at both camps. I mean, the fielders of the Blinders out there, there's no real positive energy coming from them in terms of their body language. And likewise, nothing really major happening from the area where the United guys are sat. So I think they're both sets of players are sensing that this is going to be a nervous match, and nobody's really feeling that they're in charge or in control of the situation. That rate now is on 9. I wouldn't want it to go more than 10, that's for sure. And it looks like it's going to be Ishanka Madawatha who's going to come on to bowl really well in the first match. Starts with a full toss, which just gets played down, and everybody shouts, hold on to it. And the umpires are okay with the height there. I think that was okay. So Madawatha, like I said, he did finish very well. Picked up a few wickets towards the end of the last one. Nicely played. Out on the offside. They're starting to get a few strokes coming out the middle of his bat now here. Ravindran. I think it's all about staying out there in the middle, and he knows that. Certainly had the luck as well. He played. It's a different approach here also from Jack Murrell. I mean, we saw in the first match that it was almost like he was sent up there to just play the big shots by Anil Patnaik. But it seems to be playing a more sensible role here as Marawatha comes in once more. Tries to flick this away towards the square leg area. Doesn't quite get it right, so it goes to mid-wicket. Looking to try and get it past the umpire there in the gap. And who comes back in to join us here in a very sort of evenly poised match so far is Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Yeah, I think I'm going to book Morel for multiple personalities because it's not the same kind of approach we saw earlier. Oh, this is, and he's gone for it. It's going to be squeezed away, and it's going to be 4. So good inside-out shot. Or maybe I missed lucky charm, Jack, because as soon as I step back, he found pretty much the middle of the bat. Not a huge swing, but he does get it away from mid-off. So Stefan Gooch, who's taken 3 very good catches this morning. And the result is a welcome boundary for UCB, who are just, yeah, I suppose, pretty much on pace in this chase. Got 10 wickets in hand. No matter what that. Well, just have to deal with the dancing batter, and this one will just be a single down to deep point. Finishes the over. Morel will grab the strike. He's on 13. The score is now 30 for no loss after 4. Once again, it's great to have your company in Giant Ice Cube. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Four, and it's nice to have you here in Hungary. Of course, this is your first time in Hungary, and look, it's a special place, all right? It's a special place here.
Definitely a special place.
But I want to tell you that let's see if we have a special moment during this series. Because you know what we worked out is now a new record for how long we've had without a golden ball. It's 256 matches without a golden ball. And it's our longest drought we've ever had. And, well, Rico, who knows? Maybe Hungary will be the place that we break the drought.
Well, you never know. I mean, certainly from what we've seen already with the close game yesterday, today, this morning is a close game. Got the feeling it's almost there, haven't you? I mean, it's the same sort of thing that I think we had in Sweden.
Yeah, it's
true. We had some really close games. Thought, sure, this is going to go to... In fact, one was poised to be a golden ball, but sometimes it's just the pressure of the moment. Something comes up and it all changes.
Normally, okay, the average of matches it takes for a golden ball is around in the 70s normally.
Yeah.
That's
Look,
normally.
Why don't we just tell some of our newer viewers what we're talking about golden ball, because it's very specific to the European Cricket Network.
That's true. Yeah. So if one of our T10 matches is tied, instead of going to a super over or any sort of other tiebreak or a bowl out or anything, the golden ball is one extra delivery that the batting team will get to win the match. They need 2 runs or more off it, and if they do that, the batting team wins the match. Otherwise, the bowling team wins the match. We've had 29 of them in the history of ECN. But the last one, golden ball 29, was on the 31st of March back in Portugal in a memorable match. It went viral for another moment where Mohammad Sharkat copped one in the midsection, to put it kindly. And yeah, that was a golden ball match. Goyal now, batted well, he's got the ball. And this is a challenge, but it's going to be caught. Well, surely it is going to be taken, and it is. So Farasat, the captain, takes the catch. And this was just an up and under. Morel tried to go downtown, but instead he went uptown. And when it came down, it went into the safe hands of the blinders skipper. And so Goyal, spin to win. You called it, Rico. I know he hasn't always had the results, but Goyal getting that ball outside the off stump, forcing the false shot, and the blinders, the wicket that they need. Maybe that can help them get into the contest now as UCB lose their first. It's 30 for 1.
Yeah, it's a wicket coming at a key moment. I just sense that that Morel will be taking on the spin of Goyal, because I think the 2 batters probably had a chat and thought, right, okay, look, your role is to get going. If you can't, then we've got other batters that are sitting there. We don't want them coming in with that rate is going up to around about 12, 13 required. So I think that was the right thing to do. I'm pleased with Goyal as well. I've said that he's been very unlucky. He's not picked up wickets before today. That's his first wicket. And I still believe that he's going to pick up a few more as well. I do like what he does. And also, it's already played quite an important part in this match with that 20 runs late on down the order.
Key partnership. And these players all get on very well, of course. They're so excited to play cricket domestically in this Hungarian setup. And yeah, this should be a good battle for me. I think Goyal having to bowl to Ashrith Darapareddy. He's already a bit of an entertainment magnet, isn't he? With the bat. How's that reverse six he played earlier today? That was an incredible shot. I think he'll be trying it first ball to Goyal. Pushes it wide, but too wide. Yeah, so this does become the key partnership for me. Not they don't have other batters, but I just think if this partnership flourishes for UCB, I think they get the points.
Well, he says, play this switch again, and it's 4 runs. And the Darapareddy, it's almost like he's listening to you. Well, this one doesn't go for a maximum, but it's cuatro carreras. What a lovely shot this is.
Well, I said he wouldn't play it first ball, and I was right. It was the second ball. And sure, the first one was wide. And my voice carrying. That's a brilliant shot.
It's so well played, isn't it?
Slightly easy to play this with the angle coming in because it gives you a bit more of a degree of, what's the word? Like it gives you a bit more of a degree of margin of error that you can use misjudging it. The ball still will normally find the bat. Now he goes out of his crease down the ground. It should just be 1. You can see why you need to get these 2 and get them quick. Particularly Darapareddy. I mean, he's the one that's hit the ball, I think, the most fluently of any batter this morning.
Well, I'm going to think. He knows that Ravindran hasn't really got going here yet, but he's there. This is a key partnership they want to try and break, even though Darapareddy has just gone out there. They know how important it is to get a wicket here. A couple of boundaries, a couple of big shots, and this match goes away from them. Goes too wide, I think, yeah.
Got to say hello to Hulk Hogan. Also known as Steve Anthony, the umpire. And, yeah, he's got the...
I don't see the Hulk Hogan. I don't see it.
No, it's very last year. He's kind of changed his look slightly. You've got to know the facial hair on Steve as well. But he did have the kind of the long ponytail out the back last year as well. But I can say all the officials doing a very good job in this series so far. A big shout out to our tournament referee, Charles Croucher, as well. Well bowled by Goyal. It's kind of in that mid-zone where the batter, if you really wanted to go after it, he probably could, but it's going to be a risky shot. If you don't get it, you risk losing your wicket. They don't want to lose one at this stage, UCB. At halfway point of this chase, they're 38 for 1. And that means they need 46 of the second half of this innings. So just have to raise the rate, but raise the rate slightly. I think they've got the batting to do it. Blinders. Well, I'll be hoping that they can have a blinder in the field in particular. Looks like it's going to be Ishanko Madawata to come back to bowl over number 6. Good game, this. It's kind of tense.
It's been tense right away from the start. I've been saying, Vinny, before you came on, that neither one of the teams are sensing that they're on top here. They're very, in the batting side, and they're all sat there pretty quietly, not making a lot of noise, not sensing that they've got this victory yet. The blinders, they know they've got some work to do here. But, everything to play for. This match can change in an instant.
Madawata comes on. He's right on the money first up. Just played away. Ravindran, who, yeah, he hasn't quite hit the ball as well as I know that he can. And if you look at his numbers, you'll see that he's their leading run scorer and he's striking it to a ball. And that's over quite a lot of matches. But, he hasn't quite found it. But he is still there. These two together, they stay around for any length of time. I don't think they're going to run into any run rate problems. I think blinders need a wicket. If they can remove this partnership before it starts, and they'll go a long way to defending this score of 83. It looks a bit light on, but you know that they can be good defenders. We saw it yesterday against the Tigers. Oh, gets it wrong. This is going to be a no ball. And, well, good bit of fielding to at least knock it down. So Madawata just losing the handle on that one. Darapareddy, he's trying to work it for 4. And we'll see this on the replay. It did look like it was a full at his body. It's a good call by the umpire. They only get one look at it, remember. They get it spot on there. Good bit of fielding, though, from Mirage. Otherwise, that was heading for 4 as well. So free hit, and it'll be Ravindran. Good chance for him to open his shoulders.
Yeah, good opportunity. Let's see what he does here. Gives himself some room. I don't think this is where he wanted this to go at all. And I don't think he could play this shot if he tried. And I think it was the right idea, but he doesn't execute it well against. Well,
yeah, it's his excuse to try something funky, and he does. But yeah, I think that's the gloves. Just pops out in the offside. So yeah, nothing really happening for Vinoth at this stage. The tournament is young though. Of course, no full high delivery. Just carry a warning. And, Matawata already into his second over. If he bowls another one, it'll be a final warning. If he bowls another one, then he won't be able to complete his over. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. I'm sure it won't. Dara Peretti, though, had the beamer last time. What does he get this time from Matawata? Pretty good length delivery. And now maybe a chance. And he's gone. What a good bit of fielding that is. Matawata had to hit the target. And Ravindran is going to be short of his ground here. He's walking off. Well, he got one quick look. He had to shoot from the hip, did Matawata, and he didn't miss. Big wicket, big moment in the game. The partnership is broken with a brilliant piece of fielding from the blinders. It's 42 for 2.
This is sensational, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant from Ishanka Matawata. Look how quick he is onto this. He turns, aims, fires, knocks them over, and he gets the big wicket. And, well, that is the end of Ravindran. He was playing it safe. He was playing it cautiously. But even when he's not at the striker's end, he finds a way to go. I don't think there's a run on there. He wanted it, but it's not his call. And, yeah, he has to acknowledge that he has to go there. Absolutely brilliant. Look, we've seen some shabby fielding at times, but we've seen some brilliant fielding as well.
Oh, we sure have. I just love the way, as he turned, he got in a great position to throw that ball. He came up ready to throw, and he had to throw quickly. He didn't have much time to line him up. What a fantastic bit of work. You see Ravindran, he just didn't really get a response. He kept going, overcommitted, probably 2 steps. And yeah, just have a look at the way that he turns, and he's already in a great position to throw. So then he just has a quick peek at him and says, right, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that can turn things towards the blinders.
Well, the captain knows, doesn't he, just how important that is. You can see him there celebrating with the bowler. Ali Fazarat, the captain. That is a huge wicket. Now the pressure is on as we see the captain, Anil Patnaik, of the batting side of United come out. Can he see them home?
Oh, another full toss.
Well, what's this one?
He's just okay this time.
I don't know, Vinny. For me, I don't think you should be bowling these.
Yeah,
I'd like to see these called.
What do you think? Yeah, I mean, that's one that really could have gone either way, to be honest. That's the definition of borderline. Plays it pretty much from the waist. I think they'll stick with the on-field call there. But remember, it's waist or above. That's one of those ones that you could argue it is waist. But yeah, they do get away with it. No matter what, that. Just too powerful. Patnaik's the new man out there. He'll get to face up now for the first time.
The captain will be determined to try and get this victory for his side. Driven out well, and this time we'll get the single.
There's a Patnaik off the mark immediately. And yeah, well, Dara Peretti probably gets a bit more responsibility now in this chase. Just shows you this ground is quite interesting because we've seen some really high-scoring games. We've also seen some low-scoring thrillers. I just think that there's a big variation of how well people will play one game to the next. Sometimes the bowlers seem well on top. Sometimes the batters seem untouchable. Dara Peretti has to hook, and he's going to get 4. That was just a bit too short, probably asking for trouble. A bit of a challenge delivery, Matawata. He's gone full a couple of times. This time, he goes upstairs. But Dara Peretti in a very good position to execute that hook shot. And a boundary, just steadying things a little bit for UCB. Hey, USB, the plugins. That's a new franchise idea. Someone can steal it off me. It's 48 for 2 at the end of 6. It keeps him on that 8 and over pace.
That is a cracking shot, because there's not too many that have come up that high. So it's a little bit unexpected, but he positioned himself really well. And you said it was a beautiful hook shot. So gets the boundary. It's very important that they keep finding that one boundary. I mean, this rate has stayed between 8 and 9 all the way through. You know what it started at, needing 83, went up a bit, came back down. Now it's at 9 exactly.
Yeah.
So that's how important that boundary was.
Yeah, it sure was. Yeah, so it would have been 10 and over required if the last ball was a dot. In fact, it's a 4. Makes it 9 and over required. It sounds a lot better as well. Goyal, though, key contest coming up, I think. Panaik's new to the crease. He's facing up. But I think, yeah, the Goyal versus Dara Peretti battle here will be interesting. If we get to see it, that is. And here we go with over number 7. Smart batting by Panaik. Just gets out the way. I'll be happy just to get a single and hand it over to Ashworth.
Yeah, I wanted to just having a look at the field. Yeah, they moved the field around for the batter here, Dara Peretti, for that switch shot. When in fact, they've made a change. They did move the man there, but now they brought him in. Not sure about this.
There's a reverse again. This time he misses it, but so does the keeper. And this is going to go all the way. And I think this will be 4 byes. When this is, I mean, it doesn't look great, but it is pretty tough for the keeper because you don't really know what you're lining up for here. You think that maybe there'll be a little edge and you can block that. In the end, he kind of doesn't really cover anything, doesn't cover the line of the ball. And so, yeah, probably gets up a bit too early there as well. So you see that reverse just causing mass confusion for the keeper as well. So why not try it again? He does. This time, it is going to be a dot ball.
I think that's the challenge, Vinny. They know he wants to play it, and they brought the man up to say, okay, go on then.
Yeah.
This is the challenge. They're going to keep challenging him with this.
Yeah.
The trap has been set. There you go. You see, it's 2 of them there now, but the inside the
for
circle.
a catch if he doesn't keep it down as well. Such a difficult shot to play consistently. This time he just plays in more orthodox fashion, and he's going to get a boundary anyway. So Dara Peretti, he could be the difference in this chase. They want to get him soon. Goyal throws out the challenge. And look at that. Just a beautiful swing of the bat. Not a lot of footwork there, but beautifully timed and beautifully placed. Cuatro caras más as United Chalard edging towards their first points of this ECS.
Lovely stroke that was.
Oh, this time. I like the way he throws that up. Goyal, instead of going quicker, he basically challenges him. Okay, go on, go again. You feel that at this stage, Dara Peretti probably doesn't want to take too many risks.
But why is he trying to play that outside the offside? Why isn't he not just stepping inside it and cracking it down the leg side?
I think it kind of drifts in on him a little bit. By the time it reaches him, it probably is not quite the line he originally thought. Out of the hand. 2 to come in the over from Goyal. Now, he's going to try and go leg side to a ball outside off. Well, he tried to go offside to a ball outside leg, and this one will just pull up. I think there's a degree of premeditation to Dara Peretti's batting because he's got all the shots. He can almost play any shot to any ball. So even that one, he decided he was going to sweep no matter what. He will get a couple when it's the end of the 7th over, I should say. It's 59 for 2 after 7. And well, coming up this afternoon, we've got more action coming your way. The afternoon session of day 2 coming up, and it will be the Debrecen Vikings versus the Royal Tigers. A bit of a David versus Goliath about this one. And I know that's news from the toss as the Royal Tigers. They won the toss and they elected to bat first. So I think they'll be hoping that their openers, Zahir Safi and Zishan Khan Kukagel, will get them off to a good start. But, you can see it's Gory. He impressed me for Vikings yesterday. Rifat as well. The captain did some good things. I think Sani, Kashif Sani there, he's probably going to open the batting for them and holds the key to them getting a competitive score. But first, they'll have to chase whatever the Tigers set them. That'll be in match 7 coming your way in around about 20 minutes. As long as we can stay on track in this game. Looks like we are back on track. And I'll be right here on the European Cricket Network. I know that Rico got a bit of official business I have to take care of this afternoon.
You're going for a bath, aren't you? You're having a bath.
I may actually start with one now that you've mentioned it.
I know what official business you're on because I mentioned it's already International Day of the Bath. Here's a question for you. Maybe get it in here now quickly. What happens when you combine corn, limestone, white oak, and fine thyme together?
Limestone?
Yeah. Okay. You get bourbon. You're going to have a bath. Ice bath with a glass of bourbon, aren't you?
I was going to say I was going to have a bath in bourbon.
International Day of Bourbon as well.
International Day of Bourbon, is it?
It is, yeah. So we had Palinka yesterday, so we're going to have a bourbon tonight.
Now, I do have some stuff to take care of.
Yeah.
I did not have on my list having a bourbon in the bath, but if I finish it quickly, then who knows? It's, score now, 60 for 2 off 7.1. Just going to have to give that scoreline a jump start because it seems to be stuck on 6.5, but we are now up to 60.
Scorers are on the bourbon. Come on, guys.
It's okay.
Save it for later.
I'll wake up. Don't worry about that. Okay, here's a guy interests me. Omar Zahid. with the ball. Daraparetti facing, and he goes, but he gets the top edge. This is hanging a long time in the air, and the catch is taken, an important one, perhaps a match-winning catch. And it did hang up there a long time, didn't it? But Zahid said that he had the challenge of trying to remove Daraparetti. That's exactly what he's done. It's Abbas Ghani that takes the catch. And once again, we see the fielding so important. And these are the catches the blinders dropped yesterday when the wagon fell all apart against the Tigers. This one, it was well taken. Made good early ground and takes it right in front of the eyes. So Daraparetti, once again, he looks a millionaire, but he won't get out of the teens. He goes for 17. The score now is 60 for 3.
Yeah, very good catch that's taken there. That was very important. And I think that was Abbas Ghani that takes the catch. And you just saw there at the last moment. See, just the head goes up in the air. So the ball striking, not in the middle of the bat. I think the bat also twists in his hands. And with that bat moving, doesn't get the middle. And they get a big wicket. So this may be now, well, the captain is still there.
Yep.
A new player coming in. This is an important part here. Amit comes in. Parihar. Just 24 of 17. This is going to the wire, Vinny. This is going to the wire.
Yeah, well, 2 very close games. The shoe's on the other foot now, isn't it? It's UCB with a tense little chase coming up here. Plenty of resources left. Still 8 wickets in hand, but well, 7 after that, I should say. But good ball first up from Zahid. But every ball important. Lots of pressure on the new man. Just turns this around the corner. Probably more leg than bat in this. Baiji shapes the throw but doesn't. You know, it's so funny that as soon as we noticed, I think that wouldn't be a run in the end actually, bit of bat in that. So funny, as soon as we noticed that we hadn't had a golden ball for a while, and we looked at it, we realised it's a new ECN record. We had 256 matches without a golden ball. Yeah. Rico, could this be the match that breaks the streak? This one will be just a single. I feel like they just probably need 1 boundary and over. That rate's about 10 required, 10 and over.
Yeah, that's one thing they managed to do for most of this innings is pick up that boundary. Somehow it came in the, sometimes it was 4 byes, sometimes it was an edgy one, but where are those boundaries going to come from now? This is the thing, rate is going up.
Oh, bit of an appeal, but I don't think it's hit too much on the way through.
Good stop this time from Masbaji. It was important because this could have been more bias. It nutmegs
I was going to tell you that it actually hits the pad, comes back towards the stumps and still doesn't hit the stumps. So it's a sign it was missing when it hit the pad. As it is, it will be the end of the 8th over. The score is 62 for 3. Another killer of a game here.
Great over, wasn't it? Really good. Just 3 runs coming off that over from Zahid. And, of course, you'll see him bowl another. So it's not going to get any easier. This is the over. It's the 9th. This is the one. It has to happen.
22 required off the last 2 overs. And they're going back to Abbas Ghani. He's a very good bowler. He bowled the 2nd over of this one, and he went for 9. 1-4 hit off him on that occasion. Here he is. All happening in the 9th, and all starts here. Gets a full toss. It's going to be a simple catch. Well, I think the batter will be so disappointed with that. It was asking to be hit, and he did hit it, but in the end, he couldn't get it too far. And a simple catch taken to start the 9th over. Ghani coming back in, forcing the false shot. So that just skewed away on the offside, and a pretty comfortable catch at point. So, yeah, disappointment for the captain, Patanayak. He has to go for just 4. The score is 62 for 4. And yeah, perfect start to the over. Even though it wasn't really a perfect delivery, Rico, you've got to say the blinders, they have caught a lot better in their second match today than they did yesterday.
Yeah, they did. They've been up for it, haven't they? They've just sort of been calm all the way through. They haven't got too excited. They haven't gone crazy every time they've taken a wicket. They're just going through the process. Just picking off these wickets one by one. And now really it's theirs to lose. But maybe can this man, Tajinder Verma, he didn't have the best of days behind the stumps. Could he be the hero with the bat?
Could be. Got to say well done by Amjad Aziz as well. I think he provided some useful runs at the end, and now good catch. Now this one's a bit of a gift. It's another full toss, but you're not going to get away with this one twice, and it's a pretty good put away from Varma. He should put it away, but again, first ball is probably last thing you're expecting. So, talked about the meeting, kind of that one boundary and over. They get it in the ninth, despite losing a wicket. Still plenty of time left in this game. 18 runs required, 10 balls remaining. Another tight finish here in Hungary.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you got to pick up another boundary here maybe and take a few singles. Don't lose any wickets. Oh, we're going into a very exciting final over.
We sure are. Every ball's huge at the moment. On the walk. Misses. Probably not a percentage play there for Varma. Went walkabout, and he couldn't catch anything.
Yeah, 3 balls now to come in the over. I think sometimes, I mean, you know, he's thinking boundaries, Varma. I mean, he hits the first ball for 4. Probably thinking, yeah, I can do that again. But every time you swing and miss and get a dot ball, you put yourself under a lot of pressure.
9 balls left in this game. Varma hits this pretty well. And, I think they'll just get the one. Gooch has been solid as a rock down there at long off today. And you don't often see Stefan fielding in that position because he was captaining last year. That's one reason. Normally they probably use Mohandas in that position, or maybe Nandika, but he's done very well today there. This one will be just bottom edged into the onside. It's alert work from Abaskani to jump on that, making sure they had no chance of a second. So singles are the blinders' friends at the moment, I think, because if they can maintain that gap, which is currently 9 between the runs required and the balls remaining, and I think it gets tougher and tougher the deeper you go into this game. 16 off 7 now. Massive ball coming up. The last ball for Ghani. Got 1 for 15 off his spell, plus this. I'll get 1. Don't see them coming for a second unless there's a fumble. There isn't. Asanka Weligamage cleans up, and it's the end of the 9th. So UCB being held at bay, but can it last? They are 69 for 4 after 9. 15 runs will be required off the last over. Another really, really tight contest, Rico. And who knows? We might even still get that golden ball, but they're going to need a couple of boundaries, I think,
need some
UCB to push
boundaries. And like I was saying to you before, where those boundaries going to come from? We saw Varma got one of his very first balls, though in fairness it was a full toss, but you can see that this would probably be Zahid to finish things off. He only went for 3 in his over, so it's not going to be easy at all. But yeah, it's one of that. I mean, if the first ball goes to a boundary, all of a sudden the shift could change because the confidence will all of a sudden swift to the batting side. If it's a dot ball or a single, it goes the other way.
Another tight contest. Here we go to the last. Zahid, and he gets swung away. This is hanging in the air. Again, they're happy just to concede the 1 here, the blinders.
Go for 2, haven't they?
Yeah, it's one of those ones. I mean, maybe you're saying, okay, we want to keep the set batter there. We don't want to go for a suicidal second. We don't want a new batter to have to come out and have that pressure of scoring boundaries. So that makes it 14 off 5. Hit and hit pretty well, but how well? It is going, gone. Maximo Paraha. Felt like he was the sleeping giant. And after that one, just went for 1. The next one was lined up, and he had to get all of it. He did, Rico. Now this game swings right into the balance. Just
what a
8
hit
runs
this
required
is.
of 4.
What a hit. Now look here, do you take a single or do you keep him on strike and see if you can do it 2 more times, they win it? As we go to, I think it's 8 or 4, right?
Both batters can hit boundaries. You take everyone you can, and there's 6 of them. He goes bang, back to back, and dropped in the crowd. And he was about 13 rows back, and just like that, the game can change. He rolls the dice, comes up double sixes, a dozen off 2 balls, and that one takes it down to just 2 runs required of 3 balls. This game has swung around as quick as you can turn your head.
Wow, where does this come from? Well, all of a sudden, 2 big sixes, and now this is the beauty of the European Cricket Network and T10. It's a frenzy of action, but the game can change in an instant. You'll see everybody now come in.
2 slot balls as well.
We're just going to have a look at this again. It is possible, you know, and everybody's got a feeling about this.
No chance. They're 2 off 3.
No, he's going to be out.
He's going
to be out.
He's going to go for it, tell you that much. And he does, and he's going to get it. He'll get 3 in a row, and a batter's hat-trick finishes this game, and they're thrilled. UCB running on jubilantly to the field. And how about Paraha?
Wow.
He goes 6-6-6, the Devils' number, and he just closes things out. The blinders go down. Once again, they split their contests, and a bit of excitement. Well, that's probably a bit of an understatement, Rico.
Really?
A lot of excitement. Paraha finishing with a magical 10th over. He goes 1-6-6-6, and somehow UCB have pulled this off despite getting the staggers. They have rushed across the finish line.
Sensational. Vinny, I want some more. This is incredible. Que grande, que guay. I just love it. And this is all about the European Cricket Network. It's a frenzy of cricket that takes the world by storm. What a match. How entertaining, and this is why we love it so much, because look, come on, be honest, wherever you're watching from around the world, you could never predict which way this match was going, not until the last over, not until the last few balls. But what a finish from a man, Amit Paraha. We were talking about him in the field. He was sensational. He made a stop that we'll be thinking and remembering for a very, very long time. And then he finishes with 3 big sixes.
That was unbelievable. Well, coming up, we've got match 7. It will be delayed by 10 minutes, so it will start in about 20 minutes time from now, about 19 minutes to be exact, and it will be the Tigers batting first against the Vikings. I know you're going to take everyone through the rest of the day's action, Rico. And right now, I've got to say I'm feeling a bit for Omar Zahid, who bowled a really good 8th over, only went for 3, picking up a wicket, but then that 10th over will remain unfinished as he went 6-6-6. And Paraha, the hero. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. There's plenty of them. Again, this game was swinging wildly from one way to another. And that was a wild dive from Banerjee, but he couldn't quite hang on to this. And you just knew if they're going to have any chance, the blinders, they got to try and take the top order batters. And most of the fielding was good, but some of it probably wasn't. You saw a couple of probably lackadaisical efforts from the guys. A few little edges down to the boundary. We've seen that all day today. Got to say, Morel, he actually played a pretty good morning's cricket, as eventually he would slice one up, and felt like it wasn't a bad time for him to depart. It did bring Ashrith Darapareddy to the crease, and once again he didn't fail to entertain. Yeah, what a start it was from him. This was the second ball he faced, and played that beautiful switch shot. Lovely play, but this for me was the turning point. I thought, that was a magnificent, a moment of magic from that man there, Madhawatha, and I thought that was going to change things around because he got the wicket off the key player Vinod Ravindran, but there's always a twist, and well, this one went through everybody. Amarzy's thinking, how does that get through and go for 4 byes? Well, this one was a glorious shot. Yeah, well, you said there was a turning point, that run out, but this game had so many turning points that I ended up just quite dizzy and a bit nauseous at the end of it, because it just seemed like every time one team seemed to pull ahead, the other team was able to come up with a bit of magic. That was a good catch held late on. This was a simple one that was taken, so now you felt like it's advantage blinders, especially after they had 15 to play with last over. The wicket again was followed up with the boundary, and then it all kicked off. They needed 15 off the last, and 6-6-6 would finish this one. They brought the field up, but it wouldn't have mattered. And so Paraha,
look at that.
That one is a scene that I think UCB have waited all morning to see, as they do have their first 2 points of this tournament. They go 1-1. Probably a fair result, considering both teams had their moments this morning on day 2, but the blinders will be bitterly disappointed that that one got away. Yeah, congratulations to Paraha. He finishes 20 off 7 with 3 big sixes, all coming in a row, and taking UCB to their first victory of this series.
Yeah, it was absolutely tremendous. But, look, it's not just the fact that the way they won that match, 15 required of the last, those 3 sixes, but it's the bowler. Look, you're talking about Omar Zahid. Yeah. His first over just went for 3 runs. Exactly. It's amazing stuff. Yeah, I know, and picked up a wicket as well. Now, this is it. Your game can change in a heartbeat. Paraha ends up top scoring with 20 not out off 7. Bit of a team effort, though, because they had 3 teenagers. Darapareddy with 17, Ravindran 16, Morel 13. They all just did it in bits and pieces. But what a moment that is for Paraha, as he just pulls that one from nowhere. No one really went the journey. Even Zahid, he hadn't, because he, like you said, he went for just 3 in his first over. But yeah, 4 balls to forget, I should say, towards the end. Apart from that, I've got to say the other bowlers did a good holding job. Goyal with 1 for 15 off his 2 was excellent for a change of pace. But all the other bowlers, just in single-digit economy. Unfortunately for the blinders, they let it slip away. They kind of opened the draw a little bit. And look, I can't criticise the bowling of Zahid so much, but maybe, just getting the length wrong. It was a drivable length that
that Paraha was able to put away. So 88-83 is the final in match 6. And once again, it's been great to have your company. We're halfway through the day here on the European Cricket Network. Hopefully you've enjoyed the action so far. And Rico, again, we've had 2 really tight matches. Both teams essentially looking a bit dodgy in the chase, but getting home in the end. You saw one game go down to the second last ball. That one went down to the third last ball.
Yeah.
So yeah, very, very exciting. I know that I've got to step away from the ground this afternoon, take care of a bit of business. I'm going to leave you in charge. I have a full confidence that you'll do a good job. And I know the Tigers, they're ready to prowl because they're batting first in game number 7.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, isn't it? I mean, the Tigers, they're looking like a team, especially when we saw them post a big score yesterday, 140 against the Blinders. I think they want to continue doing more of the same. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. Well, you enjoy your bath and your bourbon. I'll hold the fort.
I will. I won't be taking any selfies, but no, I'm looking forward to watching the action from afar this afternoon. For now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you very, very shortly for more action and excitement. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the GB Oval here in Sudliget, just north of Budapest, the capital of Hungary. It's day 2 and we're halfway through the action, and now we're heading into the afternoon session, and we're starting with match 7. It's the Debrecen Vikings who are taking on the Royal Tigers in this one. Was a little bit of a David and Goliath kind of match up this one. The Vikings struggled on their first day in ECS cricket. The Tigers, very seasoned performers, of course, at this level and in this format. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Charles Croucher is out in the middle right now with 2 captains.
Heads. Tails is the call, and it's a tail. Who will bat first?
So Harsh Mandian, the captain of the Royal Tigers, has won the toss, and no surprise for me, he wants to bat. I think he feels this is a great opportunity to get his top order firing. They did once yesterday, and when they did, they won the game fairly comfortably, but when they didn't, they were a little bit exposed, and despite the efforts of Mandian in the first game of the series, they didn't get enough runs to chase down the 88 set for them by the Blinders. But yeah, I do think all eyes will always be on Zishan Kukakel and also Zahir Safi at the top of the order. And we know they're missing a few players as well, the Tigers. I think they're still a pretty strong deep lineup, especially in this form of the game. As far as the Vikings though, I know they had a bit of a tough initiation, but I think for them, I'm always looking at gradual improvement. I think we saw that in the second game yesterday compared to their first. They did start the series with 2 pretty heavy losses against the Cobras. So again, you just got to go out there and compete. I'd like to see them, again, just improving again a little bit and learning a bit more about what's required at this level. I know that Rico Full is in the commentary box right now. Well, I'm stepping out because I've got a bit of official business to take care of, Rico, but I know you're going to take us through the rest of day 2. The news from the toss here in match 7 is that the Tigers, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get ready for an exciting afternoon of cricket.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, and welcome back everybody as we get ready for the start of this match. Certainly looking forward to this. And we welcome back the Royal Tigers. They are the current champions. They were victorious in 2020 and 21. And they're taking on a team making their debut, the Debrecen Vikings. Well, yesterday the Vikings, they had a tough time, didn't they? They struggled with the bat in their first match against Cobra, just getting to 46. And then second time around, after Cobra's batted first and put 128 on the board, they got into the 70s, 73 for 5. So batting has been their issue, but in the field, they were pretty decent. So I'm expecting them to put a good effort in here against the Tigers. But the Tigers, well, though we saw probably a low par performance from them against the Blinders in the very first match of the series, where they were not able to get to the 88 required for victory, losing that one by 6 runs. They were very strong and very dominant. Second time round, 140 they put on the board, and restricted the Blinders to just 71. And there was particularly good signs there from Zahir Safi, 67 of 24, and Zishan Kukakel, 52, not out of 27. They'll be the key players. So we just have a look there at the bat versus ball wall. Royal Tigers 119. They're expecting to maybe notch up here as opposed to 84 for the Vikings, and even that 84, that'll be more runs that they put on the board so far. So it's not going to be an easy match, that's for sure, but I think it's going to be a huge learning process as well for the Vikings, as the umpires have taken the field of play. Guri and umpire Steve Anthony. As we have a look there at the, well, we call that the bikini end where the house is, and you see from the aerial view just why. It's got a lovely swimming pool in there as well. And certainly some of these warm afternoons we've had here, it's very tempting as well, to say the least. So it's all about getting this this breakthrough early. It will be Zishan Kukakel, following up from his 52 not out yesterday, who's going to open the batting. And a slight change, he's going to be out there with someone that we didn't see yesterday. It's going to be Andrew Khanna. He will be at the non-striker's end. And a man that, well, he got better every time we saw him, Usagori, the youngster, is going to be opening the bowling. So Gori, and he comes. Gets an edge straight away. Oh, and a diving effort from the wicketkeeper, Sada Kib. But not able to get to this. This flies past him really. It's a really good ball, swinging away. That's one that if you had a first slip in place, you've got it. You see the bowler's reaction. You can't believe it. And, a desperate effort there from Sadakib. Good ball though to start off with. But unfortunately for him, when you look in the book, it will say 4 runs. Gori once more. Gets him on through and he didn't get the slip in there in the end. I think he's standing far too wide for where he needs to be though. Sort of at a gully, I think, there. Bringing another man across over to the offside are the Vikings. So 5 men on the offside. Great. This one, it's okay. Stays inside. Zishan just having a walk around in his crease. That's outside the circle. You've got long on and square leg. 2 men that are allowed out. Goes for the short one and it's going to go all the way. Manos arriba, árbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, I suppose there's no harm in trying. And that's what Gori decides. He thinks he's going to bang one in and see if it gives him any luck. But Zishan Kukihill was up to the task. And gets himself into position pretty early and he hooks this one away for 6. So back to the drawing board. This time it's too wide and chase now here for the field. I don't think it will go to the boundary. It certainly will run a couple. 2 more from Zishan. Captain there on the Vikings. Makbul Rifat just trying to G up his bowler and his fielders. Well bowled. Good delivery, gets that movement away again. And it's the way he started. This is a similar delivery that found the edge of Zishan early on. Look at the movement there. And gets through into the safe hands of the keeper this time, Sada Kib. So end of the first. 12 on the board. Look at the top batters here. So it's Sani. He's got to be at his best, doesn't he, along with the captain Rifat. When you look at the Vikings, but the Royal Tigers, it's all about Safi. 243, the strike rate there. Zishan 175. Then you also got Pashar 219. They're the men that can really hurt you. See play. Nice start from the big man, and of course, this gentleman, you'll remember very well because of a moment of magic from him yesterday. Sulaiman Mohammed taking a catch there at mid-wicket. One-handed blinder it was indeed. We saw some great catches yesterday. And we've seen some good ones here today as well. It's nicely bowled. It's just, man, if you can get that ball in that area all the time, I mean, you'll be, the captain will buy you cream cakes and tea all day because you're doing just what the captain wants. Very difficult to score any big hitting shots from there. And this time he goes a little bit too wide. He didn't have to play at this, but he does and gets the wicket. And Kana is a goner. He has to go. And he's very disappointed with himself. Well, I don't know where he's going. He seems to be saying, I'm not even going back to my bench. I'm just walking the other way. Well, he's coming back here now. Yeah, look, this would have been wide. He doesn't want to be playing at this at all. He does, and no mistakes there from the fielder. Takes a catch, and they're dancing with joy. Kashif Mohammed, well done to him. Takes a catch. So it is Mohammed Suleiman who gets the wicket. Wasn't the best ball, that 11 ball, but the batter was enticed into playing at it, and no mistakes there from Kashif. So Kana, his introduction to this FanCode European Cricket Series is not a good one, because he goes early, and it's going to be a 3-ball duck for him. Suleiman gets the breakthrough. Stuck to his task, didn't he? All right, it was wide, that one, but he was aiming to get the ball just inside that wide line there. There you go, goes for it again, but this time it's a nice shot. Rocks back, hits it on the up, and the captain, Harsh Mandian, gets himself in a beautiful position. That's the difference there in that shot, you see. You saw when Kana got out, he was reaching for it. He was in an ugly position. And this time, though, you see Harsh, it's all about the positioning. Rocks back, gets right under it, and clubs it away. Really nice shot. Suleiman just making some adjustments there on the onside. Just moving a man behind square. And he comes once more. And this is a... Oh, well. It's not only does Suleiman Mohammed go down on the ground, so does the fielder. And is an opportunity. It goes down. And that's nice there from the fielder saying, look, calm down, everybody. It's okay. It happens. It's a really good effort. It hits the hands hard, doesn't it? And not able to take the catch. And what an opportunity that was. Harsh gets lucky. And this one is really wide. But once again, you see, he's drawing the batters into the shot. And this time it was Zishan Kukihel that goes for it. Suleiman wants another. Could have had another. Takes it down, gets it past the infielder. Nice work there on the boundary. Gets the throw in. Take the single, and that's the end of the second over. It finishes on 19. Suleiman does get one wicket, baby. Oh, he knows, and every opportunity getting second. It was a great effort. I have to say, the fielder flying around in the air trying to take the catch, but it hits the hands hard as it pops out. This table is looking very interesting. The blindest, 50% record from them. But gives the Cobras a chance to extend their lead at the top later, but that's tomorrow. But Royal Tigers here, they know they can pick up 2 victories here. That will take them on to 6 points and finish the day on top of the table. That's very much what is on their mind. That is what they're looking to do. And change. Not going to go back to Gori straight away. And, it is going to be the captain. The captain was the first man for the Vikings to take a wicket. To take the pace off. It's all about getting the field in the right place. That's nicely done. Well, someone who's going to have to be at his best here today, Kush Sani, doing the fielding at long on. It's nicely played, just dabbing it out on the offside. There's the captain, Marsh. Wants to give a strike back to Zishan. Flies this up. Teasing delivery to the hard-hitting Zishan Kukihel. I'm quite like this. I mean, Zishan, I'm pretty sure, prefers the pace onto the ball. And The captain of the Debrecen Vikings deciding, well, look, I'm not going to give you that. This time he charges down, just manages to get a bat onto this. Good bowling. I think the wicketkeeper, Sada Kim, needs to be ready there with his gloves. Only just getting there rather than trying to hit straight. Goes right across. And once more, this time they will take the single. Good start from the captain of the fielding side. That's not a good delivery, and I think they're going to chase it and chase it and chase it. Doro, 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 but not going to get there. And that's going to be 5. We've seen a few of those today, haven't we? 5 wides. This one comes out all wrong, and once again the keeper gets blinded by it. And yeah, he's saying, "Come on, Skip, you can do better than that." And sort of goes from 3 of the over to 8 in no time. Just needed to finish well. So that's to bowl it again. And, wants to change things around, wants to come around the wicket. Not really sure why. He wants to come through and round. He's bowled pretty well apart from that last ball. Wants to try something different. Here we go. And, well, this is even worse. Oh, no, it's going to be the same again. And it's almost, we're not watching the replay. And where does this stop? This one stops just before the rope. Well, that was worse. Then the ball, he balls. Shakes his head, the captain. Well, at least this one doesn't go all the way down to the boundaries. I think the wicket keeper, well, if he gave him a dirty look and a few dirty words the first time round, I think he had a few extra ones to throw in this time. And well, he's going to sticks to round the wicket. Captain to captain. And this one is just lofted away. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Kinna sona. Shaka Lagya. Well, this time, Harsmandian decides, well, I'll have pity on the fielder that's going to have to chase it again if he gets past me. I'll just hit it and put an end to this over. And that's really disappointing. Just look how things have changed. With a ball to go, there was only 3 runs that had come off that over from the captain, Rifat, and then next thing you know, he's gone for 17. It almost went wrong with the 5 wides, and then followed up with more wides, and then the big Maximo there at the end of the over. So from nowhere, the score has gone into the 30s, 36 for 1. We're going to stick with Suleiman. Suleiman Mohammed to Zishan. Short, thumped, and this one will go all the way as well. And it's a case of stand and deliver. He's not moving a muscle here. Crushes this. Captain Caveman style. Bang. And that goes all the way, 6 runs. Don't worry about having to chase that. It's a really nice shot. It was a little bit too short. I think Zishan knows the strategy here from Suleiman. He's trying to get that ball outside the off. The men are being spread here now. Just having a look. Got 3 men on the boundary on the offside. This is hit hard, but this time there is a fielder there. It's the captain himself that does the fielding. Gets the throw in quickly. Just makes Zishan have to hustle to get himself back into his ground. Short and slight miscue. But nobody inside the circle there. Gets a single. shot. This is a lovely shot. And once again, you see, just get about getting a little bit predictable and how quickly he gets himself into position here. Just takes that step. Look at this. Preempts, knows where the ball's going to be. It's not a bad delivery at all. You think about it, staying inside the crease, having to play that. But he knows, he's already thought about it. He knows what the bowler's going to try and do. Makes that early movement and absolutely smashes that away. That's a lovely time shot. 6 more. And starting to look dangerous, isn't he, Zishan Kukihal? They need to find a way to see the back of him. Well, this one could be it. It's a big opportunity, and it has been taken this time. Well, he dropped one earlier, didn't he? Did Saha, but not this time. Oh, that is a very, very important one. It wasn't the best of deliveries, and I think Saha, Gopal Saha, is pulled out his shoulder while celebrating. Well, they're trying to hug him and push it back in for him, and well, how about this? Well, first of all, it wasn't the best of shots. It wasn't the best of deliveries. But there's a catch. Now, wait for it. There's a celebration. And ouch, he says. Oh, well, I hope he hasn't done himself any serious damage there. Everybody else is celebrating around him. And Saha, he's thinking, oh, no. I think I've just popped my shoulder out here. And just wondering. And the umpires are going over there now. And fingers crossed, it's nothing too serious. He's still holding that shoulder. Well, I get the feeling here, well, maybe we don't want to have a look at what's going on there. I get the feeling here this could be an issue that Saha has. He may have popped his shoulder a few times. Here, everything's fine. Just look at the last bit there. I think just there. Ouch. Did you feel that? I felt it. I cringed. I heard a click. I think he might have just popped it out. They might need to push it back in. And I get the feeling that he's going to have to come off. Well, that is tragic. Well, that's the man who had a splendid effort for a diving catch earlier. He does take a catch, and is a very important one of the very dangerous Zishan. But in the process of not taking the catch, when in his celebration, he pops out his shoulder. Well, like I say, it's I just hope he's okay. He's making his way off, and I know that there are people that have these reoccurring injuries, and whether he's going to be able to sort himself out, if you like. But Gopal Saha, he does take to catch off the bowling of Sulaiman Mohammed, but now he's off the field of play. So there you go. Sulaiman into the pads, but I get a feeling this is probably drifting down the leg side. It was full. I mean, credit to Sulaiman here. I mean, after being hit for a few, knowing that the batters were sussing on to what he was doing, he's been able to get the ball fuller. And it's not a bad shot, but you can see, look, the batter's a long way out, and the ball is also going to be missing the leg stick. And but he's done well. And, well, of course, this is the schedule. We've got plenty of cricket coming your way here in Budapest at the moment. And then we're going to take the train to Vienna and do it all over again. We've got a week in Vienna. And then it comes the Italian summer, 5 weeks in Italy, finishing off with the Super Series there before we go to Germany, Dresden and Krefeld. Of course, Krefeld, most of you would have seen the cricket that happened there recently, the T20I Internationals. So we'll be taking the European Cricket Series there as well. So plenty of cricket coming your way. Make a note of it. Put it in your diary. And going back to this one. So reasonable over there and there from Sulaiman. He's picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 21. He's done his job. The Royal Tigers are exactly on 50 for 2. And Zishan, he went for 28. And that was after Murray Makana. He went for a duck, a 3-ball duck. So now I think it's very important that Harsh stays out there and builds a good innings. He's been joined by Dildar. Kibadalda is the batter that's joined him out there. But, I mean, in terms of the rate, I mean, they're flying, aren't they? So I think be interesting to see if Mandian now tries to take over the role of doing the pinch hitting, what Zishan was doing, or whether he's saying, well, look, I'm here to bat all the way through. And that is going to be Deldar's responsibility to play the big shots. Back to the action. And well, this one, it goes all the way through, and it goes all the way through to the boundary. And it's going to be not a good start at all. So the new bowler doesn't make a good start. Somebody we didn't see yesterday, it's Mohammed Hasnain. Get his line right here. Better delivery, gets it right straight away. Yorker length delivery ball. Got a nice action, nice sort of steady. Run up, it's got a nice tall high action, gets back to his stumps pretty quickly as well, very important for the bowler. Let's give the scores per over at the moment. There's 12 off the first. Look at Sullivan second over 7, captain Rukbullah Rafet 17 of his. Suleiman second over went for 14, but he did pick up another wicket. And, this over from Mohammed Hussain didn't start well, those 5 wides, but since then he seems to have got his line right, opting to come right arm, left arm round as opposed to over. And this one's not a good one again. It goes down the leg side, and good work there from Sadakib. Yeah, interesting. I know a lot of left armers, when they are bowling, prefer to come over the wicket because they like to get that ball to really go across the right handers, just as a different angle for them to have to deal with. When he's coming round the wicket here, he's not really giving the batters anything different to contend with to a normal sort of right arm over. So he needs to use the gift, if you like, of being a left-handed bowler and kind of becoming left arm over, try and just get that angle in. That a lot of right-handers particularly find difficult to contend with. Down the leg side once more, and this one's called a no ball. So no ball. Just have a look. I get the feeling this is, the front foot. It's a very good pick up there. It was a long way over the line there. Well done to the men in black there, picking that up very quickly. The umpires out there, Guri and Steve Anthony, not missing a trick. So free hit. And, well, he's knocked him over. It wouldn't have been out anyway. But this is another no ball. So it's been called again by the umpire. Let's have a look here. See here. Yeah, I mean, remember that part of the heel, whether grounded or raised, has to be behind that line. And I think the umpire is the only man in the right position to see if it's not or not. And I know the first one clearly wasn't. That one, it was a bit closer to it, but still, I think there was plenty of, when he planted that foot, still plenty of the line we could see. We're at the wrong angle, of course, but the umpire was on it straight away. So this will remain a free hit. Just needs to compose himself, the bowler, Masani. See how he does here. Well, this one's better. It won't be out. It's just a dot ball. Well, that's not bad, is it? Well, the bowler hit the stumps twice, and on both occasions it won't count. How many times do you see that? Well, I don't think I've seen this too often. It was the no ball, so then followed by the free hit, which was another no ball, which did hit the stump, so it wouldn't have been out because it was a free hit. And then he does the same thing again. At least this time he's cleared the slate, if you like. This one will count. Can he do it again? Well, that'd be amazing. Let's see. 3 out of 3, but this one counts. Hopefully, if he gets his foot in the right place, Asani. Okay, fair enough, young man. If you don't feel right, stop yourself and go back. So walk back to his mark. Nicely bowled, nicely played as well. Get the single. And that will be the end of the over. So it was an exciting over, plenty of things happening in it. And it wasn't the worst. We went for 13 in the end. Had those difficulties as well. The score moves along to 62 for 3. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to everybody that is following, whether it's via the YouTube chat. And if you are watching via YouTube, of course, send us a little message. Subscribe, tell your friends, tell your family, get involved in the conversation there. And of course, a very big hello, namaste to everybody that's watching in India, Pakistan via the sub-Indian, or in the sub-Indian continent, I should say, watching via FanCode. It's lovely to have you here with us and watching the cricket coming to you from this magnificent setting here in Budapest. The GB Oval. The captain comes back. And he's hoping to be a better over from him. It's a good stop there from Sani. He does well, and he keeps it to 1 as well. He went for several, didn't he, the captain? I think 17 of his first over, but it was the one ball he couldn't get to finish. And it's almost like saying that his one ball cost him 14 runs because he couldn't finish it off. It was 5 wides and then another wide and then the 6. He's hoping to keep this one tidy. Just had that issue in getting the ball outside the off. Oh, it's up in the air. This is an opportunity. The fielder gets under it, and well, it finds it just goes over him. There he goes all the way. Manos arriba. Shaba, shaba. Well, the fielder looks like he's set here to take the catch, but the ball, it just keeps going, going, and going. Let's have a look here. Well, whether he was standing right inside the rope. I know it's very difficult to know where the rope is here. Whether he would have been able to do any better there, I don't know. And this is going in that direction again. Should be fielded. Sani. That's the work. Yeah, difficult one that was for Onkar Uzkul. But it's the captain, Anjan. That's taking the charge now. This is hit pretty well. That's a really nice shot. Fielder comes across. Wasn't a bad delivery. Sort of very quick hands to get that one away. Did that. That's to his account. Anjan now back on strike. Oh, this is very wide. And, it's actually called correctly a no ball because it doesn't even go pitch on the pitch. Have a look here. Anything that is off that pitch is going to be called a no ball, and has been said it's going to be another free hit. Not doing themselves any favours here with the extras, are they, and having to bowl these extra balls. That's now 17 in extras. The free hit down the ground. Sani will do the tidying up. They were already out of territory, which is going to be difficult for the Dubrovnik Vikings. And the highest runs they've scored so far was 73. As that over comes to an end, well, he does finish the over pretty quickly this time around. Doesn't have the same issues as before. But of course now, these are worrying times for the Vikings. As it's 75 on the board. 2 wickets down. There's still plenty of overs left. 4 overs still to go. And you would imagine that they'll probably at minimum be looking at least 10 and over. It was going to take them to around about the 115 mark. But I think they're going to be looking to go beyond that here. And Jan is well set on strike here now. Go back to Gori to bowl this one. And this has been thumped away. Lovely shot. 4 runs. Well, Harsh Mandian has dealt with Gori before. Gori was bowling earlier. We saw Mandian play a lovely shot. He was also dropped, wasn't he, by the man who's, I think, still off the field of play. He popped his shoulder. And that was Gopal Saha. And that's a cracking shot. Just rocks back, gets himself in a beautiful position and smashes it away. And you can see now here that Iqbal, in fact, is just moving the field around a little bit. He's giving some protection to Gori now on the offside. Well bowled, good Yorker. And Harsh quite happy to take the single. Gori improving all the time. Do like what he brings. He definitely wants to try and get a breakthrough here. Deldar. Swing and a miss. The different ball game. You see that? You see, short delivery. Well, first of all, let's have a look at this. This was the catch that was taken, and in the celebration, ouch there, the shoulder goes for Gopal Saha, but the good news is he's back. So, and he looks okay. So that's nice to see. Welcome back, Gopal. Nice catch. And just go easy in the celebrations. I wonder how he does with the old Bhangra dances when he's doing the old Bhangra. I hope he doesn't pop his shoulder doing the old Bhangra or changing the light bulb, as we say. And well, with this one, it's time to change the slumps because these have been smashed. Jagade Bhatte style as well bowled from Gori. And Usar Gori breaks and knocks them over. He deserves that. He certainly does, the young man. And he's improving all the time, every time that I see him. It's a beautiful bit of bowling. Right there, knocking the leg stump there of Deldar. Well, I suppose it was either go and go big and get runs on the board or make room for somebody else. And that's what we're seeing here. Deldar does have to go. Good bit of bowling from Gori. Well done indeed. New batter strides out there to join his captain. It's Abdul Rahman. Yeah, it's one of those seedings is sort of poised in that where if they get a partnership going and provide support to Harsh Mandian, it can still be a score sort of quite easily around the 130 mark. But if they starve Harsh off the strike and the other batters don't really get bat on ball and we see a bit of gold dust, of course by that I'm referring to a few dot balls, they could keep it to around about 115 maybe, even 1 to 120. That would have been an achievement, but of course that still means they've got a lot of work to do and they've got to score more runs than we've seen them score. So just a slight conversation here at the moment about the sight screen. I think the umpire's in conversation with the tournament referee. Just see there, you don't see the sight screen there, but I think there may be something reflecting from it or there about it, which one of the batters may have pointed out to the match officials. I think that's maybe being dealt with there at the moment as we speak. Well, yeah, that's you can see there's the old meeting. They're not hiding from you. And if you're wondering why there's holes there, of course, that's to stop it playing over when it gets really windy. Not really sure what the issue is, but it looks like we're all right now. Whatever it is, seems to be, looks like it's been sorted. So we're going to go back to the action. Abdul Rahman. Gori. Just waiting for the umpire to get his marbles back and find out how many balls to come. Just checks with his colleague and says, well, okay, bowler, I better give you the ball as well. That's not a marble. That's the kookaburra. That's his marbles. He's got a counter. We're ready to go. Back to the action. And now that's disappointing, isn't it? So many times we see that. He's been bowling such a good line, Gori. He gets the wicket with a beautiful delivery, and maybe it's just perhaps that little bit of delay, or maybe just trying to try just a little bit harder here. But after getting a wicket, he disappointingly, the next ball and the first ball to a new batter turns it into a wide. It's played away nicely, chase on for the fielder. Gets there and gets the throw in. Good work. Rapido. Gets there really quickly, gets the throw in. Keeps it to the 1. So Harsh Mandian on 30. 18 deliveries. Ball to go in the over. Gori will be wary of not giving too much room to Harsh. Very strong cutter off the ball. Tucks him up slightly, but Harsh wants to get to the other end because he wants to get back on strike, and he will do. Good spell from the bowler. So Saguri, 2 overs, 1 wicket for 20, and continuing to impress and to improve. And score 82 for 3. And remember, there's many ways that you can stay in touch with us. Many platforms as well on social media. The European Cricket. You can go onto Facebook and also on Instagram. You'll see quite a few posts there, also from myself and Vinny Sandhu as well, and a lot of good work being done around the ground from Diana Auras as well. So a lot of stuff for you to see there, but you can follow us a number of ways. The old Telegram channel as well, or just go to EuropeanCricket.com as well and follow what's going on. And of course, EuropeanCricket.com, I mean, if you want to know about the players in the teams and also about the results, you can go onto there. A lot of interesting statistics there as well as the statistics of players, you know, runs scored and strike rates and wickets taken, etc. Good place to go, not just for the current series, but you can go and check out some of the past as well. A lot of information on there. It's well worth having a look. So EuropeanCricket.com. Back to the action here. And that's a Gandhi ball, and it's been put away. Lovely shot, and that's why he wants to be on strike. He wants to be playing these shots. So it goes down the leg side. He waits for it this time and clips it away. Just one bounce as it goes next to that banner there. Welcome to the home of Hungarian cricket. Yeah, well, we're loving being here, and we're enjoying what we're seeing as well. And once again, we're seeing the Royal Tigers led by Harsh Mandian putting runs on the board. Oh, well, he's absolutely mashed this. Well, he's muscles this over the boundary. Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well, how about that? Well, he's absolutely rifled that. He's got to get the ball right up there. It's a little bit too short. Too much leg side-ish. And Hafiz, well, he's been feasted on by the captain. And this is a clever little shot. It's really nicely played. Well, it's raining boundaries here at the moment at the GB Oval. Lovely shot. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग कर रहा है. 3 बाउंड्री ऑन हो गया. 2 चौके 1 छक्का. टाइमिंग बहुत अच्छी है. प्लेसमेंट भी अच्छी है. इन्नी जोर दी मान इन्नी ट्राई करदा placement पूरी है and bowler just having a few words coming his way 14 off 3 balls already and racing towards a well-deserved half century. 2 half centuries so far in the series, all from the Royal Tigers. Oh, she just punches this off the back foot, times it well, gets a single. Maybe time for him to take a bit of a breather, as he says to Rahman. Probably says to Rahman, okay, you can have the next 2 deliveries. Yeah, half century so far from Zahir Safi, who's, well, we haven't seen him. He's in the lineup. He's probably the next one padded in to come in. And this is up in the air. It's an opportunity. The fielder comes in and takes a really good catch, Sani. He makes that look really easy. For a moment, I thought he was going to do a Wannagamagate and come in too much and see it go over his head, but he doesn't. But he does have to take it over his head. Makes it a little bit harder than perhaps it was. But nice clean strike. Hits it pretty well, does Abdul Rahman. But very good catch there. You see he ends up having to jump and take it in the air because he's coming a little bit too much. But nicely taken. Krishnani takes the catch to get rid of Abdul Rahman. Rahman goes for 1 of the 2 balls that he's faced. And, well done to Hafiz as well. Picks up his first wicket. That gives an opportunity now for another batter to come in. I think this time it's going to be Manikana that comes in. So maybe they just decided that maybe Zahir Safi can have a bit of a rest in this one and give the opportunity to 1 or 2 other batters to go out there and have a hit. Also, I think you saw Harsh Mandian coming in maybe a little bit higher as well, coming in before Safi. Talking about the guys that have made half centuries, I mentioned Safi 67 24. There was Zishan Kukil as well, 52 not out, and off the mark. They're being applauded for getting off the mark, so maybe it's sending somebody in to give him a little bit of confidence. Manikada not only gets himself off the mark, but gets himself back on strike as well. Not a bad over there from Hafiz. He does go for 16 though. He does pick up a wicket. And the score now is 99. And I remember I was saying earlier that maybe about at the end, or yeah, when it was 75 for 2, saying that depending on how much strike Harsh Mandian gets, this score could be sort of 130, maybe even more than that, the way he's hitting the ball. But if he gets starved of strike a little bit, it could end up being about 115, 1 to 120. And that's the situation here at the moment. We're approaching 100, 12 balls here to go. And I think it's the interest of the Debrecen Vikings to try and keep the captain of the Tigers off strike as much as possible. So that will help. Dot ball is gold dust. Swing and a miss from Manikada. I think Harsh Mandian is probably now just starting to question whether he should have taken that single there. He's been very clever up to now to try and make sure he gets on strike. Well, he will here now. It's well fielded from Kashani, who took that catch to dismiss Rahman earlier. Powerful shot, gets it through the gap, but the ball just holds up once more. Not too many, especially out on the offside, all along the deck, have gone to the boundary. I think that's the hardest point to score a boundary along the deck. Whereas in the third man area and fine leg backward square, because of the slight slope on the ground, it goes a bit quicker. But he does get a couple. Sani, well, does well, yeah, keeps it to 1. slight little misfield as he charges. He knows in the back of his mind he only wants to give the single. Want to keep Manicado on strike, and that's why it's slight fumble, but not enough for the batters to take the 2. They're bowled again. It's, the bowler finishes his follow through. Off camera here, there he goes. He's almost doing a little semicircle run here. He's going to get himself dizzy if he's not careful. But, one cut. Was cool. Short. Firmly hit. Keep an eye on the fielders. Oh, this one has gone through. And it will be a boundary. And, well, that is quite important, actually, because I'll tell you why. If this one ends up being a single, then he's going to be back on strike again because it was the last ball of the over. And Sani, who's been so good up until then, and slightly misfields this one, and it does go to the boundary. I think probably that is on the back of his mind, but it goes for 4. So Melixada gets the boundary to his name, but more importantly, I think he now has to walk to the other end at the end of the over. So the score 107. That's the end of 9 overs now. So this is the one now, I think, where Harsrandian, firstly, he will be eyeing up getting another half century, making it a trio of half centurions on their side. This is well hit. Fielder needs to get down. It does. Gets the slide in, and they've got to take this on. And that's very, very good running there. And that was Melixada who said, look, I'm coming. I'm running to the danger end. And I want to get you back on strike. And that's well batted as well. Harsrandian brings up his 50. Good stop. Keeps it to 1. Felicidades por el capitán de Royal Tigers. Hacemos 50 carreras. Ahora tiene 53. 52. Oh, well, this one is going to have to be bowled again, and it's a no ball. Where does this end up going? I think it's going to go to the boundary for 4 runs. Well, this was a gundy ball, and it was dangerous as well. Well, a big swing from Melixada. And, well, they've done so well, haven't they, in the second part, or certainly the last 4 overs, to try and keep the runs down and keep this manageable. And then right at the end, well, that's going to hurt them because it goes to the boundary. That's 4 plus the 1 for the no ball, 5. And it gets the warning there, and now it has to be bowled again. Sani, he was a guilty man, also let the ball go to the boundary as well. And this is hit pretty well. It goes all the way. Bolle. Ginna Sona Shaka. Well, this was all power. That's what it was. And comes out of the middle of the bat and gets thumped big. Well, that's how you get 11 of just 1 ball. That's the way to put away the free hit as well. Sani under a bit of pressure. And this one is going to the fielder. Will get a single. But it doesn't get any easier for Sani because it means that Harsrandian is now going back on strike. And he certainly wants to finish with a flurry. So the thought of keeping it under 120 has now disappeared. Now they're focusing on trying to keep it under 130. Full toss, and this is another no ball. It's another one that is sent out of here as well. And it's a no ball 6. It's 7 more. Oh, we've seen a 5, and now we've seen a 7. And that's also the second no ball. Now remember that the rule change, or our own local rules, if you like, for European Cricket Series, is that it's 3 and you're off. So he's had the first, and he's had these final warning here now. I know in some other formats it's 2 and you're off. Well, that's a slight change that we've got here. So 129 on the board. And this looks like it's going to be 4 more. What a wonderful shot this is. And just showing Harsh Mandian that he's a player, a talented player who's able to play shots all around the ground. He was given the width this time. He gets down on one knee and he puts it away. A marvellous shot. And we go now beyond the 130 mark. 133 with a ball to go. And the Royal Tigers showing once more their strength and their power. And we're seeing it in the form of their captain this time, Harsh Mandian. A really, really good knock from him. 62 not out of just 29 deliveries. Final ball, or is it? Up in the air, opportunity. The wicket keeper should be the one taking their side of Kib. And he drops it. Well, it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, Sani, after everything that happened, thought, well, at least I'll finish off with a wicket. But it's not to be. It goes up in the air and side of Kib. Well, he'll be wondering how he drops this. He had all the time to get under it. And, watches it and thinks it's going to be easy. And, well, nothing is easy. Gloves on or not. And, well, that's a clanger. And that's one way to put it. It's 134 on the board. And 4 wickets down. So the team, the Devon Vikings, that struggled yesterday with the bat. And just to remind you, 46 batting first for 9 and then chasing 128, 73. Well, they've got a bat out of their skins here today, but they're going to be positive. And I think somebody that they're going to be relying on to really give them a good start has got to be Kif Sani, the man who bowled that last over. But just have a look at some of these highlights. It started, well, could have started with a wicket, couldn't it? Gauri's first ball being edged for 4 by Zishan. But once Zishan got going, he's not a man that you want to be bowled too many bad balls to. But this one was a wicket. It was a gift. It wasn't a good ball at all. It was really, really wide. And Kana was given his opportunity to open the batting. Well, he went for a duck. But then that brought the captain in. And, well, we know what he did. He made no mistakes as he smashed the ball to all parts of the ground. That would have been a sensational catch. But keep an eye on that man because, well, we do see more of him, don't we? Gopal Saha. Well, that would have been a great catch, but he does take a catch a little bit later on, but we had to wait a while for it. As the ball was play. I mean, this was a great shot, wasn't it? I mean, again, the power that you need to be hitting the ball to the boundary from there. That was a brilliant shot as well from Zishan. Just predicted where the ball from Suleiman was going to go. But this was it. This was the catch. And, well, he dropped one earlier, but he takes this one. But then in the celebration, well, he stopped short there because then while he put the ball up in the air, just like that, says that fielder, he popped out his shoulder. So he had to go off for a while and I think pushed that shoulder back in as he come back out. But this was a good bit of bowling. Or was it? Because he did it twice, but not one of them counted. Why? Because they were 3 hits of a no ball. But I did like what I saw from the young man, and I think I'm going to see more from the left-hander as well. This one could have been, but wasn't to be. And Gauri then came back into attack. Well, he's another youngster that I've been very impressed with, and he does take a wicket. That was a good bit of bowling as he knocked the stumps over from Dildar. It was at that point, really, that you thought that they could contain this to under 120, maybe even around 115. But then towards the end, there was a bit of lapse in the fielding. There was some bad deliveries, and also the captain, Harsh Mandian, he timed his assault on the bowlers really well. That was a good catch there from Sani. He's had a pretty good day out there in the field, but then towards the end, he made an error, which that one there, the ball went for 4, and then he was given the ball to bowl, and it didn't go too well for him either. It was an expensive over, and there was a couple of no balls in there as well, and just couldn't get things right and was just giving away runs. He went for, in the end, his 1 over went for 27. So not only did it go magical, it almost went supersonic. And, well, he could have got a wicket from it, but, well, how about, look at this. That was well, what can you say? It's one of those where you're so confident you're going to take the catch, you don't even get yourself into second gear, and then he puts it down. So disappointment as we have a quick scan through the scorecard. Zishan Kukikil was there again, hitting the ball really well before. He was caught by Gopal Saha off the bowling of Sulaiman Mohammed Khana. Wasn't able to register any runs. Hashman Young, what a super knock from him. 63 not out of just 30 deliveries. Super knock from the captain. And there was good support there towards the end as well, wasn't there? I mean, I like the hitting of Malik Zada. He came out there, got a big roar when he got off the mark, but he showed that he's more than capable of hitting the ball well. Bowling figures, well, Sulaiman Mohammed, 2 for 21, bowled really well, as well did Gauri, but the captain, Rukbul Rafat, his first over was very, very expensive. Just couldn't finish it well. That was a bit of a turning point. He just couldn't get his 6th ball in. 1 for 16 for Hafiz of the 1 over, but that one expensive over there right at the end. I mean, wouldn't they love to have those 27 runs back? It certainly would mean that this chase would be a lot more manageable. But as it stands, 134 is on the board. That means 135 is required for the team making their debut in a FanCode European Cricket Series, the Dibrukan Vikings. It's going to be an uphill struggle, but the main thing I think they've got to do here, which is what we saw them do yesterday, is to keep on improving. And I think yesterday it was good to see them get past the 50 mark after their struggle in their first match. Here, I think if they can get and touch on around about the 100, they'll be feeling very positive about the way that they're improving all the time. Hey, this is cricket, this is sport. Anything can happen. Is this going to be the day of the underdogs? You never know. The only way to find out is to join me back, Rico Ford here in the house, and join me in around about 10 minutes time as we come back for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. And welcome back to this beautiful location here in Budapest. This is the GB Oval Cricket Ground, and it is the home of Hungarian cricket. And certainly loving the look of the ground so far. Seeing all of the flags that have turned up here. Some of the partners, some of the teams as well in the Federation of Hungarian cricket. And one of the teams that have been one of the top sides are on show here. That's the Royal Tigers. We've seen them at the European Cricket League, where they were very competitive early on this year. And also some of those players we've seen playing for Hungary as well. And Hungarian cricket certainly is on the up. Nice to see a lot of those players, experienced players, and a mixture of experienced players and the young players that are coming on board as well. New teams as well, like the Debrecen Vikings, who are on show here as well. And it just goes to show that the cricket is getting better and is on the way up as well, with new teams and more teams coming along. That's always nice to see. It's also nice to see that the youngsters taking part, the junior cricket on the up as well as women's cricket as well. So all the good and the right things happening. And right here, the Royal Tigers once again have shown their strength. Batting first, they've put 134 on the board, so 135 required for victory. It's not going to be easy. The Vikings, they know that they've had issues with their batting, but the key thing for them is not to be intimidated. Stay focused and go out there to, well, as I always say, it's very important to enjoy yourself and enjoy what you do out there, but to try and improve all the time. It's the captain. It's at the non-striker's end, Rakbul Rifa. And you've got the key batter man that we did see snippets of class from yesterday, but he wasn't able to go on and put a bigger score on. Sort of got into double figures, but he needs to go big here. It's Abdul Manan to bowl first. First ball, just played out as the dot. Captain Harsmanyan of the Tigers behind the stumps. And the two batters deciding they want to have a little chat there straight away, just after the first ball. Maybe the captain offering a bit of advice. And this one getting good lift, good carry through, hitting the seam. The two batters, they do. Get a single, so off the mark. Too wide, good work there from Harsh, showing no signs of fatigue. He's taking his pads off. He probably changes some probably smaller pads, the wicket keeping ones. Takes this one nicely. Into the body, just play down the onside, and well, a nice little dive and throw from the fielder, showing plenty of urgency. That's one thing that I like to see is, regardless of what the match situation is, that they're still always looking to play the same way. This is going to be wide as well. Once again, there's work to do there for Harsh. Gets a hand on it, stops it going past him. And then he says, oh, I felt that one. Yeah. Zani. Up in the air, he doesn't get enough of this, and the fielder will take a comfortable catch. And no mistakes there from Dildar. And it's a disappointing start for the Vikings because they lose one of their key players, Sani, early. He's the man that had to go on and give them a good start. It's not going to be him this time. He has to depart. So it's now the turn of the new batter. This is going to be Tahir Hafiz to join the captain out there. See what support that he can give his captain himself. Makibul with that, so he just got off the mark himself, having faced just the one ball. So success straight away for Abdul Manan in the first over. Still 2 deliveries to come in it. And it's got the breakthrough. More advice from the captain, with that, to the new batter. Bit of a leave there, I think. Doesn't really get any foot movement into play. Just quite happy just to keep the feet more or less planted. That sees that one go safely into the hands of the wicketkeeper. Breeze just picking up around the ground here now. Hits it fairly well. Dildar does the fielding, but that's one that you need to take the single. He hits it straight away and is calling no. You've got to take him. Runs are hard to come by. That is the end of the over. And it's a perfect start for the Royal Tigers. They pick up a wicket. Only 4 runs come off it as well from Anand. Wakam Mahmood. First opportunity for us to see Wakam Mahmood, player that we didn't see yesterday. Comes into the attack and a single taken. This one's down the leg side, and that's good work again there from Harsh. It seems to be the all about the captain here today. After all, Tigers, Harsh Mandian, after a very good batting performance from him. 63 of just 30 deliveries. It's now all about him behind the stump. So this is a nicely looking shot, but he's found the hands of the fielder. The batter can't believe it. And he just tries to help this along, doesn't he? As soon as he hits it, he thinks, that'll do. That'll give me some runs. But he doesn't. He goes straight into the hands of the fielder. Look, he doesn't try to hit it too hard. He's really confident that he's done enough here to get him some runs. And then when he looks back, he can't believe that it's gone into the hands of the fielder. So Tahir Hafiz, he has to disappointingly depart for a 3-ball attack, and that's not the start he wanted. And looks like the captain says, hang on a minute before you go, give me my bat. Well, I wouldn't want that bat. He hasn't scored any runs. Stick with what you got. In fact, you got 2 with yours. Hafiz didn't get any with these. But well, there we see it again. Look, you think he's done everything right here, but you see he's so convinced, he's so confident that he's done enough there to get him some runs. He thinks, I don't need to try and hit this too hard. He finds the hands off the fielder, so Waka Mahmood gets his first wicket. So a nice start, nice introduction for him in this series. Now come on, it'll be 6 now on the board, 2 wickets down. Saad Akib, the wicket keeper, batter, comes out now. Let's see what he can offer. Captain Rifat doesn't fancy himself getting there, but these are the sort of things, this is where they need to make these little subtle improvements. Just taking those singles, because otherwise what's happening here is, you know, it's becoming very easy for the Tigers. It's no score's not moving at all. They can stay pretty stagnant, not having to put under any pressure. See, once again here, this time it's just played straight to that field, and they're able to bring the field in as well. You see, the field isn't going to come in because they say, well, look, they're not going to take the singles. You've got to do something different to put that pressure on to get those fielders back out again. And this time, Akib just electing just to block this one out. Wakas Mahmood, just 2 runs off the over so far, picks up a wicket. And, once again, you see another example. I mean, that's a single. They're just not taking the runs either. I think that's already 3 or 4 singles that have been turned around. I mean, okay, maybe in the context of the match, that's not going to make the difference between winning and losing, but you're not rotating the strike. You're not moving the scoreboard at all. And you're just putting pressure on yourself. 6 for 2 at the end of 2 as we have a look at the table. So the Royal Tigers looking to add 2 more points and to go joint on 4 points with the Cobra, the Budapest Blinders, and then with the second time these 2 teams meet, they'll be looking to see if they can get a victory and go top. And of course, they've got to still win this one. Anything can happen, though it looks very, very unlikely. Well, how about this? Well, I don't think I've quite seen anything like this before. He tries to get funky, and he actually goes and he plays this onto his own stumps. This is incredible. He plays this onto his... I've seen it happen off the pad, but never off the bat. So the batter has batted himself out. He's bowled himself. Look at this. Well, I think he also does a nutmeg. I think he goes through... He can't believe it. He's standing there staring at the stump saying, did I do this? He nutmegs himself, hitting the ball onto his own stumps. Well, there's the captain. Well, Rifat, he's just thinking, did I really do that? Well, yeah, you did. And, well, sometimes my advice would be start to hit the ball straight a few times first and play some authentic shots before you try the funky stuff. And Rifat, he has to depart as well. He goes for 2 of the 3 balls that he faced, and believe it or not, that is bowled. And it's another wicket. And this time it's Deldar that's in the action. Well, that's a nice shot. Are we going to see a boundary? Yes, we are. This is what we want to see. That's more like it. That's the way I like it. I like it, I do. Well, Kashif Mohammed comes out and hits his first ball for 4 runs. Nice looking shot as well. Well, hello. Here we got a bit of fight in us yet. Nice shot as well. A good comeback from Deldar. That'd be a wide. So the scoreboard is starting to tick. Deldar to get his radar right. And this one's going down the legs. The right shot to be playing there from Mohammed, just trying to whip this away. But just doesn't get there quick enough. Well, that's the old pavilion there. Well, not really, but it should be, shouldn't it? I mean, nice to see that other people are taking the opportunity to sit back, get comfortable, enjoy the cricket. Thank you for joining us, that's what I'd say. But, I'm pretty sure that this special work... Oh, it's another one, and I think this one has probably been played on as well. I don't think this goes all the way through onto the stumps. of Dildar picked up his second. And, yeah, I got a feeling that Kashif Mohammed has dragged this one back. Let's have a look. Yeah, definitely. So, well, he says, Captain, anything you can do, I can do better. Though this wasn't quite as elaborate. He's a little bit unlucky here, but you see he's not coming down with a straight bat. The bat is angled, and that's why the ball is smashed back onto the stumps. So after playing a delightful shot to the boundary, Kashif Mohammed, apologies, he goes for four deliveries bowled by Deldar. And, well, it's a bit of thought for Saqib. But Saad Aqib at the other end. It's played safely and firmly. He's at the other end. Saad Aqib. He's faced 4 balls, hasn't got off the mark. But he's seeing wickets fall all around him. That's another over. Comes to an end. So that is the end of the power play. And all I can tell you is that there's not a lot of power happening at the moment. The only power is that the batters seem to be hitting the ball onto their own stumps. 4 wickets down. Gori is the new batter that has come out. And this is an opportunity also here, I think, especially with the way this contest is looking, for the Royal Tigers to maybe have a look around and say, right, who wouldn't we normally be giving the opportunity to in a tighter game, and maybe give the likes of that person an opportunity to maybe have a bit of a bowl. But, not often, especially in a competition, that you get opportunities like that. And again for Nourishman here, another new name. Somebody that we didn't see yesterday. And opportunity looks like to see a bit of spin. And something that I thought that the Tigers were missing yesterday. Well, the Tigers didn't have any spin at all in their contest against the Blinders. So let's see how this goes. No, not a bad start. Got a well, it's been called a wide in the end. It's a tight call actually. Yeah, but yeah, that's fair. There you go. It was actually called earlier than I thought. Slip in place. Now it's Saad Aqib. He's not in a hurry to get going, is he? That's his 5th delivery, still not off the mark. Wide again, just going for that cricket delivery. I think this isn't probably a point where when you see what the score is, 4 wickets down, that somebody like Nourishman should just be maybe giving this ball a bit of flight, giving it a bit of air. Especially when you've got a batter who doesn't particularly look too aggressive, but he's finally off the mark. Good bit of fielding as well. Gets down low there. I think that's in Junkana. Missed the opportunity with the bat, didn't he? But makes a good stop there. Just keeps that to 1. So Aqib does get off the mark. This is going to be another wide from Nourishman. Gori will be looking to get off the mark himself. Well, he's doing a lot of swinging, but a lot of missing as well. And Harsh Mandian is just right there, just ready to whip those bails off if that back foot just to lift off the ground. Bit fuller. Oh, we almost had another one that's played onto the stumps, but this one misses them, and not by much. You can see that there, very close, and gets Gory off the mark. It's nicely played. Nice looking shot. Oh, and this one is another one that was pretty close. So Englishman thought he finally got a wicket of the last ball of his first over. There he goes. He's holding his head. How does that not get anything? Score 17. 4 wickets down. I suppose one thing that didn't happen in that over is they didn't lose a wicket. So where do you go from here as we just have a look at what's coming up in September? Starting is the European Cricket Championship. This is the Euros of cricket, European cricket at its best. These are the national sides coming together. Certainly looking forward to this at Cardamania. I call it Cardamania at Cartama near Malaga. Cardamania happening again, the third time. We've seen the ECC, we saw the ECL, so this is the ECC coming back again. And oh, this is a great catch. Absolutely fantastic. Well, that man can do nothing wrong today. Well, look, you might as well just write it in already. Player of the match, Harsh Mandian. It's as simple as that. Because unless one of the bowlers does something spectacular, you're not taking away from him. This is a really good catch. Look at this. Absolutely splendid. Great catch. And the umpire just helping the batter know that he's got to go. Well, he's probably thinking, you see, Sadaqib, that's why I don't try to hit the ball too much, because when I hit it or try and hit it hard, they catch it. That's a really good catch, and he's absolutely delighted with himself, is Harsh. And, well, that's a really, really good catch. And Sadaqib, he'll be very disappointed and probably feel that he's a little bit unlucky as well. He goes for 2. Of the 8 balls that he faced, and it's a wicket for another one for Mahmood. And well, we'll be careful here now. I think that's a Gopal Saha that's come in. We don't want him swinging too much. He's the man who popped out his shoulder when he was celebrating. So, well, doesn't stop him swinging. It's the sort of one he needs to be playing straight or angling the bat as he's playing the shot. Looking to play it on the offside. Just trying to go right across the line here. And well, that's the danger. You're going to go across the line. If you miss it and the ball is straight, then it's going to be curtains, and it is curtains. So Saha goes. It's there's 2 ball duck, so that's what one of those is. He's got to go, and we have seen a few ducks here today. And I was saying in the beginning of the day that in the winter, this ground or this area is all underwater. In fact, there's water under us as we speak because the river comes up in the winter and everything is flooded. So there is some water spot somewhere where the ducks can go into. Well, that is where this man, Saha, is going to have to go and join quite a few other ducks that we've had today. But you can see there, he's only got the 1 shot. He's looking to hit over and the towards cow corner, trying to send it to the moon, but he's got to go. And Wakar Mahmood is he's having a great time at the moment. Picks up his 3rd wicket, 3 for 2 so far. And now it's time for Gory to think what's going on. He's at the other end seeing wickets fall all over the place. Nicely played. So it's Ali Nawaz. Who's out there now? It's this one. Pretty straight. I think he may get a boundary here. He does. Well, nicely done. Cuatro carreras. Nice shot. Nice straight drive. Gets it over the top of the boulders. Nobody out there in the back, in the deep. And, not only is he rewarded with a shot that he can play back and watch, but also, I think there's some nice shots of that from Diana Horace as well, who's taking some nice photos for us. The ECM photographer. Yeah, I mean, keep an eye. We've talked about our social media. See this delivery first. It's asking the question. It's a shake of the head from the umpire. And that is the end of the over. Let's have a look at this. He does step across, but that ball is pitching outside the line of the leg stump. So it cannot be out. 21 on the board now. And 5 overs completed. And 6 wickets down. Yeah, so on our social media, plenty of activity there, but certainly loving all the photographs that are being taken by Diana. You've got the pick of the day ones as well, and on Facebook and on Instagram, and also some of the videos. There's some interviews with some of the players. Excellent stuff. This one is tossed right up. Well, what happened there? Is that a soft ball? It didn't go very far, and he just gets right the toe end off the bat on that. And this is hit pretty well, and it's going to be 4 more. Well, this is more like it. Now it's Gory who gets in on the act. A little bit too short, and he gives it a good old thump. And nobody back there. So we're starting to see a bit of an acceleration here, and it's a Richmond coming on for his second over. Goes Fuller to hit straight down the ground. Will be fielded by Sai Gutham. That's well hit, and this well, there's a fielder out there for a moment. I thought it could be maybe another boundary. It did pretty well. So this by far is the best moment that the African Vikings have had with the bat. The best partnership. And this is hit pretty well, and this goes all the way. Bolle. Well, this is the way I like it. I do. Shaba. Well, I tell you what, I think Rukbul Rufat maybe needs to change his batting order. That's a lovely shot. And this time, Richmond just keeps this on a little bit wider outside the off. That's the end of the over. And Richmond wanted his cut pretty quickly here and to walk away. He's gone for 18 off his 2 overs. And that one just takes the score up to 33. 6 wickets down, 6 overs gone. And what can they hope to get to here? I mean, they've got to bear in mind that they have lost 6 wickets. But, I mean, if they can once again get to 70, I mean, maybe even beat the highest score that they've made so far. I mean, it's still going to take some doing because the wickets have lost. 73 they made yesterday, 5 down, chasing 128. Well, extras will help. But at least that's a step in the right direction. That's the 8th extra of the innings. Malik Zada is the bowler. Another swing and a miss. Doesn't want to get too carried away here. Nawaz. Played some nice shots, but he needs to be thinking about batting all the way through if he can. He probably needs to make a mental note of who else is to come and their abilities as well. Well, he steps across here, and well, the fielder, he's totally lost this, and the umpires will want to check where this goes, for 6 or 4. He goes for 4. He comes in like he's got this totally covered, and then he just shies away from it. He says, mera, 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 then says, nahi, 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 mera nahi, it tera. Well, there's nobody else that can say it's his, and it drops before the line as well. 4 runs, so nice shot. And this is pretty good as well, so back-to-back boundaries. And Nuaz, he's turning on the style here. Well, these two are certainly enjoying themselves. Gets a bit of width, waits for it, doesn't get too carried away and try and hit it too hard. Malik Zada, what next? Oh, this one's flicked towards that man again. This time he is able to grab at it. And Nuaz takes the single this time. And he hands over the strike to Gory. Well, this is turning out to be a healthy partnership. Came together with the score on 17. Gory, he's hit this really well, and it's going to get over the fielder, and it's 6 more. Nice shot from Gory, and gives it a good old thump. Stands upright, hits it hard, finds the middle of the bat. The fielder there, right at the last minute, sees the ball disappear into the sunshine and loses it. Well, this is more like it, and out of nowhere, these two are approaching and have got to the 50. So the 50 on the board, and that's a team 50. So they struggled, remember, to do this yesterday when they were batting first. So maybe that 73, or getting past 73 is on here. That's the highest score that they've had so far. But remember, these two teams, they do it again. And looks like, what I can tell you, that it's going to be very much the same again. It looks like the Tigers are going to have a bat once more, and they'll be looking to probably pile on the runs again as well. And maybe one of the other batters will get an opportunity. It'll be interesting to see how they go about this, the Royal Tigers. But, what a good response this has been from these two, though. Nicely played. That man out there certainly got his work cut out. Yeah, so the 50 came up into 7 overs. So Gutham is bowling now. Shorter delivery. Gets past the outside head off the bat. Yeah, it was also nice to see that these two batting together, playing some nice shots. Have also given the Vikings something to cheer about. They certainly did need something, didn't they? And Gory, he's at 2 6s and a 4. And was 3 4s. And this one, where's this ending up? It's going to be 4 more. Well, he says, hang on a minute, Rico. Don't say yet how many I've hit. I want to add another one to that 3. I'm going to make it 4 4s that I've hit. So just I like this. I mean, okay, the result, I suppose, is already not the issue. You know, that the Royal Tigers are going to get the victory here. It's nice to see that there is some fight in the African Vikings from these two. Gory, who's moved on to 20, and was now on to 19. That maybe showing the other batters the way to do it. This is absolutely thumped. Oh, that is a blast. What a lovely shot. Manos arriba, arbitro. Así me gusta. Qué guay. Qué genial. Qué grande. Es nague. Es massive. SOS says Queridas. Loving it. But, this is what it's all about, isn't it? And these two are making a point, and it's being well received. And, well, that's called a wide. Well, this is the bowler. Finds that one hard to believe. But, I think it's the umpires have been very good on this. Let's see this again. Yeah, okay, I think that's fine. And this is going to go to the boundary as well. 4 more. Big gap down there. There's nobody at third. So the runs keep on coming. The result is in doubt. Of course, the Royal Tigers are going to join the likes of the Cobras and also the Blinders up there on 4 points. They're going to register their second win here. But the fight here from the Vikings, the Vikings, is good to see. Looks like they are going to, if these two keep going, going to get past the highest score they've scored so far in the series. And this is really positive. And that is also, if my maths is correct, I make that the 50 partnership between these two as well. And, well, maybe the teams haven't acknowledged that, but I'm going to acknowledge it because this is a fantastic innings. It's a great knock. Yeah, it was 17 for 6. So, absolutely brilliant. You're going to miss. It just goes to show that if you go out there and apply yourself, anything is possible, and you bat positively. It looked like they were going to be blown away, didn't it? It looked like that to get anywhere near 50 was not going to happen, especially when you're 17 for 6. But, well, all of that has changed here. Goes through. It's Deldar back into the attack. And this, the 9th over, already picked up 2 wickets, isn't he? 2 for 5. In the air, wicketkeeper getting underneath it and making no mistake. And is that man again, Harsh Hundian, who takes it, well, a far easier catch than the one he took to get rid of Saad Akib, which was a diving one-hander. Yeah, just loses his head, doesn't he? And doesn't really know where the ball is at all. Does the batter, but Harsh does. But look, well done to Ali Nawaz. Well batted indeed, sir. 19 of 14 deliveries. And it's shown the other batters what you got to do. Be a bit more positive and play your shots. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. But a really good partnership, a 50 partnership he put on there with Gorey. Gorey's still there, of course. And he's going to get more than 2 a ball. 30 on 14. The new batter will come out. And this is Onka. Was cool. Deldar has picked up 3 here now. Well played. Good backing up from Gorey. Very well run. He was away straight away, wasn't he? He wants more of the action, more of the strike. And, well, Deldar, he'll love another wicket. We haven't seen a 4-for yet. The umpire's just checking how many to come. Gorey just adjusting himself. Well, it's a young man with a bright future ahead of him. Pretty high, ends up being a full toss, but still gets plenty of power in the shot. They will come back for 2. I think this one just is okay. Look at there, he does come forward, but still, you know, I mean, you could say that maybe it was dipping. It was pretty high, but he does come out of his crease, so probably a difficult one to judge. Maybe one that Deldar gets away with. Gory on strike. And this one goes through him, and it goes past Harsh as well. He gets a bit of foot onto this, but now he's chasing after it. And somebody finally comes down to the stumps. This will be 2 byes. Wait for the signal for the umpire. Yep, it is. So the 70 on the board here now. Remember, the highest score was in their second game yesterday when they were chasing 128 or 29 for victory, and they got to 73. So at one point, it didn't look like they were going to get any close to that. And with those two byes, it takes his score to 72 for 7 after 9 overs. So 6 more balls to go. Looks like it's the last over is going to be bowled by Manan. And, well, this one, it's okay. The batter is having a look around. And Manan, he's got a big smile on his face saying, nah, this was fine. Well, I don't know. I've seen those called. I'm pretty sure that may have taken a bit of the line as it goes through. But this one will be called. So that's your 73. So they've equaled their highest score so far. They can complete this run without getting themselves out. They'll pass it, and they have, and maybe they'll go back for another. They will. I'm pretty sure that Gory wouldn't have minded just staying at the other end and having a final flurry. But they decide, well, okay, we'll have one more. And Onka Uzgul, he gets 2 more to him. It was one of those where... And there we go, that's clean through. And it just needed a straight ball, didn't it? And Manan gets it and picks up his second wicket. And he's still 3 balls to go in the innings. It's 75 for 7. Yeah, that I have to say, I think Gory probably could have just stayed on strike there. That would have been my call, take the single and say, nah, let's just keep it to 1. But it just means that, well, with Uzgul now gone, he goes to 3 of 3 deliveries. That the new batter will be on strike. So it may be difficult now for Gory to get back on strike. Sadakib to now take guard. Oh, he gets a bit of bat onto it. It's dropped short of the fielder. So Gory will come on to strike. So we may see a finish with the flurry. If they can get to 80, that certainly be a result. It's all happened from nowhere, hasn't it? So we're going to miss once more. And, well, this has gone all the way through. Well, I thought that the keeper had this, goes all the way through. So 4 byes. That'll do very, very nicely. I was saying, well, if they could get to 80, that's going to be a good result. Well, it does go. So 80 on the board. So remember, at one point, they were 17 for 6. Moving around in his crease, so this one is going to go the same way, and this has come off the bat, and it's going to be 4 more, and that's the way to finish. finishes on 84. Well, I said, well, look, you might as well give the player of the match performance to that man there who's rolling around and getting dirty. And that's the captain of the Tigers, Harsmandian. Well, I'll tell you what, the other man that's really impressed me is Gory. Well done to him. He's stuck around and done what the others couldn't. And that is get some runs on the board. And I think he finishes there with that boundary, 36. Yeah, he does, 36 of 18. Well done indeed. It just makes you think if any of the earlier batters could have got going, it could have been a different story altogether. But it wasn't to be. And all it needed is maybe, 20 runs or so from Sani, maybe. And maybe if someone like the captain, Rakbul Rifat, could have done the same, could have been a different ball game, couldn't it? But well done. I'm going to say well done again to the Brooklyn Vikings. They're making their debut here, so very much a learning curve for them. But they do, somehow, it's a bit of a mystery really, they do manage to get to the highest score that they've scored so far in the series, 84 for 8. So well done to them. But of course, also a well done to the Royal Tigers because they continue with winning ways. They did lose their very first match to the defending champions, to the Budapest Blinders. But since then, they beat the Blinders comfortably yesterday, putting 140 on the board. And then in this one, putting 134 on the board, they keep the Brooklyn Vikings to 84 for 8. And those two teams are going to be doing it all over again. Let's have a quick look at some of the highlights. Well, early on, it was all about the wickets. And this one was not a good choice of shots there from Sani. He needed to stay out there, but he wasn't able to. And then, well, what about this? He thinks he's played a really good shot, doesn't he? That's Hafaz, but it wasn't. It was straight into the hands. And then this, well, this was just, I don't know how to describe this. He tried to get funky. That's the captain, Rifat, and he ends up, well, looking to do the reverse Malachi and ends up knocking his own stumps over, hitting the ball onto his own stumps. With this one, after some nice shots, well, one nice shot, you'd have to say, from Khatib Mohammed, he does the same thing, gets a bit of the edge onto his stumps, knocks him over. Then there was this catch. This was absolutely sensational. Sadaqib, it took a long time before he played a shot in anger. When he did, he found the edge, and it was a sensational catch. And, well, certainly the bowler, Waqas Mahmood, was over the moon with that, and so was the captain, certainly enjoying himself behind the stumps. And, well, one man who wasn't there too long was Gopal Saha. But then we saw an crazy sort of partnership, a 50-run partnership between Ali Nawaz and Umar Guri. And both of these guys played some nice shots. They played out there with no fear. And they were prepared to hit the ball. And didn't they hit it well? And between the two of them, like I say, not only that 50 partnership, let's have a look at Guri first. 3 sixes and 3 fours on his way to 36 of 18. And that is not out. And Ali Nawaz, well, he hit 4 fours on his way to 19 of 14 deliveries. And that was what was required to help the Brooklyn Vikings to get to the highest score that they posted in their first European cricket series. And some of these shots were absolutely marvellous. So well done to them, especially those two guys. And certainly I'm wondering if the captain will take note of that and maybe make some changes to the batting lineup, maybe give some of those guys an opportunity to bat higher up the order. Well, it can't hurt himself. Well, those were the runs that helped them get past their highest score so far. And this one going clean through the defences of Onka Ozgul. But Guri, well, he says no matter. It goes for 4 buys, and then 4 of the bat as well. But well done to him. It's been a splendid effort, and we're going to see quite an unusual looking scorecard. There you see it there. Usar Guri, 36 of 18, and well, how about that? The number 8 coming out there, and getting 19 as well between them. Like I say, a 50-run partnership. If it wasn't for that, there would have been nowhere near. A few extras, maybe a few too many if you're the Royal Tigers. 10 wides there, but I suppose you also have to be fair and say that because of the match situation, that they tried a few things. It probably wasn't their normal and their strongest bowling attack. You can see there 6 bowlers used in total, and you see 2 men picking 3 wickets. Once again, it was Mahmood, sorry. He picked up 3 for 6 and 3 wickets also for Khalib Dildar, 3 for 8, 2 for Abdul Manan. And the other bowlers, nobody really going for too many. But maybe Gutal, he went for 17, didn't he? And so did Malik Zada. Malik Zada, he's better than that. Just didn't get the ball right. And, well, they came on to bowl when they probably thought it was going to be easy pickings. But, well, as we saw, Ali Nawaz and Umagori had other ideas. Well, that's a match summary of that one. And, of course, we're going to be back in about just under 10 minutes' time for the final match between these two. So join us then. We'll get an opportunity for you to get a quick cup of tea or a cup of coffee, maybe pick up a few biscuits at the same time, and join us in under 10 minutes' time. See you then. Hello and welcome back. And so we get ready for the final match of the day, and it once again is going to be the Royal Tigers that have been in dominating form after losing their first match to the Blinders yesterday. Well, they've come back strong. They won against the Blinders in the second match, and then, well, they won the first one here quite comprehensively against the Leprechaun Vikings, a team making their debut. The Vikings, though, I mean, it was nice to see a bit of fight back from them. It happened late, didn't it, from Noirs and also from the big hard hitting of Gory. But first, before we start this match, let's go over and see what happened at the coin toss.
Okay, your call. It's head. Heads is the call, and it's a tail. Look at the back. Over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much to the Sheriff there, Charles Croucher, and the two captains, Harsh Madian and also to Rukbul Rifat, as we look for the last time today anyway at this magnificent view of the GB Oval here in Budapest. And you can see there once again, doesn't it look tempting, that pool right behind the side screen, and that's what Vinny calls the bikini end, and we're still working on getting our way in there because the temperatures are going to continue to be good this week. It's slightly cooler today than it was yesterday, but still very nice. And right now, actually, it's probably the perfect temperatures for cricket, because not only are we in sort of about 22 degrees, but you've got a nice breeze that is blowing across the ground as well, which is going to be appreciated by the players. So these two teams, they're going to do it again. It's going to be very much the same. The Royal Tigers, they're going to have a bat first, and I get the feeling that they're going to try and pile on the runs once more. No change in the batting lineup, so it's going to be Zishan who's going to be opening up against with Kana. Kana, he was a bit of a goner, wasn't he? He wasn't able to get off the mark in the first match. He will feel that he missed an opportunity, but he gets another chance here. And the captain, Harsh, taking the opportunity to have a bit of a break. Nice to see some activity at the bat there. Look, there we go. Well, watch out. If the Kookaburra goes back there, I think the Dogs are going to have it. So no big sixes in that area of the ground, please. It was nice to see the ladies there getting on with their household chores, but also enjoying some of the cricket at the same time. And why not? I hope you, wherever you're watching from, are doing the same, getting on with a bit of chores maybe, and also keeping an eye on the cricket. It's going to be the captain who's going to start with the ball, so they're going with spin to start with the first. Here we go, first ball. Match number 8 into the pads. And Zishan, maybe that's the ploy here, to try and keep the pace of the ball to something like Zishan. Probably obviously got the feeling that he doesn't like the pace on it. The pace of it, rather. He's a powerful hitter, likes to hit with the pace of the ball. Shubnavjot Singh, the umpire there, the final match today. And, this is respectably played back. Rifat wants to make a change straight away with his field. Taking a man from the offside and wants to put him, probably I would guess, maybe on the 45. Shubnavjot Singh and umpire Guri for this one. It's well dug out as well. And need to take the positives from the last match. Do the Leprechaun Vikings. They did get to 84 thanks to a super partnership between Guri and Ali Nawaz of 50 runs. And let's see if they can bring that positiveness into this one. And this is another good delivery. It's right up there, and Kana, well, he's looking to get off the mark. I'd like to see a bit of pressure being put onto him, actually. Maybe bring a couple of fielders in on either side. Not allow him to get the single, and he's not after a single. He's hit this pretty well, and it goes to the boundary, so he gets himself off the mark, and that's his first runs in this series. And a bit of a risky shot, no, it's safe to say. I mean, this is a straight delivery. Okay, maybe just straying down onto the pads, but he's sort of swept this, hasn't he? Right across the line, so gets 4, so he's up and running. Well, this is up in the air. Opportunity. Somebody's got to call it. And, well, the catch has been taken. And to hear Hafiz is saying, hey, man, what are you playing at? मैं क्या मेरा एमी भज्जे जांदा बॉल ऊपर गई कहती मेरी बॉल है मेरा कैच हुआ तू कितों आ गया well he's taking the catch and Kana well he does get off the mark but the very next ball after hitting the 4 he goes so the captain with that he has got the wicket the catch was well taken by Hafiz and, Hafiz saying yeah I've got the shades on the ball goes up in the air no issues. And luckily for him, there was no collision. I thought for a moment that the other fielder coming across was going to bang right into him. But fortunately, I think it was cool. Stayed away from him. So to get the wicket, and the good thing about that was it was that field change as well that Rifat made. And that's where the catch went. So 5 for 1. As it's Gory now to continue. Oh, he's got him. Absolute beaut. Gory. Well, he's loving his moment out there. Zishan Kukihill has gone. Got him for 1. That is a big wicket. And, well, you're seeing, well, ignore that. The last wicket isn't Kana, who went for 4-3. The last wicket is Zishan, who goes for 1 of 4. And this is well bowled. I think it's... I poquita de suerte, a little bit of luck on the way as the ball just catches, I think probably catches the pads and goes onto the stumps. It does. But that's a big wicket and look at the celebration. Yep, I gotcha, he says. Chaka de hutte. And well, they had to catch up with him as well. A big moment. Really well bowled. Zishan bowled by, well, dare I say it, a man who is just getting better and better. And from when we saw him the very first time when he was just coming in the bowl and after delivering he was just stopping in his tracks. He wasn't following through at all, was struggling to get the ball in the right areas. And, well, I'm not going to shy away from saying that we had a little chat and I gave him a bit of advice. I'm not going to say that it's down to me or that he's followed all my advice, but he's now following through. He's got some rhythm and he's picking up wickets. Well bowled as the new batter comes in and it's an opportunity for Abdul Manan. This is not a good ball and we've seen him do this before and get to wicket and then ends up being a little bit disappointing with his next delivery. Goes down the leg side. Got to get his radar right. Really has to put the pressure on the new batter. Ashman Dian doesn't get too much of a rest either, does he? As he waits patiently at the non-striker's end. Probably feeling it a little, must be. But, well played, timed well, but too well. Goes quickly to the fielder there at backward point. Makes the stop, no run. Bowling to his field now, getting this ball outside the off. Generating a bit of pace as well. That's what I like about Guri. Gets that movement away. 6 for 2. Great start. Short, in the air. Has he got enough of it? I don't think so. Fielder comes in, isn't able to hold on to the catch. And big moment there. He has to come in a long way, but he does get there. He does the hard work. And let's have a look at this. Keeps his eye on it, gets there, but not able to take the catch. And that's the man who took a one-handed spectacular catch yesterday. But not able to take that one. Maybe he was a little bit off balance. Could have been another wicket. It could have been the end of Manan. He survives. Short, and there's nobody back there. It's going for the short option to Harsh Mandy, and I don't think that's the right thing to do. Harsh has already shown that he's pretty good at playing up and over on the offside. This time probably doesn't go exactly where he's wanted to, but gets enough of it to get it to go to the boundary. I think he's far better off going for the fuller length and attacking the stumps. Yuri, can he get it right this time? He does go fuller. It's a nice looking shot, and the fielders, well, they don't get down to it, and it's going to go to the boundary. And, well, that's not the best bit of fielding here. One of the two here needed to go down, and relying on chasing it and stopping it, not going to, I think that's it. I think that's probably the captain again, just trying to stop it with his foot. And Rifat knows he needed to smother that. That's the end of the over. And it takes the score to 15. Just have a quick look at the tables there. So the Tigers, they're on the march. They're looking to make it 2 out of 2 here today. 3 wins on the spin if they can. That'll take them to the top of the table. Certainly you start to put a bit of the pressure, especially on the team there at the bottom. And especially on these guys here, the Vikings, they know that if they're not able to pick up or register a win, then they can find themselves being eliminated from finals day. Good backing up, good running there. So you can see Harsh Maliani showing no signs of being tired or lethargic, backing up well. Sulaiman Mohammed, the bowler, sometimes can be just a little bit short with his line. This is wayward, and well, that's a Gandhi ball, and everything was wrong about this from the moment he gets to the crease. Just look at this, that arm, it goes wide, doesn't get anywhere near straight, and he releases the ball, and despite the desperate efforts from the wicketkeeper Sada Kib, he can't get anywhere near it, and that's going to be 5 runs, 5 wides. That's one thing that they don't need to assist the Royal Tigers with his extra runs or bonus runs. Up in the air with his carry, and well, it doesn't. It's sliding in, and this time that's the area that Sulaiman does the fielding in. And this is Oskul. Comes in, and I think well, it ends up sort of sliding at it. Could have been a red card offence if it was football. 2-foot challenge, but I think he sees the ball dipping on him. I was wanting to make sure it doesn't get past him. It's up in the air, and fielder will get there. Gets the throw in. So, Manan. This is the wicket they know that they need. If they can get Harsh here now. Interested that we haven't seen. Let's see this. Doesn't quite carry. There'll not be a run. Yeah, I'm interested that we haven't seen a man that was in very good form with the bat yesterday to now, and that's Zahir Safi. And maybe he'll be the next one in. I mean, I know he batted well yesterday and he scored good runs, but I don't think you want to keep a man that's been in good form out of the game. And I think he probably would be pretty keen to get out there and have a knock. But, still got plenty of batting as that other over comes to an end, and that's the end of the third. Just have a look at that power play. So it hasn't really hurt them as yet. We get all sorts of interesting things flying around here. Well, somebody else who's flying around, thrown into the commentary box, is a man that I know very well. Somebody from the same part of the world from me as well, from Spain. Maybe not too far away, but still in the Comunidad de Valencia. Well, I'm in Torrevieja, and this man, a good friend of mine, is in the Valencian region near Levante. And of course, it's our very own Barry Eaton. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Just sort of give you some company this afternoon.
It's always good to have a bit of company, as we see 24 on the board, 2 down, and I'm certainly excited to see this man coming back into the attack. Gory, he's certainly impressed me from the moment we saw him. He seems to get better and better, Barza.
Yeah, they've improved. They come out firing in this game. They've got something to prove after the last game that we saw.
Yeah, this is just played away on the onside. So Harsh continuing with the sort of form that he's in. He plays a mixture of nice little nudges and pushes for singles, but when he gets the opportunity to play the big shot, he will. I think they'll be a little bit cautious with these next 5 deliveries. I think they'd like to see the back of Gory because he can be dangerous. That's hit really well, and that's going to be 4 runs. I think that's going to bounce just before the boundary. And now it's Mullen's turn to show what he can do. He waits for this and launches into it. Nice shot. And only just falling short of the boundary. Cuatro más.
Yeah, he waits for that nicely. He's been given a little bit of room there by the bowler. It's a nice length for him, and it's a power play shot. It's a post power play over the inside ring of fielders.
And what's the reply going to be here from Gory? Every so often he just goes a little bit too short and wide, but I'd like to see him get those Yorkers going once more. And well, batter loses his shape, but he gets lucky. Could have gone anywhere. Ends up dropping sort of just out of reach of the wicketkeeper, and the man coming across from third.
Yeah, the new wicketkeeper for this game as well. And just can't scamper back just in time. He's quick on his feet there, but just doesn't quite get there in time, and just drops nicely for the batsman between the fielders. That's Kashif Mohammed, the new wicketkeeper for this second game of the afternoon.
Played a missed.
Yeah, back on his lines. That's a really good line just outside off stump. It's the length. And as we've seen a few times this week so far, the wicket, the ball staying quite low, the wicket not getting up, not bouncing as much on that length. And that just skids through for the wicketkeeper. Unlucky.
That's a better delivery. It's right up there, full and straight. Gets played away nicely. So takes a single. And Baz, I've seen you all over the place here at the moment. Now, yesterday, what was that all about? You're taking some pictures as well?
Yeah, Deanna was editing some from the game before, and her camera was loose. And I just picked it up and thought I'd go around and give it a little go while I had 5 minutes.
Now, I know why you've got a smile on your face, and maybe we'll carry on with that conversation after this delivery as we go into the end of the 4th over. And well, this one is right at the batter. I think he's worn a bit of this. I'm not sure. Yeah, well, nice to see that the bowler is concerned. That's all nice. I know they're competitive out there, but we're all friends after all. Yeah, that's probably taken him on the chest. But showing no signs of hurt. He's not rubbing it. But anyway, it's great to have you here. We'll be in the ice cube, as we say. But it's no cooler in here than it is anywhere else. It's still pretty warm. But look, come on, tell us about it. You've got a big smile on the face because a couple of those pictures made it where?
Oh, on the I don't know what's the gallery of the day. I don't know.
Gallery
what
the pick of the day.
Pick of the
pick
day.
of the day. So
Yeah, so Deanna edits her photos and puts them into a folder which go to all the teams and to the social media. Yeah, and a couple of those photos made it in that.
You're just multi-talented.
I did take about 150.
I've seen you all over the place. Of course, in Landskrona, you were like the ops manager there. We had a good time there in Sweden, didn't we?
Yeah.
And I've seen you do a bit of umpiring as well. And now you're the photographer. You're multi-skilled, multi-talented. And now you're in the commentary box as well. Always a pleasure to have you here with me. But isn't it great here in Budapest? Lovely weather. It's a beautiful city. And we've seen some good cricket as well.
Yes, and it's always competitive, which is good. Oh.
Oh, well, he's asking the question. I wonder what the umpires would do here. Would they go for a review? Right, here we go. In it comes. I think he just gets there, doesn't he? Yeah. Slides the bat in. That was the key.
Yeah, the umpires was obviously convinced. Didn't need to have a look upstairs. So it's good umpiring. Decisive. And he's got his back grounded, and we've seen a couple of those over the last couple of days. People not getting their bat down.
That's right, we have.
And giving away wickets unnecessarily.
Probably sick ball. Something that we haven't seen before. And he's got a bit of zip about it, hasn't he, Baz?
Yeah. Yeah. New player for this afternoon. So he wasn't available for the first game. He's come in on this second game. He's got a good shape, just moving away from the batsman slightly. Playing a miss.
Oh, he's got it. Well, you said it, good shape. He has got good shape. Hasn't got good sticky on his back, but the shape is good. He knocks them over, gets another wicket. Well, go on, give him a pat, stick it back. There you go. That's what you got to do. And, well, that's well done, well bowled. And that's a good way to make your introduction. Well, he's making his first appearance in this FanCode European Cricket Series, and he's absolutely delighted with that. Well bowled, sir.
Yeah, great length, great line, top of off stumps. Where you, as a bowler, you've got to be happy with yourself if that happens. The batsman loses all of his form, loses all of his technique. I think as he swings through that, he's looking up at the clouds, so he won't be happy with himself. But it was a cracking ball, and if it takes the top of off stump, you're going to be happy. Yeah,
you're going to be happy indeed, and that's going to bring Dildar to the crease. Now, one thing I'm puzzled about here, Bazza, and I'm not sure what the state of play is with Zahir Safi. When he played yesterday, he scored 67 of 24 balls, and that's when he was opening with Zishan Kukihill, and they put a 94-run partnership together. We're just not seeing him today. I don't know whether it's an injury issue or what, or whether it's just an opportunity that Harsh has taken to give others a chance to go out there and bat.
I think that might be the case. I think... I can't speak for Harsh, but maybe he's looking at this afternoon as an opportunity to have a little look at a few players, maybe give some people an opportunity. No disrespect to Vikings, but Tigers do seem that little step up. So maybe he has the confidence in his side, and we'll see how they perform.
Well, sticking to attacking outside the off stump, the batter, and Dildar not able to get off the mark.
Yeah, it's been a good over. And he needs to just finish it off. Got 2 more to come, so just needs to finish this off in style. Again, good shape. It's just moving away from the batsman, making it difficult to play. I think Kaibar does well there, just guides it out for a single. And farms the strike for the next over.
Yeah, it was well bowled, isn't it? It's nice to see. And look at those figures. Just... couple of runs off the over, picks up the wicket as well, which he was absolutely delighted with. So at the halfway point, it's a very different story. I can tell you that in the first match, the Tigers at this point were already in the 60s, 62 for 3, and here they are. They're sort of going at halfway mark, 33 on the board, 3 wickets down.
Yeah, I think what you've just said as well about just trying some new batsmen. That's obviously stifled the run rate a little. Obviously losing Zishan early is obviously always going to slow your run rate down, no matter what side he's playing for. If he gets out early, your run rate is going to slow down. So this is good work from Vikings.
Captain coming back to bowl his second with that. And that, well, you just, you see what it is? This commentator's curse, it does, not just with me, Vinny. It's Bazza comes in. What do you just say? Good work from the Vikings. And what happens?
That's it straight
Captain
through.
of all people.
Yeah. A good ball as well, just sort of defended back to him and just obviously takes his eye, just a bit nonchalant. Good flight from the bowler, that's really nicely chucked up. Just a single again.
Yeah, I like this. I don't think you should be trying to put too much pace on the ball. Just keep the pace off it, fly it up, get the ball in the right areas and try to get the mistake being made from the batters. Here comes again. And this one is played towards the man out there behind square. Pick it up and get the throw in. So just a single. So this is good. I mean, what do you think? Here's a question for you. So I mean, there is a possibility the Vikings, we've seen that want to do their batters what they can do. They've shown that even the likes of lower down the order with Gorey and Oaz, they can get some runs on the board. Well, this one's been pumped and this one has been taken. And is that man again? Is that our man Sullivan? It certainly is. Well, outstanding catch. This has been absolutely hammered. And Rifat, the captain, picks up the second wicket, but he's going to have to be thanking Sulaiman Mohammed. We saw him take a one-hand spectacular yesterday, and he did drop one earlier when he was coming in trying to take a difficult catch, but this is sensational. It's a slower ball. It's like I said, just fly it up there, let the batters make the mistake, keep an eye on his feet. That is a really good catch, and look, I like the way he holds his pose there. He said to Diana Ores, first of all, take my pictures, and come on, umpires, you can come down and have a look. I'm nowhere near the rope.
Yeah, it's safe hands. He gets himself in a good position. He just has to wait for it. He's in the perfect setting. Fingers up, easy catch, and yeah, it's a really important wicket. However, that does bring in the man we've just been talking about, Zahir.
Yeah.
Zahir Safi, who as you've said, would often open with Zishan. So this, you know, the run rate has been slowing down. They haven't been able to get these bowlers away over the last few overs. So this might be a little blessing in disguise. You obviously don't ever want to lose your captain, who played particularly well in the last game. However, if it means that Zahir comes in halfway through the innings and has chance to throw his weight around, then you know, it could be in the benefit of Tigers after all.
Yeah, I mean, what a great moment for Rifat as well. The captain taking the captain. And now he knows the importance of this one. Just flicked away. And the question I was going to ask you before that wicket was, what do you think that the Vikings score that they'll fancy themselves to try and get what they can try and restrict the Royal Tigers to?
I think if they can keep them under 80, I think they'll fancy their chances. There's a long way to go yet. We know one over can change everything. All of a sudden, you go from 40 to 65 in an over and things are back on track again. But the way they're bowling at the moment, and this is, like you said, this is really good, just taking the pace off, throwing it up, giving it some flight, and forcing the batsmen to really work hard with their shots, put more effort into it, and that's when you get those top edges. That's when you get those easy catches. So it's really good captaincy so far.
Yeah, it's good. And that's the end of his over and his spell, and it's been a good spell, hasn't it? And he's picked up 2 wickets, just conceded 10 runs. And all of a sudden, you can see that they're coming together as a team, as a group. They're talking hard. You see the captain there saying, look, there you go, have another one. And why not? Throw a sick ball. Yeah, bowled really well. Took a wicket. His second, 1 for 2 so far. And I think while he's going, let him have another one here. See if he can get the big wicket of Safi. And if he can't, well, like you said, Barry, you can try and contain them to around about 80 or even under, if they can pick up a couple of wickets here quickly.
We'll see if he can keep that consistency from the first over, because his lines and length were great, and we know when you bowl a good line and length how difficult it is to get away.
Well, bobbles away, and Rifat has a quick throw, and they do quickly take the single. So you can see also there that Safi is pretty keen to get himself on strike here. Dildar can hit the ball pretty well himself, but I think Safi probably realises that to try and get a score around about 85, 90 from here, he's got to have a lot of the strike. It's well bowled though. They only allow them to get a single.
Yeah, and it's again, he's still got that. It's what, we're into the 7th over, and the ball's still moving away. He's obviously got that natural out-swinging action. So as he just keeps that length and keeps throwing it down on a length, or just a little fuller that was, but it just gives that opportunity for the ball to just move away from the batsman. Right.
Well, this one has been crunched, and it goes all the way over. Manos arriba from the umpire, Shub Navjot Singh, and he's saying this is 6, and it is, and we heard that crunch. You probably heard it as well. It echoed across the ground, and well, Dan Horace has got a good shot of that as well. Big hit.
Yeah, and that's the first time over the 9 balls that he's bowled that it's just been pulled down short, and it's not quick enough to bother the batsman, just gets pulled away.
Just flicking this on the walk, really, but fortunately for him, it's one bounce before it goes to Sulaiman Mohammed out there, who we know has got a very safe pair of hands.
Yeah, flicked away. Just a bit in the air, just a bit risky shot. Again, the ball's just moving away from the batsman, straightening up.
Hold again, and keeping the rotation going, both these batters. I think they both understand that this is quite an important partnership here. They've got to get together. Remember, Zishan goes. He went pretty early just for 1. And then the captain, Harsh Mandian, he went for 14. So these two, I think a lot depends on them and where this score ends up being. Iqbal, can he finish well? Oh, well, he's unlucky there. Sees the batter moving early, but sticks to his gun, still tries to get the ball through into the stumps. Catches a bit of the inside edge and get the single. But, well, that's been a good introduction from Iqbal. Certainly looking forward to seeing him again. And, well, maybe that will be... Well, they have a rest tomorrow. It won't be tomorrow. But, look, this is what we've got coming up tomorrow. So, some exciting games. What about that one, the first one? The Cobra Cricket Club versus the Royal Tigers. 2 top teams going to be in action. And it looks like the Tigers, depending on how this one goes, will be at the top of the table against Cobra. That's going to be just behind them. And then we've got United Chalad Budapest. They're taking on the Debrecen Vikings. So the Vikings are coming back tomorrow. And it's the Blinders that are having a rest.
Yeah, I think the Vikings tomorrow afternoon is going to be really important for the Vikings. It's their sort of make or break matches, really. They really need to do some damage tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be difficult for them unless they pick up some points. So yeah, really important day tomorrow of cricket. See who potentially is going to be up there at the top and who's going to be down there at the bottom.
Bowler coming into the attack. This is Muhammad Hassani. And he starts off with a wild delivery. Well, you wild thing, that's what you are, Hassani. The umpire calls the no ball. And this one just comes out the hand all wrong. And it's actually a very good one-handed stop from Kashif Mohammed. I don't think he knew too much about it. And the batter, well, he's fortunate as well. And the bowler just gets a bit of talking to there. So free hit coming up. And it will be taken. You know what? This is the same bowler who, in the first match, on 2 occasions, when he was bowling on the free hit the stumps and knocked him over. And he's taken another wicket off a free hit. Of course, it doesn't count. The run-out could have counted. I think he would have just made it back.
Yeah, he makes it back just in time. I think he was quite comfortable. But yeah, wild first delivery and followed up by a decent second.
Yes, Nain. That's now the no ball when he had these issues in the first one, and this is a front foot. And a couple of times he bowled a front foot no ball. The first time we saw him, and yeah, judged not to have anything behind the line there. Now normally this is where he takes his wickets. Not that they count. What was he do here? Well, this is well hit, but no wicket here. This goes all the way. And Manos arriba, balle, kinna zona, shaka, lagya. That's a powerful hit. Turns that into a full toss, and he goes all the way of extra cover. Big shot.
Yeah, he can't seem to get his length right. He's a little bit all over the place with his length, and it's just causing him massive problems. Maybe it's something to do with his run-up, maybe it's something to do with how he's letting go of the ball, but he's just not got this over right. Again.
Well, oh, now would you believe it? That's the captain. And it wasn't the best of deliveries, we know that. But the catch goes down and he can't believe it. And now this one would have been a gift. Look at that. It's a slow ball. Full toss in the air. And the captain, of all people, can't take it. And the catch goes down.
It's a better ball. Gets a dot on the board for this over. But yeah, the captain's going to be really disappointed. That's a dolly. It's gone. It hasn't gone too high. Hasn't connected. It's not going at any pace. It's just gets himself moving into position, just straight through his hands.
Got him, and that's more like it. And that's the length that he needs to be bowling. We know he's capable of it. He's shown us it a number of times. Unfortunately for him, it's when he's bowling, when it's a free hit, he's knocked the stumps over. This time, gets good movement. Look at the movement on that. That is a really good delivery. Yorker length knocks the stumps over. Baza.
Yeah, that's angled in. It's got a little bit of drift and swing as it comes in. It's a Yorker length. He doesn't get it out of the middle of the bat because it's obviously the movement brings it in, and he's got a little inside edge onto the stumps. I think he would have probably taken the outside of off stump if he'd have missed it anyway. But that's a great delivery. It's exactly what he's obviously been trying to do for the rest of the over, and he just hasn't been able to get that length right.
Look, you got to give credit to the young bowler there as well, because you know what happens. I mean, you've just seen the dolly, like you said, a dolly of a catch put down by the captain of front, and he's probably thinking, what do I need to do to get a break here, to get a wicket? But he's kept his composure. He's come up with a decent, good delivery right in the block hole, and he finally has a wicket. So well done, well bowled. Well, this has been just played out to the third. New batter is Malkzada. And that is the end of the over. The umpire says, here you go, come and get your cap. And the two men just having a chat there to each other. Baza, I mean, what about this weather? It's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, me and you, we come from Spain, where we get fantastic weather all year round. I mean, at the moment it's baking there. I did not expect to see the sort of temperatures that we have in here at the moment, especially yesterday. It was an absolute gorgeous day.
Yeah, and today it's a little bit of a nice breeze, so it just takes a little bit the edge off. There's a bit of cloud cover, so you just get that respite from the sun. Yesterday was a scorcher. Today, a little bit more pleasant conditions if you're out there on the field, that's for sure. But it is gorgeous. I mean, it looks like it's going to be great all week as well, so you couldn't ask for more.
Man who takes all the catches down in the deep, Sulaiman Mohammed, and he'd be hoping he can just get that ball fuller as well. Maybe learn from what he's seen Gori do and Iqbal as well. Get that ball up, then not be tempted to bowl short. And he starts going down the leg side, so that's not a good start.
No, it's not ideal. It's important that this is where we really need to keep it tight. They've got 58 on the board, or 59 now, I think, after that first wide. But yeah, it's really important now that they try and keep them under 80, so they give themselves a chance. They know they're going to be up against a good bowling attack.
That's it, pretty firmly. Fielders come in to keep it nice and tidy. That's good work there from the man who's got the lovely white cap on.
It's just a good length. It's just a good length. That's the situation. It's not that quick. He's got a good length. He's got just outside off stump, and just difficult to then get away. And it's really important that they just keep their discipline with the ball.
Well, place it well. The captain makes the stop, gets the thrown, just a single. So very evenly poised. I mean, we're in the 60s here now, but it's a very indifferent performance from the Tigers. At this point in the last match, they'd already knocked up the Almost on 100, 99 they were.
Oh. There's some natural movement again with this bowler as well. The ball seems to be doing a lot. I mean, it's normally this time of the innings, your bowlers that do tend to get the movement, do tend to get the swing, it sort of disappears out of the ball as it gets warm, but there's still plenty of movement in the ninth.
That's that Yorker delivery again. It's a good ball. And once again, we're seeing the virtues, aren't we, Barry, of getting the ball up there full and straight. I mean, you've said it, every time it's a little bit short, these batters, they latch onto it, but full and straight, there's very little you can do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no freebies. It's all they need. If a batsman does something that extraordinary, then you can't grumble, but you just got to keep your discipline and make them do the work.
This one is the short one. Yeah, and it will go all the way. Shaba, manos arriba. And well, look, this is what we're saying. This is what we're talking about. If you're wondering what us two old blokes are talking about, pitching the ball up and letting the ball do the work. Well, that's why you bang it in short, and any one of these batters will hit it big. And we know that Deldar can, and Nick Malakzada showing that he's more than capable of banging it to the boundary as well.
Yeah. You know, this guy can be dangerous. He's not the most technically gifted of batsmen, but he's big, he's strong, he can see the ball well, and if he gets hold of it, it's gone.
This one goes all the way through, and that is the end of the over. So he does finish with a dot. That's Sulaiman Mohammed, and well, almost breaks the stumps on the way through. So where are we at here now? So the score moves on to 68. 6 balls to go, and I think if they can get to the 80 mark, the Tigers, they probably will still back themselves to defend it. I mean, we'll probably see a different bowling attack to what we saw in the first match between these two, but at the same time, it's certainly giving the Brecon Vikings some hope. If they can pick up a victory here, I mean, that certainly will give them a lot of hope going into those matches they've got tomorrow. Oh, is this going to be too high again? Yes, it is. Well, he starts the same way that he did in his first over. The batters are still running, and they, well, he does hit. It's gonna, you're gonna have a look at this. I mean, looking at it live, I think maybe he just gets his bat down in time.
I think he's gone, Rico.
Do you? Let's have a look. He changed his direction. I'm not sure why he does.
Throw. Look at the throw. He's running away from
Why
it.
he's running away, don't know. Then in the moment of trying to get his bat down, yeah, I think you're right. He's gone.
Here we go.
Yeah, the bat is in the air. But why does he change direction? Unbelievable. Bang. Adios.
There we go.
Adios. And, well, we've seen some indifferent running today, Baz, haven't we?
Yeah, but you've got to hand it to Kashif, the wicketkeeper. That is some work. He's run across, just scampered across, picked the ball up on the turn, fizzed it in, one bounce, middle stump. That is great work from the keeper. And as we said, this is his first time behind the stumps. He took over for this game from the guy in the last game. I can't even remember who it was now, but yeah, he's worked really well behind the stumps.
Yeah, Sadaqib was the keeper before.
Thank you, Rico.
But look, that's great. Look, it's a no ball. So remember that the next ball will be a free hit. No ball is called for the height, but you can be run out of a no ball. That's really good work from the fielder. Does brilliantly well. And there's that direct hit. And he's got to go. Really, really well done. So now then, there seems to be some debate here going on. Not sure what this is about. I think it's about...
I don't know, umpire should just look to be checking the ball. Maybe there's a query from the bowlers that something was up with it, but I'm not sure. I think this carry on.
Good to miss the man that has come out. That he will be, of course, at the non-strikers end. So, okay, so still 6 balls to go. That's the signal of the free hit. So...
And the bowler needs to be really careful now because he's had 2 above waist height, so he'll have had 2 warnings, which the second one will have been his final warning.
Yeah, good point.
Another ball over waist height, and he will be taken off, and they will have to finish the innings with another bowler. So fingers crossed he'll just be able to focus on getting that length right, which has obviously caused him so many problems so far. But he did pick up a freebie in that with that wicket off the no ball in the first.
In the air. The key thing is to try and stop the ball going to the boundary. The catch would be irrelevant. And the batters do scarper through and get 2.
So we're just 5 balls to come.
Yeah, Dildar, he wants to have much of the strike as he can, of course. Batting well, 22.
Oof.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, that's not what the plan was. It was hit pretty hard. I think we were worried about the bowler at one point. This is absolutely smashed. And maybe this is why we have this man normally, Saad Akib, behind the stumps. He needs the gloves to stop him because this one goes straight from his 4 runs. This is valuable runs late in the innings. Oh no, this has been called a no ball. It won't be out, and they're still running. And the thing here is now, this is the 3rd one, as you were saying, Baz. He couldn't bowl, he can't afford to bowl 3, and that's his 3rd. I think he's going to be off here.
He will be.
And let's see what the umpires will come together to discuss. Well, the bowler knows already. He's obviously already been told, look, you do it one more time, you've got to go. And he's going to be out of the attack. So I think they ran 2 there, so 2 to go onto that, plus the no ball as well. Well, that's unfortunate. Nobody likes to see it. I just get the feeling he's just been trying to get the Yorkers in, getting them wrong. And he's going to be taken out of the attack here. So somebody else will need to come on to complete the over. And it will have to be...
So here's a question for you.
Tell me.
So Suleiman bowled the last over. That was his first over of the innings, right?
Mm.
So if he bowled the last over and he doesn't start this over, would he be able to step up and bowl?
No, he wouldn't, because he
bowled the 9th.
Yeah, because he bowled the 9th. It would almost be like he's a consecutive over sort of thing, you know. Because whatever happens in this over, obviously we'll now go on towards the new bowler. So who have you got coming
Akib,
on
the wicketkeeper from the last game, he's taken a ball. So he's got 4 to come. I think, look, they're on 79. They're still doing well. So even if they knock another 5, 6, let's just see this ball.
Yeah, no, it won't be out, so don't get too excited. He's got excited, but the captain says, "Wait, get back over there." He's not out. He says, "All right, Skip, I'm on my way."
He won't mind that. Look, what I was going to say is if they can get through the last 4 balls in sort of 6 runs, still finishing well. They need to finish on a high, so they take the momentum from this good performance with the ball into the next innings. They finish this innings with a flurry of runs, and suddenly it becomes 95, 100 or something like that. Then it really will deflate them as they go out in the bat. It's just almost just as important how they finished from a morale level than it is just for, oh, here we go. Oh, this is not good. This is not what they needed.
No, and look, there's nobody backing up, so they could have taken another here, and maybe they should have. But perhaps it's all about Dildar saying, no, I'll stay and strike. Look, we saw a no ball because the ball didn't pitch on the wicket. Then it's followed by a wide, so this stays as a free hit. A lot of the hard work has been undone here. Just have to try and finish well, don't they? Akib finding it hard to get the ball on the mat. This on has been punished, and it goes all the way over. Gets through the fielder. It's 6 more. Balle, balle, balle. Shaka, Lagya, boom!
Yeah, just short. Does seem a little, comes in on out on the boundary, just can't get his hands up to stop that from going over the over for 6, but it's too short. This is unfortunate that Akib's been put in this position. He needs to finish off strong.
It's up in the air. And, no, it's the turning. If he hits, he's out. He doesn't hit. And they end up taking 2 runs, so 90 is now up. So I was saying that if the Royal Tigers can get a score around about 85, they'll believe that they can defend it. They're into the 90s here now. And important that he finishes this well. Just get this ball in, no extras. And it's up in the air. They're going to keep running. And I think this has been called a no ball. I'm not sure what this is for here now. There's got to be something out there in the field. And the umpires will probably go and have a talk with each other. And the no ball definitely is called. So it's been acknowledged here now by Guri. And he'll give the signal. There we go. There it is. So, well, this is all going wrong, this final over. And this has to be something to do with the field. Remember, the 9th over finished on 68. And now we are on 93. Oh, well. And I think that's Shub Navjot Singh is the man that's called that. And he's obviously seen that there were too many players out. Maybe the man standing to his right he spotted him outside the circle when the ball was bowled. Who knows? But they could have done without this. And it's in the air. Well, they're going to keep running, so this needs to be a good throw back to the keeper. In it comes. It's darted in, and somebody's got to stop it somewhere. They do. And that will be the end of the innings. So it ends up being a terrible final over. Too many runs from it, too many extras, too many no balls. But look, one thing as I will say is that if before the start of this particular innings you were to go over to the captain and say to Rifat, look,
that's not.
just say, no, hang on, let me finish. If you were to say to, look, you're going to restrict them to under 100, you'd say, yeah, I'll take that.
I know. That's always one you say. It's like, if you just said before a football match it was going to end 1-1, you'd take it when you've been 1-0 up to the 93rd minute.
Yeah,
I think it's one of those situations where they're really unfortunate. There's the change of bowler in the final over, bringing Akib on, who's obviously a specialist keeper, was tough for him. No ball at the end as well to have those extra runs. It wasn't the best finish to the game for them. And like I said, it's a morale thing. They really need to be able to go into they need to put that sort of last 6-10 balls behind them and just get focused on batting.
Yeah, I mean, it's just working out, I think, that last over, because you've got to take into account that you've got to have a look at two bowlers' figures. And it started, remember, with the 9th over finishing on 68. By my calculations, it was 27 runs that came off that last over, a combination of Iqbal bowling first and then having to be taken off because of the no balls, 3 no balls in his spell, and you're off because of height. Well, and it wasn't well finished. As we have a look, some of these highlights. At this moment in time, there was a couple of those boundaries, and there was some really, that one was a horrible delivery, wasn't it, from Suleiman? But they stayed in it, didn't they? They managed to keep taking the wickets when they had to. And, well, that was a good one. I certainly did like the bowling here of Iqbal. Iqbal really, I think he was spot on. He got the ball in the right areas. And I think also Rifat as well with his spin. That was a really good catch. That's what he does well there. Suleiman Mohammed taking another really good catch. They were up here. And even though we saw some of these balls disappearing to the boundary, but these were the issues. It was that young man once again, Iqbal, just not able to get the ball in the right areas. And when he did get wickets, but a lot of the times he wasn't able to do it. But Faris Iqbal was the man that impressed me. He bowled really well.
Yeah, he seemed like a good addition. And I think, like we said, if we look at the extras in the match as well, 6 no balls in 10 overs is just not going to help. It's just not going to help.
Nah.
And those are the really important key moments of the game as well. So it's tough on them, because you've got to say up until the end of the 9th they're looking good, performed well, not a couple of drops, but nothing too major. But it's just a really unfortunate situation that could have been avoided, just with a little bit more control, a little bit more composure than the bowler in that last over.
Just having a look at that one. That was a catch that he did come on and he took a wicket, he thought, but it was a free hit, and then it just went from bad to worse because the balls kept on being pumped all around the place. They kept on taking the wickets. Like I say, 27, the combination of Hassani's first few balls and then the finish there from Aqib. 27 came off the last, and extras as well, 15 off them wides, 9. And the no balls, 6 no balls, so 6 free hits in there as well. But it was Dildar this time, it was not out bad, up 41 off 25. But none of the other batters were able to get going, really. So you've got to give some credit, of course, to the Vikings. They did a lot of things well, but they just let themselves down sometimes in the basic elements of the game.
For sure. But like you said, now they've got to clear their head, realise that they've got a total that they can chase down, and just focus on how they conduct themselves with the bat. Their power play is going to be really important. They can't get too far behind like they did in the first game. I think they were only sort of 13 runs after the first 3 overs, something like that. They really need to push on from the off, get themselves in a confident position. They need to put pressures on the bowler. If they find themselves, sort of 13, 15, 20 after the power play, they're really going to be having to chase the game. They just need to really make sure that the bowlers are under the pressure, not the batsmen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one where we're going to see Kashani sort of produce the sort of batting performance that we know that he can do. He's made starts, hasn't got going. It's not going to be a quick turnaround for the final match of the day, match number 8. Just to recap, Royal Tigers, well, a bit below par from what we've seen them do. They're normally scoring well over 100 runs. They've been restricted to 95, though they were gifted with 27 coming off that last over. But if the Debrecen Vikings, the team making their debut, are to register their first win, and it's going to be a likely one as well against the Royal Tigers, they need 96. Join me, Rika Fu and Baza Barry Eaton as we return in probably around about 5 minutes' time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the GB Oval for the last time today, day 2, match number 8 of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Budapest. And I think we're going to have an interesting conclusion to the day. The Royal Tigers, a team that we know are capable of scoring big runs. Well, they've been held pretty well. I mean, when you look at the score, 95 for 6, you think that the Typical Vikings team making a debut have done very well indeed. But, well, I think when you have a look back at some of the highlights, if you weren't able to see the whole match, you'll see that there was some moments there which, if they hadn't happened, they could quite easily have restricted that score to around 80. So the last over did go for 27 as well, and that's when Hassani had to be taken off as well because he bowled 3 beamer deliveries, so no balls that were over the waist high. But still, it's like me as Baz is saying, they have restricted them to around about a score that's under 100, but still I think it's probably 15 to 20 runs more than they would have liked. But they've got the ability, I think, and that man there we're having a look at, I think he's going to be very key, and that's Kashif Mohammed, and also the man that's going to be at the striker stand, Kashani. If he can get going and he can give them a good start, then anything here is possible. And then also don't forget we saw good innings from Gori as well, and he came in late on. So going to be interesting. Here's the first ball. Struck away to point, but no run there. We've got full here, and I'm delighted to have a very good friend of mine and somebody who has held all sorts of positions in the European Cricket Network with the team here is Barry Eaton.
Hi, well, I'm glad to be back. Just seeing out this final match of the day, and we'll see what they can do, the Vikings. Oof, that's moved a mile. That's swung a mile. Just managed to keep it inside the wide line, but you see how much that moves away from the batsman. Batsman's feet are in completely the wrong position, but
certainly seen a lot, like you said, I think in the first inning, seen a lot of movement today, haven't we? This time he banks this one in short. They think about taking the single. Certainly wasn't there. Doesn't want to overcommit, does he? That's Mohammed Sani. I think he understands the importance. You see, this time round is realistic. This chase is realistic, but they need a good start.
they do.
So again, it's well bowled and not able to get the ball past the number of infielders here. A lot of jerseys on the offside here. If you count them, got 6 men out on the offside. Shorter. So again, he's giving himself a bit of room there on the leg side. Well, maybe to these sort of deliveries, he's probably better off maybe just taking a step sort of outside the line of the ball and trying to hit on the onside where the gaps are.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing. They've set up heavy on the offside. There's only one person outside the circle by the looks of things. So they're keeping it nice and tight. They're understanding during these first overs how important it is to stifle any runs, stop them from getting away. But like you said, yeah, that was pretty straight. Could have easily stepped inside that one and pulled it to an offside, a very light onside field. Sorry.
Wide, just I think he's trying to get this one to swing in from around about the leg stick to try and get it swinging viciously towards off, but it's gone too far down. It gets the wide, so runs on the board.
Yeah. Just need to finish off this over, a couple of extra runs. Just nudge that one straight back to the bowler. That's not the confident start that they needed. Very edgy. Unfortunately, they really did need to go in and just put the pressure on the field inside. I understand it's difficult. I understand the bowling was pretty tight. The ball's moving away. It's a high pressure situation. You don't want to give away your wicket. All of those different things. But sometimes, especially in this format, you've just got to gamble.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think we saw that, didn't we, in that first match? I mean, they were all very cagey and very hesitant to play their shots early on, but they were getting themselves out. And then we saw 2 batters go out there and being confident and took a chance, and runs started to come on the board. I think that's what they've got to do here. And if that meant changing the batting order up slightly, then you would do it. They need to get a good start. They need to make the power play count.
Yeah, and we said, didn't we? Look, what was it? First match of this afternoon. It was 12 or 13 after the first 3.
Yeah.
It can't be that again.
Again, you see, there's the hesitancy. They're just not taking the singles when they're there. They need to get the communication going. Look, here you got to go. They're sort of yes, no, and it ends up being nothing.
And that's not good from Sonny. He's not backing up at all. It's like they've gone out without a game plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, these two, I mean, they're just playing these balls down. They're just putting pressure on themselves. I mean, that rate has already now climbed to above 10. And that's because they're just not taking these singles. You've got to go. You've got to be committed.
There we go. It's a power play. Swing you back.
Yeah, that's better, isn't it? And they should be coming back for 2, and they will. Yeah, and maybe that's the confidence that is needed there for Mohammed. He gives it a swing, makes contact. He's still there, and he's probably thinking, okay, it's not that difficult. Let's get going here now.
Yeah, he's performed well with the gloves. We know he's a decent player, so he really needs to take this game by the scruff of the neck for his team.
It's nicely played once more, and this time, oh no, they don't take the single again. You've got to go here. I mean, you've got to be saying to yourself, there's no way the fielder is going to stop this, keep it in his hands and get a good throw in all in one action. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. You've
got to be taking those singles.
I think it's like I said, Sani at this end needs to be getting set. He needs to be moving down the wicket. I don't mean backing up too much, but he's just on his heels. So if there is any opportunity, he's not moving. I think we have a blood injury. I think one of the players seems to be walking off with holding his fingers up in the air. So I think...
Yeah, I mean, it was hit pretty well. And I think what's happened there, the fielder stopped it. And at the same time, maybe the seam off the ball has maybe just caught a bit of... maybe caught him in just a cut. So it looks like we're going to... The sub is coming on, 12 man. This time they do go, and that's better. There you go, yeah, absolutely. And that's what they've got to do. You go straight away. Baz, I mean, me and you know this, you know. We always say this all the time to any of the youngsters that are playing. Play your shot, be confident, call it loud, and go.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on here a few times, not many, a few times. And it's my pet hate is that first single, people not running hard, people not putting pressure on the fielders. I understand it's unlikely you're going to get that second run. I understand that, you know, it's a long game that you need to just, you know, conserve a little bit of energy, so pushing, sprinting through a first run. But the amount of runs we've seen missed as a result of poor running is shocking. So I think it has improved actually over the sort of last 12 months in the European Cricket Series. We have seen better performances from batting sides with their running, and the same with the field, to be fair. I mean, there's been some great improvement in the field, and I think that's what this European Cricket Network activity and events and tournaments has done, has allowed the European cricket scene to really try and push and improve and develop.
Yeah, well said. This is a nicely timed shot. They've got a sweeper out there to take the single. Yeah, I mean, I can only reiterate what you say. I think the one thing that a lot of teams can improve with is running between the wickets. And one thing I think watching the European Cricket Championship and also the European Cricket League that was February this year, I think some of the teams learned so much from the teams above them who do that well. I know that in the ECC, the European Cricket Championship, of course, coming up this year, starting in September, you know, watching the likes of the Netherlands and the England team playing and running between the wickets, a lot of the teams, certainly a lot of the teams in Europe, learnt from that and they're starting to apply that the same way they are with the field. So I think it will get better. But I think it's trying to understand that certainly in this format, you really need to try and eliminate dot balls. If it's a good ball, or play a shot on merit, but try and get a single from it at least.
Yeah, and I think we can refer to the England side in the ECC. And what they did so well is they knew that if you've got people standing around on the circle, that's a single.
Yeah.
So they're gone. The ball's been nudged out to someone, it's even almost straight to hands.
Yeah, that's gone. The umpire puts the finger right. I think the batter knows as well. That's a good catch taken. Good movement from that man again, from Harsh Mandiani. Just been on another level here today. Been very good. This one, there's the movement of the ball. The batter follows it. No footwork at all. Gets the thick edge and a nice catch taken.
Yeah, he was right behind that. Yeah, that's where he needed to be. You see him just he moving his whole body across, so it's nice and comfortable. So he's taking it at a good height. He's not reaching out. It's not hitting his hand. The whole body moves. Decent, not a difficult one, but a decent, solid catch.
Yeah, and Kastani, his bad day has continued. Just hasn't been able to get going with the bat. Only made 1 of 2 balls in the first match, and here, well, he faced 10 deliveries, but was not able to get off the mark. He goes for 0. But that's, look, for me, the one thing I say, it's not a bad thing. If it's not your day, if you can't get going, don't chew up deliveries, get out of the way and let somebody else go out there and give it a bit of a hit.
Well, we saw that on day 1. We had Stefan Gooch was unable to, he was seeing it like a marble. Could barely see it, couldn't hit it, couldn't do anything. So he retired himself out for the good of the team.
Yeah, and I think that when you look back to that match, when you see how it finished, and it finished with them winning by 6 runs, it was the right thing to do. This one's just been played out. They take the single. Score. Now they need to get this to go. I'm a bit surprised. I would have thought they would have taken the gamble, Bazza, and just promoted Usaguri up the order. He batted, I mean, he was the only one, well, him and Ali Nawaz were the only ones that scored some runs. He made 36 not out of 18. Give the young man another crack, send him up there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the one thing we said, it's not even close. The one thing we said at the beginning, at the end of the last innings, is just what they couldn't afford to do in the power play.
Yeah,
they've superseded my expectations by going down to going through the first 3 overs with 6 runs on the board. And it just looks pretty much out of their grasp. Anything can happen. It's 10 overs. It's a 10-over game. You only need 1 decent over and you're back on track. It's not a massive run rate, so good 15 and over in a couple of overs. Everything can change, but it doesn't look good for the Vikings.
No, it doesn't look good. I mean, in the first match when they were chasing 135 for victory at the end of the power play, it was 11, but they had lost 4 wickets here. Only lost the 1 wicket, but they're only on 6, so things have to start to happen for them here. The man with the ball now is Zishan. Cookie Hill, he thinks he wasn't able to get too many with the bat, so he wants to have a bowl. The first one. Well, I mean, we do like to see them trying to take the runs, but that one would have been a bit suicidal.
It would have been. And again, this is not the best ball. This is drifting down leg side. It's at a really good height. It hasn't come through at a great pace. You've got to go. It's got to go.
Yeah.
You can't sit on that. That's got to be pulled.
There's another one very similar. It's short again, and this time he's giving it a rub. I think he's caught it on the chest.
I think he's edged it onto his own body there. Yeah, I think he's just taking that in the rib cage. Be a painful one.
Here, Hafiz. Here's the batter. And yeah, I mean, it seems to be following very much the same pattern off the first. That one, slower delivery, I think, when he does get some bat onto it, get off the mark. So let's see if Kashif Mohammed can get some big shots in here. But certainly I'd like to see that Guri being padded up and maybe coming next. And maybe somebody like Sulaiman Mohammed as well. He's a big, strong lad, just coming out there and just trying to hit the ball. Well, it's up in the air. It's not going to carry to the fielder. The batter's come through for a very slow single. To need to put a bit of pressure on the fielders as well.
Yeah, I think this is, someone needs to take responsibility now. This is really important. Someone needs to take some kind of responsibility. This is not good enough. These are it's running away. So at this moment in time, playing those type of shots is not the most intelligent cricket. Someone needs to really, have a word, talk between themselves between the overs, and take some responsibility.
Once again here, I mean, look, you've got to be swinging the bat at these. You've got to make contact. You've got to make runs, and they're not. These the balls and overs are disappearing very quickly. That's the end of another. They still haven't got themselves onto double figures. It is very, very frustrating. Of course, we are seeing a new team here that is trying to find their rhythm, trying to get themselves into the game. But I think having played those games already yesterday, and that we have seen improvement really. But I think one thing they need to focus on is when they're batting, the power play is. I mean, it's called power play for a reason. You need to have your big hitters up there. And I'd like to see them just change that around slightly. Just get themselves to a good start. I mean, even if they're sort of 25, 30, at least going at 10 and over, that gives them the momentum to go on from there. It's going to be very difficult for them now because the power play's gone, the opportunity's gone, the field now can be spread. And if they do start playing their shots in and out, the fielders are out there to take the catches.
Yeah, I think, I'm being harsh on them and just trying to give them something to think about. But
well, this one will help, and this one will go all the way. Well, that's more like it. Now, why hold yourself back when you can hit a ball like that? And that is Tahir Hafiz. And, he's played a few defensive shots, and all of a sudden, well, maybe they've changed the batteries, because that one's come out nice. That's 6.
Well,
You lost for words. You lost for words.
Can obviously do it. And maybe they have looked at it, and he's just given himself an opportunity to see a few balls. So maybe hopefully he'll throw it back in my face. But that's a big shot. Should have played that an over ago.
It certainly seems to have livened up. Well, maybe somebody's given him a bit of palinka or something, because all of a sudden he's thinking, yeah, okay, I'm up for this. The score moves on to 15, but keep an eye on that rate. That's the other thing you see, that they've made it difficult for themselves with the rate now over 14. This is up in the air. It should be a straightforward corner bowled opportunity, and it is. And it is Daldar that picks up the wicket. And Tahir Hafiz, once he finally finds himself going after hitting a big 6, the next one, well, that's come off the top edge of the bat, and a straightforward, simple corner bowled chance.
Yeah. Straightforward, did his job, just kept keeping it in the right areas, and unfortunately was unable to recreate the 6 he hit just a couple of balls before. So yeah, it's running away unfortunately, but we have the young man Usar's coming in now. So hopefully he can swing his bat at this and see what he can do with the overs coming.
Yeah, I mean, he's the man who was sensational in that last game. I mean, he got his team to 84, chasing 134, put a 50-run partnership together with Ali Nawaz. 36 off 18 he scored. I mean, if he can produce the same sort of performance here, it gets them back in the match. But like I say, he's coming in with around 15 required per over. He's the sort of guy that I would like to see them open with. And this is what he does. He hits the ball well. Work to be done here by the fielder. And I think he's done okay here. It's all about keeping his legs and his body inside the rope.
Yeah, I think from our angle, it looked like it was a nice, clean save. Shouldn't be a boundary. I think he's...
Yeah, done very well.
Hang on. Oh,
he's not touching the ball. Not touching the ball, so it's okay. Up in the air, and this is going to be over the infielders, and they're looking to go back for 2. They need to. Well, the fielders, they get into a bit of bother.
I want it.
Oh, this was a 2-foot challenge here. Look, get the red card out. Have a look at this. 2 feet.
Oh, get in. Yeah, I think the other thing we've got to remember as well as we come to the end of that over, I think the other thing we have to remember, they are 19 off 5. It's just not ideal, but this is a new format for this team.
Yeah.
So as a first-time entrants, as we've seen in previous years, they weren't involved last year. This will have been the first time they've found themselves in within the T10 format in these conditions. So as we've seen in tournaments in the past, when we've had the first visit to a certain location, it does take a while for the teams to understand the format, where they need to be at what time, how long they need to, how many balls they need to see, do they need to go at it straight away. And I think obviously this is something that maybe come over the week, and we might see a completely different performance from them tomorrow against who is it, UCB?
UCB, yeah, and well, there we go. He's going to take it eventually. I don't know how many times, and I think that's just Zishan having a bit of fun with himself. It was hit fairly well. Zishan, I think he gets lucky here. The first touch on the hand, he's able to get the ball up. And there we go, up 1, 2. And then by now he says, yeah, I've got this, but he still has to take it, because if he doesn't take that, the umpire would say you don't have control of it. But it's another one. It comes up high off the top of the bat, doesn't it? So Uri this time, well, he has to depart, but well, at least he's gone out there and he's not been hanging around, has he?
I wish he'd have dropped that. I wish he'd have hit that out of reach.
Uri goes for 4. Right, he was being too clever for you, was he?
For me, a little bit, a little bit. Maybe the first one and the second one. We don't another couple. Fair play to him if he's got the confidence to do it.
A new bat that comes in. It looks like the skipper to me. He's got to play a big innings here with that. He's looking short. You see his ball watching, not looking at the fielder coming his way. It gets there in the end.
See, that was a cut straight to the fielder. Backing up well. Yeah. Good run, easy single.
Got there easy.
Could have had 4 of them in the first over.
Well, this is short, and gets a bit of bat on this, and it will it go to the boundary. Well, it doesn't. It gets stopped, but they don't take 2 at all. And this is the problem. I think Rifat is not very good at running. This is the issue. And when he's higher up the order, we didn't see him taking a lot of singles, and now he's doing the same here. You've got to take 2 there. Yeah,
and Kashif was halfway down for the second. He's the one that struck the ball. There's no way that the non-striker shouldn't be down and on his way back.
Just plays that and takes the single with that.
I'm not going to get carried away with the running. I'm just going to try and avoid thinking about it too much, because you know how it makes me go.
It's you got this thing about running, and then about well, there we go. You don't have to run for these. You just have to walk back, and it's going to be a slow, lonely walk back for the captain. Well, it's not the captain, actually. I think that is Kashif Mohammed that has to go. It's a big swing right across the line.
Yeah.
And the stumps are knocked over. So another one bites the dust.
And Zishan's enjoying himself out there. Big smile on his face, as you can see from the replay as he comes back. But yeah, this game has petered out. Unfortunately, it had a lot of promise, a good performance with the ball, but unfortunately they haven't managed to take that on into their batting innings. But we were quite impressed with this young man with the ball in his hand, Faris Iqbal, and he bowled particularly well. I think he went for very little and got a couple of wickets. So I'm looking forward to see how he conducts himself with the bat.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think he bowled really well, got the ball to move around, and he certainly made the difference in the field for the Vikings. And, he caused a few problems for all the batters. And now with bat in hand, let's see what he can add with the bat. We need something. Need something just to put a bit of pressure on the Tigers. Zishan, he's picked up 2 wickets. It's nicely played away, but yeah, they do take the single. Good running. It's better. These are the ones that weren't taken before.
Yeah.
And as you're saying, it's easily done without any risk at all.
And the new batsman is now on strike, so he'll get to face his first delivery. And the new bowler, Akramullah, Alexander. Whoa.
This one's surely going to be a no ball. Yes, it is. And that comes out completely wrong. Well, he's not a tall man. And, well, he's got a smile on his face. He says, hey, hang on a minute. You're going to be bowling that at me. That's the first ball I faced in European Cricket Series. They never said that. This is what I signed up for.
And it's well kept actually by Harsh. He's got himself again. He's good at getting his body behind the ball. He moves his feet well, just gets himself in good positions. It makes it look made that look a lot easier than it actually was. You don't, the wicket keeper, it's not fun having to get a full toss pitching just in front of you. So he's done well.
So free hit. Yeah, well, he's probably thinking, hang on a minute, I get one that's at me head, and this one, it doesn't bounce, it doesn't go higher than me ankle. That's the first one I think we've seen that really has misbehaved.
Yeah. I think it was mentioned, I think Yogi from the Cobras had mentioned that the wicket's not doing as much this year as it has in the past. So there obviously is areas that are just not getting up as much as they have done in the past. So as we've actually seen.
Yeah, we have. I mean, take the single here. One of the things that Mars was telling us, Mars, of course, playing for the Budapest Blinders, but also he's part of our European Cricket Network team, which is what I didn't realise. But during the winter months, this is all underwater.
Yes, so
it's quite amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually a river, and then as the summer comes, the water recedes, it goes underneath, and you've got a cricket facility.
Well, I was aware of it being very wet in this area. I wasn't under the impression, I didn't know that it was actually underwater.
Yeah, literally, this is underwater, so it comes up, and that's one of the reasons I think that over the years they say that the wicket does then start to misbehave slightly.
Absolutely.
It's all swing and missing here, so this time it's a big swing and a miss once more from Rifat. So they just can't get a bat onto ball here at the moment. So okay, so you're the coach here of the Vikings. They're going to be coming back tomorrow, and it's must-win matches. What are you telling them? What are you saying to them?
Oh, let's just see this ball while I contemplate.
Be kind.
Well, I think they need to continue. I'd probably start with a little bit of focus on how well they perform with the ball, just to kind of give some kind of confidence and just not berate them from the off. But I think they've all got to they've got to have their own responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about tomorrow. Well, this is who they're playing. They're playing UCB. It's going to be key matches for them because this one looks like it's out of their hands once again. So they've got to get points on the board. Not going to be an easy match, but they've got to come back strong and they've got to come back focused. Yeah. And I think I agree. Highlight the good points, but then say where they need to improve. And the first match just tomorrow is the Cobras. They're taking on the Tigers. That one's going to be tasty.
Batting is one of those things you have to have this individual responsibility. They've got to know what their targets are. They've got to know what their role is. They've got to really try and perform to the best of their individual abilities. And I don't think they have done. So I think that's kind of key. As a collective, when they're with the ball, they seem to work really hard. Obviously, there's the odd catch goes down, there's the odd misfield, but collectively they work hard and they do the best they can. And individually, they need to step up, and people that are able really need to give themselves a chance, because that's not what they're doing at the moment. They're not giving themselves the chance to be able to perform.
Yeah, that's a new bowler on here is Hamanath Muruk. It's a little bit too wide. Yeah, I think you're right, and I think they will know that themselves as well. They will know where they're letting themselves down, and they know that they've got to just change things up slightly. To be honest, I think I'm slightly disappointed that they didn't apply that in this match, that they're going to leave it possibly to these matches tomorrow. I think they could have maybe made a few changes in this one. Well, no shortage of trying. He's trying to hit this one as hard as he can. He throws everything at it, including the kitchen sink, but totally misses it. Big wild swing, and then he pulls out his shoulder.
Reminds me of a shot of Sam Williams when he was performing in the ECS.
I heard it had a pretty good strike rate, didn't he?
Well, he hit one in his innings. I think he touched his bat.
Yeah, you're after trouble here, aren't you? You're after some trouble.
God, imagine him and Steph together.
Short, well hit. There's fingertips on this, which will probably stop the ball going to the boundary. But nicely struck, but just a single. Yeah, look, he uses his feet well. Smacks it hard, but just a little touch there. Slows the ball down, takes the pace of it, which allows the fielders to come across. To another single.
Yeah, just a good attacking batting from Iqbal.
Well, how about this? Well, this is what he was trying to do in the first match. He does nail it this time. Well, it's time to get funky. And it's showtime here at the GB Oval. Well, where does this come from? In the first match when he tried to do this, he played the ball onto his stumps and got himself out. But this time round, he's mastered it. It goes all the way, 4 runs.
He's been in nets. He's been in nets. I'm not sure he knew too much about that. That could have nearly took his face off. But it was it worked out for him. Obviously, he's played that in the past. That's obviously a shot he's relatively confident with. So good on him. And he's gone again.
He's done it again, and this one's even better. Well, this is more like it. Well, El Capitan is standing up and showing us some of the tricks that he can play. That's nicely played. Actually, waits for it.
That's a really good shot.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. And maybe he's going to force a field change here from the Tigers.
He has. This is the bowling pressure on the bowling that we like to see. Unfortunately, we are at 7.5.
Yeah, it's happening a little bit late, isn't it? But look, I think he's ready to go again. This time. Well, how about this for a lay on? Almost lays it straight onto the fielder that's coming in there, but it goes over him in the end, and that's Nourishment. And Nourishment says, hey, I'm not letting go of this ball because I want to have a bowl now. Look at this.
Oof, that's got to hurt.
Well, he's not hobbling just yet. He gets behind the stumps.
He's strutting away.
Yeah, the bowlers, it's, I mean, you got to say, it's a difficult one. You can't say that they bowled well. I think you got to say, really, in fairness, that the Liverpool Vikings, they haven't really put any pressure on them until really that last over where we saw some of those funky shots there from the captain.
Yeah, that's an impressive over, exciting. That's what we needed to see. But I think, as we were saying before, what do you say to him? I think you've got to look at the individual responsibility of the batsman, but also then look at these overs as examples of what you need to do, how you need to change it up, what you need to do to try and upset the rhythm of the bowlers. Because what's happened through this innings, they've just had bowlers haven't had anything to worry about. They've been able to just continue to bowl. Stop ball after stop ball, and as a result not getting any runs against them. And I think you've got to try and make them think of something else to do because the stock ball's not working for them. Yeah,
absolutely. Look, if at this stage let's see this delivery first from Nourishment, rolling his spin down the leg side. That's a good stop actually from the keeper. Needs to get something on there harsh. But if they were at this score and 7 or 8 wickets down, I sort of understand it, but only 4 wickets down, and I'm saying to myself, look, 4 wickets down, and we're deep into, well, that's gone to the boundary. I think the fielder I'm not sure if he does get a hand onto this or not. It's well hit, and goes for 4 runs, and it's all happening a little bit too late. I think he's reaching for it. Probably runs in a little bit too much. But yeah, look, one point I'm trying to say is that here, when you're into the 9th over, you're only 4 wickets down and you're on 40, you've got to be saying to yourself, right, we've obviously done something drastically wrong here. I mean, if it were 8 wickets down, it's because we lost a load of wickets. That's why we're in this situation. But that is not the case here. Well, he tries to do it again, misses out on it. And this time, it will just be a dot ball. So they've got to, maybe they're putting too much value on their wickets. And early on, it's be a bit braver, go out there, play a few shots. And if you do lose wickets trying to do that, and you're in a situation where you've lost too many wickets and you have to then play a bit cautiously towards the end, fair play. But don't start too cautious.
Yeah. The power play is vital. The field setting is as such that you really have to trust trust yourself to be able to get hold of a few balls and breach that ring of inside fielders.
It's firmly struck. Is he going to get through the fielders? Well, it's fortunately, because it slows up, and the fielder totally misjudges this. I think that's Munham.
Just a single.
Gets the single. Come on, it's coming up to the end of the day. We normally have a bit of food talk. We are in Hungary, and I think it's time to maybe. One thing I've noticed on the menus here a lot is a lot of paprika. Have you tried some of the paprika fish as this one goes up in the air? It's just going to be another single. And, what is your favourite? Have you had a favourite Hungarian meal?
Well, to be fair, I think this since we've arrived, I haven't had any Hungarian food. Last night I had Vietnamese.
Okay.
So I had a pho. But yeah, maybe tonight's the night, because we're going to be going out to make sure, see how England get on against Hungary.
That's right. I mean, talking about football, at the time that we see a wicket and Iqbal, his innings comes to an end. He just ends up slicing this. Once again, just trying to hit it, well, mega hard. But good, nice, comfortable catch there, taken by the fielder. So Iqbal's little innings comes to an end. 3 of 7 balls. So
yeah, I think we've been saying when you take the pace off the ball with the bowler, it really is one of those situations where you take your pace off, and we see the technique of the batsman go out the window there as he's really tried to force that shot and just not been able to connect.
He's gone for power, hasn't he? It hasn't worked out, and that's the end of another over. So 47 here for 5 into the last. Yeah, so maybe something Hungarian. I know it had to be the goulash yesterday. It was delicious. And there's a number of things out there worth trying. And there's something which is called churros couscous or kuza, which is a pasta which is made with the Hungarian cottage cheese. And that's supposed to be very tasty as well. And of course, you've got to wash it down afterwards with a bit of palinka. And batter will get back here. And by signalled. And a lot of sweet dishes as well.
Yeah, they do like a lot of meat over here as well. They're really into their grilled meat. So, yeah, I definitely will be making my way to a Hungarian restaurant probably. Oh, there we go. Look at that for a piece of meat.
This is our production team. This is Andres, and he said, well, he had this traditional Hungarian dish. It's 1.2 kilograms. That is, they do like their meat here. That looks delicious. And, well, maybe we'll have to get the directions to that restaurant. I know if Vinny Sandy was there, his mouth would be watering. He loves a bit of steak.
He does.
But yeah, I mean, that's one thing around here. I mean, it's the first time that I've been to Hungary. I don't know about yourself, but seeing the architecture is absolutely fantastic. I know we both originally from the UK. And seeing some of the architecture here, doesn't it remind you some parts of like central London, the old Victorian type buildings and houses? It really is sensational stuff.
Yeah, where we were walking last night as well, it has that sort of, the old big stone buildings in Edinburgh as well. It has there's a real kind of mix of architecture, old and new here. So yeah, it's a beautiful city. It's actually one of my favourites of our travels for sure.
Oh, this is going to be a wide. Went for the shorter delivery and get the signalled one as well. Yeah, and one thing about Budapest I didn't realise, or about Hungary in general, is that a third of the population in Hungary actually live in Budapest.
Wow.
And that's why, as we know, we're experiencing, sometimes it's becoming or going to the ground, there's a lot of traffic. A lot of people actually live in Budapest as opposed to the outer parts of Hungary. Asking the question, it's a cheeky question, and they're going to go upstairs. Don't tell me that the batter here, Nazir, has stayed standing outside his crease. Let's have a look. Has a go. The foot here, is it behind the line?
He's gone.
Oh, well, how much of that foot has been adjudged to be actually passed on? If it's just on the line, you got to go. Is there enough of it behind the line? Let me see it again. We're focusing on side view and slow it down.
here we go. So the ball goes through. Is a play and a miss. His foot has just been dragged outside of the crease. And he's just reflecting on the disappointment.
I think
And he
maybe might get a tad of it
he's not
behind
sure.
the line.
He's looking at the umpire and going, please help me out here, please.
Yeah, I think
And he's been given.
he's been given. Well, Schubert's not just giving him; he's given his marching orders. He said, "Right, you got to go." That's a send-off from the umpire. I've never seen that before. A send-off from the umpire. Navjot Singh says, "Get on your way."
I'm sure that's whether he's just got the fingers gone up.
Have a look there.
There
Have
we
we got
go.
it here on camera? Well, he's just in the stumps here at the
Just
moment. There's a lot of
making
talk going on. They're having a chat, and Shub says, "Okay, go, get out of here." Yeah, off you go. He says, off you go.
Oh, that's classic. I think he's just changed fingers and put the finger up for a second time just in case it wasn't seen. I'm going to give him a benefit of the doubt. So let's hope he doesn't get on the wrong side of the tournament referee. Cause getting reprimanded for giving the batsman a send-off, that would be a first.
No, I don't know. It's all going on out there. And, well, we are thinking about our evenings here tonight. So you're going to watch some of the footy?
Yes. Especially as we are in Hungary. I know the match is in the UK, but as we are in Hungary, it'll be, let's say, interesting to see how we get on and be out amongst the locals watching the game. So yeah, hopefully some good camaraderie in the centre of Budapest.
There we go. Start to continue here, coming to the end of day 2. And, well, this is, where was this earlier? We're going to keep saying this. It's always the tail that seems to perform better here for the Vikings. And this is a nice-looking shot. Just steps up, hits his hard. It stays hit, and it's hard to keep. And, well, we know that he can bat. He's sort of floated up and down the order, but showing some aggression.
And he's a batsman. He's a player that's played in T10 format before, because he's been involved with ECS in the past. I'm not sure exactly which team he played for, but he's definitely been involved in ECS cricket. So, you know, he like I said, it might take this team as a unit to get a clearer understanding of where they need to be at what time during the T10 format. But I think it's people like a Kib that has that understanding that could maybe kind of offer some support and advice to those.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, 50 has been reached, and well, this time it bangs into the ground. A good take again from Harsh, and Harsh just reminding the bowler where he would like him to be bowling.
And Harsh is doing particularly well. He's come in as wicketkeeper. We know he's not a wicketkeeper by trade. Unfortunately, the two other wicket keepers that the Tigers have got are injured. Stan, the latest to have a hamstring injury. So, you know, to come in and do such a good job over the last couple of days, all power to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is the end of the match here. And it ends up being another victory for the Royal Tigers. So the team that, the defending champions, they started with a defeat yesterday, didn't they, against the Budapest Blinders. But now they're on a bit of a roll. They won the... there's still action happening there at the back there. The batter's already on his way. He's sort of halfway home as those stunts have been picked up by Harsh Manian, the captain. I'm not sure what the decision is here. There's still a lot of talk going on.
I'm quite confident that won't be given out.
I think the ball probably would have been dead by then anyway.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, but they're on a roll. They're playing well now. And I think you made a very good point with Stan Ahuja. And he's going to miss not just this series, and unfortunate for him because of the injury he's got. He may be missing the bulk of the season as well, which takes him out of international action as well. But at the moment, they don't seem like they're missing him too much. I think the people they've tried behind the stumps have done a good job. Harsh, I think, has done brilliantly well. In fact, he looks the part behind there. As we have a look tomorrow, we are going to see the Royal Tigers first thing in the morning. They're playing match number 9 and 10 against the Cobra Cricket Club. Cobra, they're coming back after a successful day yesterday. That is going to be a good challenge for the Tigers. Be interesting to see how they cope with the Tigers.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be quite important for everybody involved. I think we'll see with Cobra and the Tigers where they are as teams and where they're going to be sitting, because it's difficult this afternoon to look at the Tigers' performance and actually be able to know what's going on there with and where they're going to be finally positioned. So tomorrow morning will be really important that way. And United in the afternoon, obviously, it's going to be important for the Vikings to try and put in a performance against them, and it'll be United's job to do a job over the Vikings. So we'll really get a kind of clearer understanding of where the teams are by the end of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. But first, let's have a look at the highlights here. Well, there wasn't too much happening early on. The batters weren't really getting going. Harsh Spendian, he was in fine form, taking another great catch. And Sani, well, he just couldn't get going at all here today, could he? He looked like a promising batter for them first time we saw them, but he went for a 10-ball darkened wicket, just kept falling. The batters weren't taking the runs they needed to. Zishan, well, he was doing a little bit of entertainment as well, and the power play ended was 6 for 1, and then the wickets kept tumbling. Something needed to happen. Somebody needed to show a little bit of firepower, but again, once more from the Vikings, it didn't happen too late on, and it was their captain who decided he was going to show us a bit of sexy cricket.
Yeah, two in a row, and it did force the fielding side into a change. Oh, one off the shin, straight to his fielder. Again, and one just gets past the fielder. This is a good period of play. This is one that they need to reflect on before tomorrow's matches. Another good catch there. There was safe hands from the Tigers team this afternoon.
Yeah.
Consistency is important, and that was the last ball of. Oh no, that was the run out or the stumping.
That's a send off.
And the send off.
The send off as well from the umpire. And yeah, look, you're absolutely right. I think I'm going to totally agree with what you're saying. It's an opportunity for the guys here to come together. The Tigers, of course, they'll be very happy with their performance so far. But again, I think they're a professional outfit. They're going to still come together and say, right, we did these things well, but we can improve on these. And one of the things maybe from the match earlier was some of the extras that they gave away. But they're going to get better as well. But I think certainly for the Vikings, they need to come back. They need to have a look at this scorecard and say, right, okay, where are we going wrong? Maybe look at some of those top order batters and say, right, the likes of Sani, it's not quite happening. Maybe change it around a little bit. Maybe have some of the big hitters up there in the power play to try when the fielders are in to try and hit over the top. Then give themselves a good start. But having a look at the bowling figures there, a number of bowlers used, 8 in total, and 2 wickets for Dildar and also for Zishan Cookie-Hill. He bowled really well as well. But an opportunity, and the Tigers have made the most of these 2 matches, haven't they? Because not only have they won, it's given them the opportunity to give other players a bowl and a chance to get their army. Because if they are in a tricky situation when one of the players maybe gets injured or somebody is having a bad day, they've seen some other players and can always call upon them. I think they've done this really well. Harsh Mandarin is showing that he's a good, clever captain, a knowledgeable player, and seems to be preparing his team to maybe defend this title again for the third time.
It can be a long week as well.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't seem like a great deal of games. The intensity of T10 can be difficult to manage across a long week. And I think with the Vikings, if you look at the Vikings situation, they've got nothing to lose tomorrow.
Yeah.
They have to kind of take those risks. They have to make those decisions. They have to individually look at what they want to achieve on the day, and collectively we know that they're a good bunch, and we know that it's an important afternoon for them.
Yeah, look, I absolutely agree. Look, they are the Vikings. We haven't seen too much of them being the Vikings, so maybe we are going to see it tomorrow. They've got to come out fighting. They've got to show some of that fighting spirit, and maybe they've got to show a little bit of what they've learnt from the matches that they played already. But they do need victories, because remember, one thing that we do know is that when it comes to the end of Friday, 4 teams will go into finals day. 1 will be eliminated, and at the moment, sadly, it's looking like it could be the Vikings. They really need to get going.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So when you've got nothing to lose, you need to throw everything at it. And you have to make those judgment calls in the moment and try and make the right ones. It's difficult. They're going to be learning all the time. So let's make hope that they look back at today, they look back at yesterday, and see where the good moments were. You know, reflect on those good moments, use that as a morale boost, but then look at the moments where they really could have made better decisions. Or, you know, the power plays on these two batting innings this afternoon. What was it, 6 and 12?
Yeah.
You can't win a game by only getting that amount of runs in the power play. So that's something they really need to look at.
They need to focus. I think you were absolutely right when you said that. Focus on the good, and their bowling and their fielding was pretty good here today. And if some of the batting had clicked, I think they were more than capable of perhaps winning one of those two matches again. And that's winning a match against the Royal Tigers, which really would have given them a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I think so. We'll go into tomorrow. They can be hopeful.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be a tough ask. United have shown today, winning one and losing one against a good Blinders team, that they're capable.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tough for them tomorrow, but, you know, who dares?
Who dares
Rodney.
wins. Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's been a marvellous day here today. Thank you to all of our viewers. You know you're the best audience there ever is on our views. Thank you to everybody that's been involved in the YouTube chat for staying in touch with us and the conversation. Some of it about cricket, some of it about other things. Thank you to Mr. Maximo Vinisander, who's working hard, I'm told, behind the scenes. Well, we shall find out tomorrow what he's been up to. Thank you very much for your time.
Pleasure.
It's always a pleasure for the Spanish boys to be coming together and talking a little bit about cricket and all sorts of things. Steak as well. Look, it's been a great day. I hope you've enjoyed it wherever you are. A lot of cricket coming up tomorrow. 4 more games, exciting games, and maybe and possibly by tomorrow we may even know which 4 teams we're likely to see in finals day on Saturday. But it's been absolutely brilliant. The sun's been shining once more. We've seen some good cricket, and there's, well, no better place to be is there, standing here in the shade watching great cricket being played, great entertainment. Once again, we've seen fantastic cricket being played. We've seen some great catching. We've seen some great run-outs as well. We've seen another batter score a half century as well. It's been a terrific day. Thank you all very much. But it's our time now to say goodbye. Well, I'm going to source out maybe some more Hungarian food. I know you want to go and watch a bit of the football. We'll report back to you tomorrow about what we've been up to. But thank you all very much. Time for us to say goodbye. Adios. Hasta mañana. Quiero mucho. Adios, mi familia.